Ben MC, £5. DGG still sucks, YouTube chat still superior.
You gnome fuck!
I was muted and muted big time. The lame DGG stream does not want me to meme. I will not be censored. Hose mad 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 hose mad. Ben MC, £5. CDGG sucks other Dono, we welcome you to YouTube chat.
You gnome fuck!
I'm not defending Harvey Weinstein, but one of the actresses was an active member of my community. Rip Spong, and you wouldn't believe the Discord drama she made.
How are we doing today, boys and girls? Throw me up some Biden while I churn out some emails and Discord messages. Ooh, what is that chord? It's weird. This is like a sharp fucking... This is 7, 9, 11? Sharp 11? Sorry, it's weird. So it's a new clicker game? Wooten linked it to me. Blame him. What's the name of the space Minecraft mod Destiny was recently? It's called sHAj8p3CbZA for Minecraft. When are the YouTube people getting more emotes sorted out? I'll work on it. Before I was capped, but it might have been because I didn't have any members. So I can look at it more. You guys actually care about that.
When are the YouTube subscribers getting more emotes Destiny sorted out?
KCR, why are you in my chat? I just want to play video games, KCR. Fuck off. Go back to your community. Fucking loser. Would this be considered impressionism? What is this? She's trying to bait you into saying something? I can't be baited, because I'm in the right. What is this?
I didn't even have a chance to defend myself to these people. They went through great efforts to make sure I had no clue what I was being accused of. I can't stress how fucked up it was when I was like what was being done to these girls. One of my friends broke down crying to me, talking about how pressured she was to go along with the narrative, even though she didn't think it was true. Bose joked to this girl, if you go along with this, we will all host you. This same girl could not stop crying about the guilt of feeling that she betrayed me as a friend for them being able to get her to go along with these lies. Bose at no point showed any empathy for what was being done to the other girls. Yes, literally, Casey in the chat, literally saying I can speak to that. That is true. Okay, now you guys get how fucked what is happening is. Do you guys get it?
Ooh, wait, Casey Chan really agreed with that? She wasn't in that call though. Damn, I was stupid. Dude, if you want to do this type of shit, the problem is this is probably Bob's first big like lying project where he's trying to rope in like 20 people to like some big lie. But the problem is like all of these other people around him aren't like on his level of like manipulation. So every time they like kind of interject a lie, they're not really thinking of like what they're saying. It's kind of funny. This is so cool. The sound is very interesting. She was typing in chat in this clip? Yeah, I know. Apparently he said he started typing in chat. Yeah. Is their motive to lie purely their friendship with Bobber? I don't actually know what her motive is anymore. It actually seems like petty catty girl shit. That's the weird part. Because initially I was like, well, her motive is probably to defend Bob and attack Bose because she hates Bose. But the reasons that she gives for hating Bose are really bad. It's like, I really hate Bose, and let me tell you why. So in 2015, it's like, wait, what? What are you talking about? Dude, in 2015, we were still calling each other the F word on fucking Twitch. What are you talking about? This is nothing. This is the weakest shit I've ever heard in my life. What can our second manifesto policy contain? I'm kind of debating talking about it or not. Here's like where I'm at right now. So I know a lot of stuff right now that I could talk about, vague posting. But it might be better to wait until Bob drops his next thing. But the problem is that like, I kind of don't want to deal with it. Cause like this drama, as I said always, is really boring and it's really time consuming. And I don't think I'm actually, or at least my YouTube guy is not being, like, it's not worth it for him because like he spent so much time like helping me with the entire document. This video is barely going to crack a quarter million views. So it's like, it's not even worth the time investment. And then my stream investment, I guess it's kind of worth it here because I get a lot of viewers going over it, but like, it's just not worth it. So I might just talk about like, I might just talk about some things I know now and then just hope that they fuck off forever. Like, I think there's a good chance that what happens right now is Bob is going to come back and he's going to say certain things in his new document, but I think most people are just going to ignore him. Maybe he'll get like one clip on LSF, people make fun of him and Casey, and then they'll like back off. That's my guess. Zale and his abuse in our relationship. What is this? Do I care about this? What is this? Or like, I mean, who are these people? Oh wait, I know this girl. I think I do. I don't know who the Zale person is, though. Zale was a Hearthstone streamer? Oh, okay. Alright, hold on, let me churn through. Do you benefit more from Twitch viewers or YouTube viewers at this point? I mean, both are really important, I think. YouTube viewers are probably more important, because I never really know with Twitch.
It's a shame you keep dodging Destiny questions. He has reasonable criticisms of your position. You would benefit from defending your position once in a while. Anyway, here's more money, LOL. So just so everybody understands, I'm not dodging any questions. As you can tell, there are multiple things that I've read so far that, you know, clearly these aren't vetted because if you...
Oh, well then bring me on.
Go back and watch this from the beginning, you'll see there are many questions that are rather uncomfortable that I still read out loud. So I'm not dodging anything. The problem that I'm facing at the moment is because of the new layout of the live stream, I don't know how to isolate the super chats to go through them one by one. So whatever pops up in front of me is the thing that I'm reading. I wish I had a list where I could go through all of them, but it's whatever's popping up in front of me that I'm reading. And so I just happen to read this one that involves Destiny. So here we're talking about Destiny. Am I dodging him? No, I'm not dodging him. I did 1 or 2 streams with him back in the day, back when he was friendly with Hassan Piker, and I know Hassan Piker, and he sort of hooked that up. And I went back and forth on the issue of trade. I actually like the guy, and I genuinely enjoy the conversation. For whatever reason, he doesn't like me. He sort of like really viciously and aggressively come after me a few times, even going after me for the story of my father and you know, how my dad passed away and how I said it's possible if we had a Medicare for all system, maybe he wouldn't have passed away. Now, do I know that for sure? Of course not. Of course not. Because I've said previously, I'm on the record saying previously, my dad was also kind of like an anti-science idiot, right? So
that's right. Connect them together now, you slimy fuck. I'm glad I could help you get there. So my big issues with Kuklinski is this guy's like on Twitter, like crying about his dead dad, like, oh, if we had Medicare for all, I think that we would have I think that if we had Medicare for all, my dad would still be like, but like if you listen to his earlier videos, he's like, oh yeah, so my dad had cancer, but he was an anti-doctor, like quack, like this guy never wanted to go to the hospital, he just didn't believe in doctors at all, and it's like, how the fuck would the Medicare for all police have showed up to his house and forced him to be institutionalized? Like, what are you talking about?
oh, it's possible he wouldn't have gone to a doctor even if it was free, but I do know he was in debt. I do know that if he had gone to a doctor earlier, it's possible that he would have been able to survive. He was going to a chiropractor for back pain, and that back pain was a tumor that had metastasized. But anyway, long story short.
Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Anyway. Sorry.
This is a guy who's kind of came after me in very vicious terms and very personal terms, and usually the way I deal with that is I just, you know, sort of don't talk to these people anymore and cut them out of my life because I don't need... He also has questioned my intelligence, called me a dipshit. Like, it's funny too because I liked him for a long time, and so there was
questioning his intelligence implies that there's a question about his intelligence. I don't think there's a question. I think he's incredibly fucking stupid.
I remember the day where, like, I'm watching one of his videos, and he just takes this random, really, like, over-the-top, vicious shot at me. And this is a strange experience that not many people can relate to, but it's weird when you like a content creator, and then, like, out of nowhere, this person starts shitting on you and coming out after you very aggressively. I'm sitting there like, what is going on here? I'm watching his videos because I like the guy, and all of a sudden he's, like, really coming after me aggressively. And so, listen, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I have pretty thick skin, but that actually did sort of, like, hurt a little bit. And so I was like, I'm done. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm not gonna sit there and listen to somebody, like, viciously come after me, and, well, I go back like a little cuss, like, hey, sir, don't be mad at me, I like you very much. So I just, basically come out of my life, stop watching his videos, and that's the end of it. If he wants to keep taking shots at me, by all means, he's a grown man, he can make whatever decision he wants, but what I can assure you is, at this point, I don't see any of the shots he takes at me anymore because I'm kind of over it and I've moved on. And that was a very strange experience because I've never had that happen to me before where, like, I became friendly with somebody and kind of liked them and then they randomly turned on me hard and started taking shots at me. So yeah, when you're a grown man, the way you deal with that is just like, okay, fine, then this bridge is burned.
Okay. Might I be nice to him now than attack him when you get a convo? Dude, the guy is dumb as fuck. I don't know what else to say to him. I didn't realize, I thought his viewership on YouTube was way higher though. He gets like around like 10 to 15 million views per month. I thought he was like in the 50 plus million area. Do a friendly convo. I'm not joking when I say I legitimately consider him to be like dumber than Tim Pool. Like I think he is beneath that level. Like he's that stupid. I'm not saying that hyperbolically. I legitimately believe that like if him and Tim Pool had an argument about anything, Tim Pool would be better. If him and Tim Pool had to give a perspective on something, Tim Pool's would probably be closer to reality than his. Like I legitimately think he's that stupid. It's not joking. Ugh. There's no Democratic Party. There's a Republican Party and the Diet Republican Party. Yeah, fuck, this guy's so stupid. Could you give some examples why he's dumber than Pool? As of recently, the Klobuchar thing, I'm pretty sure he was on the force the Medicare vote thing. I'm almost positive. I don't remember specifically a tweet. I could be wrong on that. I'm open to being wrong on that. But I'm almost positive he was on that force the vote dipshit thing for Medicare for all. That's just like what I can think of like immediately. I know that he's given like econ takes that are unbelievably stupid, but like, yeah. Oh my god. Okay, don't link me any more Bad Bunny tweets. Oh god. Oh no. Oh yeah, when Kyle Kalinske said that the Iranians had shot down that plane. Or no. When the Iranians accidentally shot down their own plane and Kalinske blamed fucking America for doing it. Oh god. Dude, oh yeah, I can't with that guy. I can't fuck with that guy. What about Pac-Man? Smarter or dumber than KK or Temple? I think Pac-Man is pretty smart. I don't think Pac-Man gives very many brave takes. I think he like stays in line generally with kind of like a center left / left left position, but I don't think he's anything particularly dumb. I assume you saw Phantom Threat. No, I haven't seen it. I don't know what the fuck movie this is from. I just know that the let's see, what's it? A good music bullshit word I can use. The tonal palette of this is very interesting. There you go. I mean, it's not really bullshit, but.
Hey Destiny. Just wanted to say I appreciate everything you do. Though a small token of my appreciation, just keep being you, man. Much love.
Been seeing the minimum wage come up as a trend recently, and one talking point that keeps being echoed is the fact that Denmark pays their McDonald's employees $20 an hour. Means go. I don't know if they do. Denmark is probably a lot more higher taxes as well, but like, Wage compensation alone doesn't determine like how good off a person is. Like I'm pretty sure in Denmark they have like easier access to education, like free healthcare and shit too, right?
You gnome fuck!
Daily reminder that TYT spawned Dave Rubin, Kyle Kulinski, Hassan Piker, and Jimmy Dore.
Jesus, when do we get to 400,000? I thought we were just at 300,000. Are we still pushing 4K a day?
You gnome fuck!
In California, we are doing so shit, and we are still in lockdown while Florida has no safety measures. Yeah, everything in California is locked the fuck down.
Hey Destiny, please stop calling tankies and stupid lefties. First, you seem more left than center left. Also, you would not call Muslims for Islamists. P.S. If Hassan is a socialist, you are black.
Okay. Something that I thought was really funny was Casey trying her entire Discord yesterday. We're trying to collecting like all the past things that I've ever done, apparently. Like collecting old tweets, they were trying to put together this huge hit piece document on like me and Melina to try to like get us banned from Twitch. her and her whole little fucking Discord yesterday were working on it. I don't know if they're still working or not, but like holy shit. Are you afraid you might actually get banned? Yeah, man, there's like a chance. Yeah, there's a chance. I think it would look really bad for Twitch though. I have a couple Kotaku contacts, like, because the stories that would come out next day would be like Casey Tron pushes to get banned, like guy that outs her like sex offender friend or whatever. But who knows? Do I have a favorite song? Well, no, because it's hard to have a favorite song, because when you have a favorite song, you listen to it like 50 times, and then you don't listen to it ever again.
Can you check how much I donated last year? Need to know what to claim on my taxes for giving to the mentally disabled.
Good one. Yeah, the sad thing is that I don't think I would trust Kotaku to do a fair write-up. so I don't know.
Now that X-Skillsm is back, remember 3 years ago when he said that he didn't want to live in a world that was moving towards simple flirtation being cancel-worthy, and Destiny and his community laughed at him? Do you concede he was right about that? Is it true too? That in Florida known as citizens
we'll see how
can
mainstream it
also
goes,
get
I
COVID
guess.
vaccine too? Heard a lot of Canadians are traveling there right now.
In Florida, non-U.S. citizens get a vaccine. Is that true? If that's true, that's pretty weird. Hold on, chewing through Discord messages, okay. I'm running out of skill points, guys. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Does anybody use this focus shit? Does it actually help? Okay, sorry, keep deleting DMs. Sacramento game blows. I played for 3 hours yesterday and lost an hour of progress because the game didn't save. Damn, sounds to me like you suck shit, my dude.
You gnome fuck!
I lost all my progress on Perfect Tower 2 because I cleared my browser data. Can I get an oops 7?
Focus is good when doing skills. Okay, well, I have to fucking sit here and spam fucking click. Okay, what do you want me to do? We're finishing Metal Gear Solid 2 today? Yeah, we should be able to. What's the next donation game? Well, we have Cyberpunk and Sekiro. I don't know which one we do next. We'll just do a poll. I kind of don't want to reveal that I know this, just because I'm curious what would come out. But I also really just don't want to deal with this anymore. But for an example of what I was talking about, is that stupid fuck still on my stream? She's still there. This is like this is something they were working on last night. Her little Discord server. They made a little sub-only room. And then they put together a big Word doc, and they just started throwing in like a whole bunch of random fucking clips and shit from me and Melina to see what they could send to get both of us banned. Like, how fucking deranged do you have to be? I can't believe that this has exposed Casey to be such a like dog shit human being. Like it's unreal. Like on the same level as like the Nazi people I dealt with in the past. It's like pretty insane. Like, and it's funny because people say that my community is the boogeyman. I'm going to fight way harder on the projections that people do against me. I'm not going to accept my being framed as a sociopath, and I'm not going to accept my community being framed as like obsessive anymore, because like this shit is crazy. I can't imagine like... Imagine the damage we could do. It's like, all right, guys, we're going to all hop into a sub-only room, but we're going to spend the next 5 fucking hours like compiling like giant like Google Docs of like... That's insane, dude. Do you always kind of feel that way about Casey? Was this completely surprising about her character? I think everybody is really surprised. I think that's one of the reasons why she's spending so much time on Reddit, trying to defend herself, because nobody ever realized like how much of a dog shit human being she was. Yeah, I have to fight some of these narratives so much harder. It's like this guy in chat, Raffle Destiny, calling someone a dog shit person. I don't think I've really done very many bad things. Given everything in the past 5 years, like the worst like drama I've been involved in is usually like girl drama, or you might disagree with some of my political takes. But like as a person, I think I'm a pretty decent person. Better than most of the fake fucks you'll find on this platform, at least. No, better than like most people. I don't want to compare myself to other streamers because that's a really, really, really low bar. Oh, if you ignore my food takes. If you consider my food takes, then.
Thanks for the last few years of content. My younger self looked up to you lot and I'm happy to see that you're constantly improving.
Thanks, bud. Speaking of food takes, what the fuck was that Oreo take on PKA? Double stuffed Oreo is perfect. Any more cream than that and it's just too much. Not good. Sorry. That's just facts. Maxed out every fucking skill. What am I supposed to do? Oh wait. XP for your main character, probably this. Pick a new class? I don't have the gold.
You gnome fuck!
It's a big nasty burger over your keyboard. Nice setup, bro. I say as a greasy pickle slides off the side of the burger and slaps onto your keys, dripping into the inner mechanisms. Hee hee.
Always work towards a class. Yeah, I think I need a chest. Is this really just max research? Dude, these are shit. Why do I even have this shit? Well, research rate sounds good. Oh, because you can get a lot of them, I see. So you stack them. It's not just one you can buy. I understand that. Okay. I don't know what the fuck water's used for, but why not? Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, let's. Oh, and Caseytron is still posting too. An hour ago, she was still posting. Oh wait, this is not what I was looking for. I don't know why Miko was banned. Probably for something really stupid. This is all of Caseytron's posts. Wait, fuck, hold on. I don't even know if I've gotten in the trenches this much before. And I used to go hard on Reddit. The really funny thing is seeing the before and after, though. Between when I posted. Because, like, if you look at her getting high on Reddit after, like, look at this. 411 points, 109 points, 54 points. She was, like, riding high on that jerk wave. She was riding so high. And then... -29, -13, -11, -42, -20. Damn, she's so mad. She does okay here. -15. Yep, she got 12 here. Okay. -9, 15, 17. Oh, she did okay here. Oof, in these two. And then you guys upvoted her in my subreddit. Nice job. Save her karma. -23, -38, -80, -27. Damn.
Any chance for a victory lap stream after this is over? Would love to see a recreation of your Queen's only StarCraft 2 matches.
A recreation? No, why do you guys want to see that so bad? Please do music theory stuff? Okay. C major chord? C, E, G. There's your theory for the day. Remember it, okay? How do people not get banned for going after your kid? Yeah, I don't know. I mean...
DGG for life, ooh.
I don't know if, I don't know if, like, calling someone, like, a shitty parent should be, like, bannable, right? Why is Casey going so hard about this? Her involvement was not in the drama before. Probably because I implicated her really, really hard, which was intentional. Because I knew Bob 7 would fall, but I wanted her to have responsibility, too, for defending him. For sticking her nose where it didn't fucking belong. She was so confident in the beginning of this, too. Am I doing it right? I've dealt with hate before. It was a really good arc for me. Fucking bring it, bitches. I was saying I didn't have a problem with Melina, but after I read that Ellie doc, fuck Melina. I read the Ellie doc yesterday because I wrote it for her. Wait. That's joking. Just kidding. I'm JK, obviously. I saw what everyone else did. That's revenge porn. I don't know what's a joke at this point. No, she was just joking. I'm just fucking with you guys. Don't be stupid. Sorry, I'm going through my Discord DMs and closing it, but like a lot of these DMs are like shit that's being said about me everywhere, so I'm like being reminded. Using focus on that clicker game is actually based once you level it up. Oh yeah, I can imagine, but I'm busy right now. Okay. A falconer, an herbalist, or a scribe. I guess I'll be a scribe. I think. No, wait, fuck. Oh god. Hold the focus in the top right. You don't have to spam it. Wait, really? Spells. Oh my god, what in the fuck is all this shit? I just learned like a whole bunch of random shit. I don't know why the fuck I did this. Okay, this is too much now. Cast it, yeah. Okay, this is too complicated now. We're done with this game. I remember people saying terrible shit about Nathan, not saying that it didn't happen. It might have, I just don't remember, but it's more about Destiny. Oh, Casey John started attacking me as a kid, but yeah, or as a father, not as a kid. Which is kind of weird, but... Wait, what is this?
Now put it back to the snake. Stop! Okay.
What mod pack or mod are you using?
What's he trying to build? Oh no. Wait, what is this? Hypothetically, if you did get banned from Twitch, do you think you can take the hit financially? I don't know. It'd be a weird feeling. Because technically, if I get banned from Twitch, I don't lose any money. Because I make all my money on YouTube now. It's really strange. I guess I get worried about my viewership over time. You also couldn't collab with anyone? Yeah, but most Twitch streamers are like garbage human beings. I don't know if I lose much there. I had to unfollow Clint on Twitch. I don't have anything against him, but I'm like so paranoid now about all the character actor people. I just don't know. Holy shit. Hold on one sec.
Bob 7, £5. You all thought I was done, but I'm just getting started. Kevy Grimm, 10 Canadian dollars. Have you ever thought of actually making music and releasing it on Spotify or something like that ever? I feel like you have a lot of untapped talent that you're not sharing with the world.
Stop being so cringe, you guys. Ugh. Factory Idol. What is this?
Bob 7, £5. I'm coming for you, DGG.
Stop. Read the last dono.
Darkside X10, $5. $7, $7, $7, $7, $7.
Have you thought of actually making music and releasing on Spotify or something like that ever? I feel like you have a lot of untapped talent. I have like certain ways of comping over like really like simple progressions. I don't know. I think I could probably sell a little bit to like my own fan base, but I don't think it would be like super original. Maybe if I spent like a lot of time like actually trying to flesh out a composition or something, but like I don't know. Fuck.
League of Legends.
You gnome fuck!
Love you, buddy. Listening to you helped keep me grounded through some BS. Thanks.
I get so many people sending me messages about things. Like, check this out. You guys are just framing it like girls only get on the show if they let Bobby creep to them, like it's a whole Weinstein situation. That's not true. I asked for Bob because of the comments towards Ophelia. Ophelia felt bad, and I told her that Bob's actions weren't her fault and that what he did was wrong by definition of sexual harassment. I've literally said that. But then this was Casey trying in Bob's chat. I was one of the girls brought into the group, which I was added to by Bose. I wasn't one of the girls really involved with anything. I was just pulled in because people know I've known Bob for a long time. None of the other girls involved were made aware that Destiny would go public about it, besides the ones who were in the call with him when he did, which was really annoying to me. I don't understand why Destiny came forward about it, but now I feel like I kind of do. After Bob is spinning his stories. Nice. Okay, sorry. Let me get through these. Oh wait, where's Dan at? Give me someone to talk to while I finish these emails. Boom, okay. Wait, where's Dan at? Oh, only 13 emails. That's so good. Okay, boom, boom. Doo doo doom, doom, doom. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, never mind. I keep forgetting that weather exists. Like, I've lived in California. There's no weather in California. It's just like, it's always like pretty nice here. Like in California, or I'm sorry, in Southern California, I should say. Northern California can get a little bit chilly, but in Southern California, it goes from like being like kind of hot to like kind of cool. Like that's the range of weather. So like, cause like, so I've got my guy is telling me, Christian is talking to me about booking like a ballroom or whatever for when we do our little canvassing thing next month. And I'm just thinking like, wait a second, why the fuck don't we just do it outside? But I keep forgetting that it's like, oh wait, there's weather. Like other people have different weather. And I keep forgetting that it's like fucking cold in different areas. Like we can't do this outside. It's like going to be like 25 degrees some of these days. Yeah, that's what I mean when I say like, I forget that there's like, that weather exists. Aww. We're gonna do an AMA with the Omaha mayoral candidate that we have on Friday. I'm probably gonna post a thread on Thursday. But I scheduled the Hippy Dippy podcast. But Dylan just emailed me and he's like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Like I overbooked." That's good because I double scheduled. But now I can just make him feel bad for it. Thank God. All right, boom, 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 boom. Can you tell me what the last song you put on before going live in the Bob Manifesto was? How do you not know this? It's some, I don't even know the anime, but it's some like DBZ Super shit or whatever. Isn't that what this is? DBZ Super, this Ultra Instinct. This thing?
You gnome fuck!
Less than 3.
Thoughts on this video game track? The staging was really cool. Wait, staging for what? Does Sorlin have caffeine? Apparently there are Sorlins with caffeine. You didn't even use Metal Gear Solid music to thematically tie it in with the rest? Oh yeah, because I was trying to do a lot of different references for that document, but it ended up being almost all like Metal Gear Solid references.
Wrapped in. Crap.
Is there another Bob Manifesto coming? Oof, sorry. Honestly,
RTBA, you're a wage cuck and a bitch, fuck you.
Whoa, hey, why are we shooting on RTBA? Honestly, I guess we'll see, huh? Oh, no. No, slam it.
I've been watching your stream uploads on YouTube for a year now. First time viewing live. Major thanks from the UK for the content, especially USLS site on coverage.
What was I thinking about? Hold on.
Untime me out in Twitch chat plaza.
Guys, never ever ever message me anything ever again. Here are the order of things that I want to get emails about at the very bottom. With 1 being the worst ever and 3 being the third worst ever. Third place is abortion. Second place, of all the shit I never want to hear again, this is the second thing I never want to hear again, is fucking veganism. Thing I never ever ever want to get another email on ever again is fucking stats. Please stop emailing me about stats, because literally I've gotten 20 emails and 35 different explanations on how whatever fucking confidence intervals and shit work. Oh my god. Please stop.
Help me ooh.
I'm saying that with a confidence interval of 95%. Yeah, what is this?
Okay, let's clear out the inventory. Don't need, don't need, don't need, do need, do need, do need, don't need, don't need, probably don't need, don't need, don't need, don't need, don't need that, keep that, don't need that.
Good evening,
Let's put that
Destiny. What's your take on
there.
mewing? Can you please do a research stream?
That.
Ask your mom.
Crafted.
Okay.
Crafted.
should be enough. Through the front. I threw the fucking front. It's fine. Just a minor setback. Need. Do need.
Crafted.
Oh, he threw his...
Crafted.
Okay, let's clear out the inventory.
Crafted.
Don't need.
His one steal.
Naza Ishak, $4.99. Which Metal Gear games are you planning to play?
1 and 2 for sure, maybe 3.
It will be.
What? I don't want to do this. Why?
It will be. You're right. No, it will be. Okay. It's just really not.
John, this is not the manifesto. Oh, so we're just watching a young girl crying? I'm sorry, okay. This is sick. What's the manifesto? Someone link it. What are we doing?
Dude, Zarya is fucking hilarious. Holy shit. And a clips of her shit talking, you guys. Uh-oh. Left-wing activist arrested for rioting at Capitol. Is the smear campaign linking John Sullivan to Black Lives Matter? The truth is, he's been exiled from numerous local organizing groups beginning this summer. Okay.
He was kind of unfair with you and like was accusing you of a bunch of things that I thought were like way out of bounds.
This isn't Drew, is it?
So like I'm not defending or anything. I think that Merle's point. But that being said, I obviously feel terrible for her in the situation because like this whole situation is totally fucked. Like it's like, kind of crazy.
Oh, I know.
That
But I
being said,
mean,
if I were in your shoes, I'd
I think
probably
I have a
sit
right to
on
call her out though for how she literally helped to victimize me. Like this
Yeah,
is
you
bullshit.
should.
She doesn't get to act like she's a fucking victim, and then like what she victimized me.
I mean, that being said, if I were in your shoes, I would just gone to my own Discord and said, yeah, fuck her, but class, this is a totally wrong thing that Bob did.
Yeah, but that's what I said then. I also said
Yeah.
like, but
I
also
mean, I would
like
have said that to my own community and just ignore her, you know. Said you don't, nope, you don't need to hear from me.
no, because
definitely
like
understand.
it makes me really angry though that like
Yeah.
she gets away with this shit. She can like do horrible, like say horrible things, horrible abusive things to like other women, and like literally, here's the thing, right? Like, here's the thing, like she's like yeah, she's a victim, but she's also an accomplice. That's the thing. She acts as an accomplice with Steven to be abusive. Like she did that with me.
Her being abusive to Anna is just like making fun of her for messaging me a million times, by the way.
So like,
Yeah, I think like to be clear, like I think that like she accused you of doing a bunch of weird slimy stuff that was not going on. So like
You can ban me, but you're still the wage cuckduckers.
Nice.
I totally
wait, when did she
understand
accuse me of this?
Well, she would say like if she was talking to Destiny about stream, she would say like, oh, don't you think she's trying to like sabotage our relationship so that she can have and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know.
That's the kind of,
Yeah, that's
so,
right.
like,
Yeah,
and-
but that's just her
and
being
even-
super fucking insecure.
Yeah, and I think even Steven would push back on it. Like I don't think that's what's going on. But,
Yeah, I mean, he
like,
told me.
You know.
But it
one might
doesn't matter. It doesn't excuse the behavior.
Oh, I don't think she was ever trying to cut Melina out of the relationship, by the way. I think Dan got really fixated on that. I don't know why.
Of the way you treated her.
So does the fact that Melina was mean, do you not excuse the way that you
treated her when you wrote your thing today and started off listing all your grievances?
How I didn't treat her in any way. I literally held her accountable. That's not treating someone poorly.
Yeah.
Dude, Anna's a wordsmith, dude. I didn't treat somebody poorly. I just held them accountable.
She wasn't being abusive to her. She
Like,
was
get,
just using.
get off of my
more
fucking
wording to get her
Discord
point
then.
across.
Like, if you don't get, like, if you're just gonna keep on doing this shit, like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? This was fucking traumatizing for me. These are fucking horrible, evil people. There's no remorse. They don't have any remorse for anything that they do and the impact that they hurt other people with. They don't care. And they've proven that. You should see the horrible things that Melina says to other women. She is so abusive. She is so fucking abusive.
Every time somebody is mean or bad to somebody, it's abusive, by the way.
She is horrible.
Phil, do you know what I think it's time for? I think it's time for a hot chocolate drink.
Streaming, it's your fault.
I already remember this.
You're gonna get fucking banned as well. When he fucking does it, and it all goes on stream, and you're gonna get banned as well. You caused it.
I didn't cause. I tried. Fuck.
Fuck, we should have won a Baron, man.
We could have done that, Baron. We would have all fucking ran there. We had 2 timers.
He's fucking crying, dude. He's fucking crying. Look at his stream. Look at his fucking stream. You did that, you piece of shit. Look at him. He's fucking crying. It's your fucking fault.
Listen, okay.
He's literally fucking crying. You're such a fucking dick. He's gonna end stream, dude.
Seriously, who are these kids playing this
I'm
game?
fucking
Like,
done,
so
man.
random?
Like
Seriously.
like I'm starting to think I'm mentally retarded.
Oh no,
I can't fucking believe.
Okay, if you want to call me sociopathic, me playing League, I'll give you that one, okay? I'll give you that one. That's the only time, alright? It's where it all comes out, but everyone's a sociopath on the Rift, alright? It's a different world out there. It's not meant for normal humans. From Anna's Discord. I'm proud of this message I sent to Melina after the horrible thing she said to me publicly. I got a chance to call her out, but also express empathy for the shit she's going through. Oh, God. Why would she post her... She's even messaging... Oh, Melina showed me this, yeah. She's even messaging Melina again now. Post Melina's response. I don't remember what Melina said. If she damned her back, it was really mean. But, okay. Alright. I think we're ready to hop back into the big show.
How bad?
Wait, I don't get it. Oh, did he go to do like a random streamer and then he was banned in their chat? Or something? Are you real? He's pointing to E-Rob's stream. Game category is just him. Wait, I'm so confused right now.
How bad?
He's the only one in the section. Look at the thumbnails. Oh God, hold on, I'm not getting it. Okay. Who wants to be a millionaire? First 3 seconds. Okay, first 3 seconds. Okay. His thumbnail points 9 E-Rob in the first 5 seconds. Okay, that this guy is just doing a thing calling this guy okay, I think I understand. It's just not that funny. He just has a thumbnail calling him a loser because he's the only one in the section. That's what's going on. Okay. I didn't know if there was like some bigger meme or something. Alright.
How bad?
Alright. Are there any funny? Is there any funny stuff going on today? Why did Code Miko get banned? Okay, let's see what we got. Show Reddit DMs. Oh, I think it was just in response to a thread I read. Oh, so like the entire world wanted me to not go live with that manifesto, and when I when people realized that I was going live, I had or like fucking all of my accounts started to try to get hacked. When
Which
people
is
were
worse in your opinion, KCTron or Tonkasaw?
Good question. People tried to hack all my shit. I thought it was kind of funny.
PogChamp is Komodo hype. Remove Pog! We won! We won! We won! We won! We won!
Can I pay and leave?
You gnome fuck!
My name is Mitch Jones. Mitch Jones. Hey, nice to meet you guys. Hey.
Okay, hold on, never mind. This was Melina's response. Okay.
It's okay. Whatever they want. You guys want full pizza or pepperoni?
You are paying for them?
Yeah, yeah.
Large?
Large, yeah.
Large, extra large or medium?
Extra large. Aren't you guys hungry?
Sure, I got it.
Extra large.
Extra large?
Hey.
Wait, why is this called Mitch Jones pays for homeless person's pizza? Is there a joke here about comparing Zerka to Mitch or something?
Can I pay and leave?
Because he says he's Mitch. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. I wasn't listening.
My name is Mitch Jones.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to multitask here, okay? Alright. Lots of Triax is messaging me. Alright, okay. Boom, boom, boom. Melina messaged me. Alright. Are you fucking paying attention? I don't pay attention to half of this shit, alright? Because most of these clips are fucking boring. Alright, I'll try to pay attention to the rest of these. Here we go.
Man, oh my god! I'm gonna get down! Man, it's a constant load of bullshit.
One enemy.
Okay.
That cannot be real! That cannot be real! That's edited! That's edited! That's edited! No shot Twitch did that! No shot! Nah, Bevel, that's edited. It is? That's real? No way! That's so toxic if it is. Holy shit! Unique followers minus 5. Why would they even do that? Holy shit, that's too funny.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, thank you so much. Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my god.
Thank you! Thank you!
I had done. Listen, I had done. Listen,
You are hurting the game because the new players that join think it's a RP game, but it's not. They join a server and think everyone is role-playing and they will get shot in stand and leave the game because Rust is a toxic game and it will always be. CEO of Rust here. You role players have completely ruined the experience for us Rusters. I was on a server the other day and someone walked up to me and tried to talk to me, as if they were trying to have fun. This is unacceptable. Apologize now.
Bruh, shut the fuck up. Cock W.
The mayor of Hyrule? XQC. You guys talk a lot of shit, you know. XQC can't grow facial hair, can he? Not yet, at least. The mayor of Hyrule? XQC. You guys talk a lot of shit.
I am this close to quitting Rust. You can't see me right now, but I'm holding like 2 fingers about 1.5 inches apart. This close.
This close?
This close.
No!
Because I've run out of things to do. I love
Joshua
the game,
Dor
but I just
Antes,
have no
$5.
goals.
Original joke. Is your manifesto a weapon to surpass Metal Gear?
Good one.
Things to do. I love the game, but I just have no goals. Nothing I want to do anymore.
Okay, how about an escape room? Why don't you build like a... Yeah.
That's a great idea. Thanks, Leslie.
Yeah.
I have the same tower case as you. My 2 daughters love the rainbow lighting option. Yeah, it's fun, right? To be honest, I very rarely ever look at the front because I'm pretty sure there's a button on top. I have to be really careful because the last time I pressed anything, I accidentally turned off my computer during the middle of a stream. But I'm pretty sure this is... I have this...
Pence is not going to Trump's farewell event, but he is attending Biden's inauguration. Nice. What do you think was like the... No, I already know it. I was gonna say, what do you guys think is the golden age of LSF?
Scott Bradley, $4.99. Boona meme.
But I already know the answer. Ice clips were good. But I would say that it was like Dr. Disrespect PUBG shit. I think Dr. Disrespect clips were the fucking best. Tyler 1 clips too.
That's the whole thing. I think I didn't just do that, did I? Did I just click the fucking button to turn the computer off with my toe? I'm gonna be so pissed off.
Do you understand why LSF doesn't allow clips from other sites? Wait, don't they allow streamables? Do they have to be Twitch clips? Oh, dude, the audio here is so bad.
Wow. This is a soulless corporate dystopia trying to get me to buy things. The consequences of capitalism. Sad. I need a break from this.
CD Projekt Red.
Oh no.
They were going on and on about how they'd create this vast open world with a branching storyline. The feeling of being there, of walking the streets of the future, is really going to be breathtaking.
This game, it has the potential to be very, very special.
This is going to be an RPG. This is going to be very, very deep and very crunchy and very mechanical.
What the fuck? Was that Artosis in like a different skin suit? What is happening?
Special.
This is going to be an RPG. This is going to be very, very deep and very crunchy and very mechanical.
This is the real deal. They really know what they're doing.
All of it looks absolutely next level.
Cyberpunk 2077 is one of the most anticipated games coming out next year.
And fingers crossed the last E3 we'll see Cyberpunk at. Damn it. Fingers crossed.
We need to properly go through everything, balance game mechanics, and fix a lot of bugs. A huge world means a huge number of things to iron out, and we will spend the additional time doing exactly that.
Cyberpunk has been delayed once again for the third time.
Welcome to the next generation of open world adventure. Immerse yourself in Cyberpunk 2077.
For this December 7th review embargo period, I am not allowed to show you my own gameplay footage. I can only use footage provided by CD Projekt Red.
CD Projekt Red wouldn't allow us to use our own recorded gameplay for this review.
Nope. We have our official video review coming with our own footage as soon as we are able to.
All right. Check this out.
2?
What's happening here? From a programming point of view, is that just like the model by default is like that, and just like an animation script or whatever is not loading or something? Why are they all T-posed? That'd be my guess, I guess. All right. Oh my god. If people wanted to do this, this is all you have to do, okay? Are you ready? Here's your $10 trillion idea, okay? You're welcome, gaming industry, all right? You're welcome. If you want to sell games that are like this, all you need to do is in the future release a sobriety DLC. And as part of your story, always just say the character is like permanently like fucking tripping balls on like fucking acid or some shit. And then you can say like, oh, well, here you go. Like a year after release, we've released like the sober DLC. So if you want to see what the world looks like if your character wasn't tripping on acid the whole time, this is what it's like. And there you go. Boom. There it is. All of it's explained away. You're good.
We've greatly enhanced our crowd and community systems to create the most believable city in any open world game to date. The city's streets are bustling with crowds of people from all facets of life, all living their lives within a full day and night cycle.
Get off your chest about the game that you're excited to tell us.
We put so much work into making sure that the CD
3D artist here. Yeah, models loaded in are in default pose when there is absolutely no animation loaded. Though this is not always the case. Sometimes the model is modeled in a pose with arms lowered because of the low poly model. TF2 models for example.
Thanks.
Was the best. We just really wanted to make sure that those people that live in a night city, they're real.
I don't understand. This must have been the Godfather side arc or whatever.
Raiden's name is Jack because he's the connection for the player to jack into the big shell. Like a computer shell, big shell is the interface the player has to interact with the game's code. The kernel acts as a guide like a computer kernel.
Come on.
Everyone's just super impressed, and the universal...
No, that's no side mission or anything, Destiny. Wait, what? That one was. That was the little reference to the Godfather, I think. To Slinky, I'm pretty sure.
Compliment that I'm seeing is that the world of Night City and its outskirts, there's just a beauty to it, a level of attention to detail to it that is seemingly unparalleled. Some people are flat out saying it is the most detailed world they've ever seen in a video game, period.
When you are in Night City and you're moving around Night City in first person, it's really, really exciting. And it's something that I've not seen before like this in a game. I've not ever really seen this before.
People complained about Cyberpunk not being a good critique of capitalism, and they don't realize that the marketing and development cycle of Cyberpunk was itself the critique of capitalism. Bonus meme, Peppo Turkey.
The true meta take.
Ridin's name is Jack because he jacks off while riding this dick duckers LLLLLLLLL.
A lot of the guy's criticisms though are like not fair. Like this right here? Isn't this just a 9 3/4 reference from Harry Potter? Question mark? Are these clips representative of what the game's like most of the time? Apparently on PC it's not that bad. And this is probably exaggerating the PS4 experience, but I mean it was pretty bad on PS4. It was bad enough that like on the Xbox 360 and the PS4, the game got pulled officially.
Is this the new RTX really
Wait, this is on PC? Oh.
But if you don't believe me, play our Witcher games. I really promise that we'll deliver a truly outstanding...
Oh, wait. No, wait. People are saying no, it's not. Wait, why did you guys say this is PC? Hold on, wait. Like 5 people typed Picklemancer, Mickey, Notrea. Why were you guys all saying this is on PC? It is PC. Look at the controls on the bottom left. Oh wait, this is on PC. Wait, why were you other guys saying no, it's not on PC? It is. It says TVX. Wait, what the fuck? Why was everyone saying it wasn't on PC? Wait, what is wrong with you guys? You guys are saying I'm the one that has ADHD not paying attention. What the fuck?
Games. It's a really bold statement, but
fuck
if you don't believe me, play our Witcher games. I really promise that we'll deliver a truly outstanding futuristic RPG, setting totally new standard in the genre, both in terms of the gameplay, but also on the tech side.
They are going to be receiving 30 million PLN, which is roughly $7 million, and their 4 proposals were focused on some very interesting game development goals. Now, the first of which is city creation of high-quality open-world games.
Cyberpunk 2077 was targeted at release for PC, Xbox One, PlayStation 4 and Stadia. It also was advertised as plays great.
Suspect Sushi joined the Proud Boys? Did he really? Also, wait, what's the name of the #1 vaporware fucking project of all time? It's raised like over $100 million.
It's a compilation, dumb fucks. Most of the clips are PC and some of them are console.
Star Citizen. Do you think that's going to be more disappointing than this?
On Xbox Series X and PS5.
Can you please load Metal Gear Solid 2? It's already loaded, you dumb fuck. I have my emulator open.
Get everything you need?
Yeah, about time, Holmes.
Are you very focused on PC and current gen consoles?
Our full attention is on current gen consoles and PC.
Darkside X10, $5. No, they do, but sometime they run the games on console and past PC overly on thin. There was a controversy about this back in 2018, I think.
Those of you who are familiar with the way we make games know that we won't ship something which is not ready.
And of course, we are looking very close.
Why did this ship when they knew how fucked it was on console? Why? What did they think was going to happen? That's what I'm curious about.
And optimizing right now the FPS, right? We really try to make sure that the game runs as smooth as possible. And at this stage of the production, we are at the moment when we are like optimizing the most and putting lots of work into like finding ways, okay, how to make, you know, Night City run really smooth.
We've both just played a 4-hour session of Cyberpunk 2077.
I'm getting to play Cyberpunk 2077 tomorrow.
The three of us just played 4 hours of Cyberpunk each.
A 4-hour full-on experience of the first part of the game.
So here's one picture where they have a bunch of computers just decked out.
First off, wow.
It was fucking awesome.
I'm really excited.
There's so much. There is so much to do.
I was absolutely blown away with the experience.
I had my doubts given the trailer and how good it looked.
Hold on, wait, real quick. People are saying that these people lied. Oftentimes, what happens is that when game devs want to make a demo, that demo is created specifically for that demo, for that experience. So like, I'm totally inventing some shit, and there might be some programming here that's really mad because I'm not exactly right, but like, this might be an example of what I'm talking about, right? They might have like, this is the full world, okay? In order to do like the entire world, you might need to stream data off of a hard drive at like 100 megabytes per second, okay? I'm inventing these figures, right? But they might be able to use, in a little tutorial, they might be able to have like a small part where you interact with far less things. There are far less scripts running on the NPCs. There might be way less assets to load. There might be less detailed assets and things in the background. You've got like level of detail loading and shit. You might only need to stream data off of, and I'm just doing off of one thing, at 10 megabytes per second, right? It is entirely possible that they could take this vertical slice of the game right here and then have you run through that for 4 hours, and it actually is like perfect. Everything works fine. Everything loads fine. There's no texture pop in. There's no animation glitching. There's no weird script. Everything works fine, because they've hyper fucking tailored that one like 4 hour experience to work. But that, just because this works doesn't mean that same engine is going to be able to handle everything on the hardware that you get later. Sorry, real quick. So now these guys might be full of shit. That would be surprising to me if they were, because they would obviously look really bad if they were fucking lying when it comes out later. But yeah, this is why you never ever take like, you always take a demo version for like with a huge grain of salt, because you don't know. Like,
they have delivered.
Everyone agrees that Cyberpunk 2077 so far is living up to the hype.
I played through the entire game on a 3085,900X and had an awesome experience with it.
Nice.
A few bugs, but I mean, when the game is on top hardware, it's fucking good.
Pre-order stats, 8 million copies pre-ordered, but 41% of those pre-order sales came from console gamers who did not really know what this game looked like outside of highly curated videos released specifically from the developer leading up to launch.
We want to continue to give you a closer look at the game running on console. Since going gold, the team at CD Projekt Red has continued to work on Cyberpunk, addressing bugs and glitches and enhancing the gameplay.
dude, I can't imagine the pain as a company of like, just like mentally. I guess it's a company, so it's not just one mind, but like, imagine releasing something and you've collected 90% of the revenue that you're going to get from it, and then you still have to dump so much money into labor to try to like get it up to like snuff, or get it up, that's the same, right? Get it up, bring it up to snuff. Get it like to actually like make it a playable experience. It's got to be so mentally draining as like an investor or as like somebody funding it or whatever, where it's like, oh my god, like we've made all the money and now we still have to pour so much more money into like actually like finishing it. It's got to be so demotivating.
Playing graphics. The gameplay you see today already includes a great number of those fixes as we work towards
Joshua
bringing...
Dorantes, $10. What killed Cyberpunk 2077 for me? Why can't I lose a limb and keep trucking along? Why can't I scale the side of a building with mantis blades without using the elevator?
the best possible experience on December 10th.
Cyberpunk 2077 marries exploration of a vast open world with kinetic combat, story-changing player choices, and robust character development.
Cyberpunk has been taken off the PlayStation Store. You can no longer buy it digitally, and Sony is now officially offering refunds.
Even if you press done, you will find that no results
Joshua
available for
Dorantes,
Cyberpunk.
$5.
Retailers like GameStop
I just want
and
to
Best
pay
Buy
out
are
my
also
Ghost in the Shell Terminator and Blade Runner transhumanist power fantasies.
allowing customers to get refunds.
The console version was not sent to press, and so we didn't really get to see what it looked like.
CD Projekt Red has officially apologized for not showing the base PS4 and Xbox One versions of Cyberpunk 2077 before launch.
We should have paid more attention, making it play better on the PS4 and Xbox One.
So what do you want? Supercar? Big house? You want to rule this city? Well, you ain't getting anywhere without an upgrade. You need a softer touch, stronger spine, because taking over Night City ain't gonna be easy.
God damn it.
Hold on! B! Aim for the driver! Chingalo! weeks, Jack.
Drop that iron. Let's talk.
No, you assholes won't take me alive.
Tarby Somaklava, $10. It's a
The
bit
new
cheaper
game
to do pure
Cyberpunk
bug fixing.
2077
A lot
is
of the
getting all
dev
the
cost
rage,
comes
has
from the asset
reportedly been-
creation/implementation, since that's generally more resource intensive and requires multiple arms of the dev team.
I disagree. I think that bug fixing is cheap if you're just like putting out fires, like fixing small bugs, but I don't think, it doesn't seem like, based on everything I've seen, at least in the consoles, it doesn't seem like this was just bug fixing. It feels like they probably had to do like radical reworks of the city, either how many assets they loaded, or do like some like under the hood, like actual tweaking of the engine to get it work, because it seems like there are big parts of this game that are broken. I don't think that this is just, it doesn't seem like, from what I've looked at least, I haven't played it on console, so I guess I'm talking a little bit of my ass, but it doesn't seem like this is just a matter of running around bug fixing. Like, yeah, they don't have to pay for everything to be remade from the ground up, but like depending upon how much tweaking they have to do and depending on how big the scope of that project is, I think that this is going to be, it seems it's probably more, significantly more expensive than just bug fixing, right? Like, bug fixing is like, as much as I fucking hate them, bug fixing is probably what happens like in Bethesda games, right? Where it's like some NPC falls through the fucking map because you fucked up some collision somewhere, or the way that the fucking texture loads or the order or something is dumb, right? That's like a bug fix. This game seems like they were trying to get... Mill! Wait! What? Your phone is here. Do you need this?
No, that's not the phone.
How many phones do you have? 3. You have 3 phones? Okay. All right. Bye, Mill. Don't get trafficked, okay?
Steve.
I love you. Bye.
Been plagued with
Wait! What? Wait, hold on 1 second.
Stuart Keating, $10. Why isn't anyone talking about the real issues with Cyberpunk? There are agender robots, women and LGBT people in here. Professional critic Quartering goes in depth about this.
I'm not gone for that long. What are you guys doing in here? Oh my god. I guess I need to spam this crazy shit.
Bugs and crashes.
Everyone who is not willing to wait for updates. And
the problem is that the base consoles have... The problem is that the base consoles have hard disk drives and the game needs an SSD for the streaming. On an HDD, it just falls apart because it can't load stuff like Collision in time. Most of the PC clips here are probably also from HDD. Okay. I am open to being wrong. You know what, actually, I'm probably going to be wrong on this. But my understanding is that solid-state drives, at least in the past, solid-state drives weren't weren't really that much faster than hard disk drives. The main reason why an SSD benefits over a hard disk drive is because the SSD usually has like the ways that they excel were something called IOPS, so your instantaneous operations per second. The value in an SSD is that you didn't have to move a physical like platter around to find data on the disk. Like the seek time, the actual ability to find information on the disk is very quickly, but the actual sequential load and read, or the read and write sequential on an SSD isn't like an order of magnitude better than like a hard disk drive. Now that might have changed as of recently, or maybe like over the past few years, solid state drive sequential read and writes have gotten significantly faster, but I'm IP banning permanently people saying that I'm very wrong, because in the past that was absolutely correct, and you're banned forever for trying to contradict me, you zero experience having fucking degenerate. I shouldn't have tailored my message. I shouldn't have been so gentle. In the past, when SSDs were released, the sequential read and writes were maybe like 1.5 times better than the hard disk drives, but the IOPS was like an order of magnitude better. It was massively fucking faster. Now, maybe as of recently, we can look. It might be as of recently the sequential read and writes have gotten a lot better. Why do you know this? Because back in the day I used to shop for, because back in the day I remember that I was considering at points in time, do I need, if I wanted to record locally all of my stuff, would an SSD be better than an HDD? And I think at one point in time, there used to be these old Raptor hard disk drives that were 10,000 RPM drives, and the sequential read and writes on those Raptor drives were still better than a lot of the earlier SSDs. Because the solid state drives, the way that they kicked ass was because their IOPS was so high, not the actual sequential read and writes. But that might be different now as of over the past 5 years. Maybe the tech has gone a lot better. Oh, where the Raptor drives might have been 15K RPM, not 10K. Sorry. What was the old thing we used to use? Fraps, I think. I'm curious what the speed rating is on current drives, though. It might be these days that SSDs are just way better. Oh, so like the sustained write speed of this drive now is 372 megabytes per second. And then the sustained... Wait, why are you comparing a 2018 NVMe drive to a 2013? I don't know if they've gotten any faster, I guess. Maybe they haven't gotten any faster. If I'm looking for a hard disk drive, I don't know if they can get faster. I'm not sure. Hold on. Fuck, what would I even look for? Best user rated hard disk drives. Is there a way that I can find like how long ago it was released? Average months. Is this months since release? I think so. People screaming in my apartment. Okay, so the sustained write speed. Is this right? So the sustained... Okay, fuck, wait. I need to just look up benchmarks for everything because you guys are so wrong sometimes. It actually like drives me fucking crazy. So the sustained write speed on this 970 NVMe drive is 370 megabytes per second. And the sustained write speed on this is 127. So like the SSD is faster for sure, but like the huge gains on the SSD come from when you compare like seek time. This is like why they're kicking ass. Like the whole point of SSDs was never to like write and read data sequentially very fast. It's like the way that I believe it was usually measured was IOPS, and that's where you see like these gains where like the SSD is like 1,000 times faster. About 2 to 3 times is correct. It's not an order of magnitude, but it's still significant. Yeah, it's significant for sure. But the IOPS was like an order or 2 orders of magnitude better. But okay. But they might be better now anyway, regardless. I was just curious. What was my question going to be? Oh, because now my next question was going to be for the consoles. I thought that the newer consoles had... It's all about non-sequential read and writes. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah. What was I saying? Oh, I thought that the newer consoles had SSDs. So what happened? Never mind. I forget that every time they make a new game, it's got to be backwards compatible for at least 5 fucking years so they can sell the maximum amount of copies. Because these were meant for the PS4 and the Xbox One? Is that what it's called? What is the new Xbox called? Series X. Okay. It's really fucking annoying as a dev. We had to have Xbox 360 functionality for FIFA 19. It was a ton of work, especially since Microsoft doesn't even support the hardware anymore. Yeah, holy shit. Realistically, they should have scrapped the last gen version, just released PC Plus next gen. But that would have cut out like 50% of the market right there. Not only that, but I'm 100% positive that this project was probably started with these consoles in mind. And to just scrap that probably would have required a reworking of a whole bunch of shit. But does the game's coding differ depending on whether it was tailored towards a hard disk drive or a solid state drive? Absolutely. How fast you can stream data off the drive is probably going to be a huge factor in terms of like how you're designing the engine of the game, because what you can actually do, like how much you can load, how big your cities can be, the complexity of the fucking scripting for the NPCs and the details of the assets and wherever, there's probably like a trillion different things that are going to depend upon like how fast can we get data from the drive onto the fucking screen, right? That's going to be a huge determining factor in terms of like what you can do, like the scope of your project.
Want to refund their digital copy can do so by submitting a request.
They literally shipped a live service, always online title. You have to be connected. You have to be committed to downloading updates to fix this game. Because if you don't have internet, you're screwed.
Another factor is when games are built for hard disk drives, you include a shitload of copies of each asset to reduce seek time. If you build for SSDs, you don't have to. Oh yeah, sure. Like placement on a disk is probably pretty important on a hard disk drive.
Fucking city! On his back! Officer wounded!
The cops spawn behind you, not even around the corner. No, directly behind you.
That's alright.
It's getting embarrassing.
What is up with... Wait, are the shadows actually like this? Wait, did GTA 5 really come out in 2013? Holy shit.
Don't be fooled by foreign propaganda.
Excuse me? Sorry about this.
Jesus Christ. Hold on one sec. We're starting Metal Gear Solid 2 soon.
We got shot! Shit!
You look like a man who demands. Take it easy, and I'll take you to the safe.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really honored to announce that we are working on a cyberpunk game, but not just a regular cyberpunk game, on the cyberpunk game. Imagine a rich and futuristic world with ultra-modern technology.
William Gibson, the godfather of cyberpunk, as it were, Great Dismal on Twitter, he said that it just looked like GTA 5 with a kind of 80s generic cyberpunk theme slapped over it.
Why did I move here? I guess it was the weather. Or the... I don't know, that thing. That magic.
Keep in mind that what you see here is not final. We just want to give you a glimpse of what will be possible in the released game. What would have happened if we hadn't met with the Militech agent? Or told Royce about the agent and her plans? Or just decided to buy the bot ourselves? So many options, so many possibilities. And each will have consequences that will ripple through the game world and your story. And that's just one quest.
Yeah, that's just one quest. Yeah, exactly. That is one of the most overstated parts of this game. It is not like that. It is not that interactive. It is not that tree branches type of things where everybody that plays the game is going to have a bit of a different experience. That's not what this game is.
This will really make each playthrough very unique to players, right? Not only the way you play it, the way you interact with the world, the way you talk to people, all that kind of stuff. Like, if you look at all the little choices that accumulate through the game, no playthrough will basically be like another.
95% of the dialogue options that you get are meaningless.
Set me up.
As you can see, we have many possible options. But in each case, we take a risk. It's our choice if we want to finish her off or spare her. You're cyberpunk, your rules.
The reality is that if you spare her, nothing happens.
And that was just a glimpse of how complex the branching storyline in Cyberpunk 2077 can get. Every decision you make will have consequences. Your choices will shape how the world reacts to you and affect your relationships with those around you. One of those relationships is special. Ever heard of Johnny Silverhand?
You're breathtaking!
Cyberpunk 2077 is set in Night City. V's current apartment is located inside a mega building, a huge building complex that forms a micro-society of its own.
Your stash is a secure system for storing equipment and can be accessed from all of your available safe houses and vehicles.
All safe houses and vehicles, it says.
right now, at the moment, we're not planning, for you to buy different apartments. Because, Cyberpunk's a very story-focused adventure.
Cyberpunk is an RPG at heart. I can't stress that enough. People have been doubting that, but actually I think in many ways it is more RPG than even Witcher was.
I couldn't even find a way to figure out what level an enemy actually is. So you never know exactly how easy or how difficult a fight is going to be.
This is an RPG, so before we get into our appearance, we need to define our backstory.
In the deep dive, we can see that the character has 3 sort of origins that we can pick. I mean, what are they and how do they actually affect the gameplay?
Oh, okay.
You're like, yes, let's go.
Yeah, okay. I'll go into my 50-minute answer. Okay, so you actually start off being a completely different person. Now, what is important with that is we actually take that through the whole game, and we did our best in the quest team to like support all those like 3, I would say, main ways to go through this story. And of course, player can like mix and match anytime, any way he really wants. But it's something that we take from the very beginning till the very end.
The life paths have no impact on how any of the story plays out and are all just really short, really stilted 20-minute intro sections that all end with the player watching the exact same cutscene no matter what you picked.
Cyberpunk 2077 is slightly shorter than Witcher 3 because we got a lot of complaints about Witcher 3's main story just being too long.
Wait,
and
really?
Looking at the metrics, you see tremendous numbers of people played through that game really far, but never made it to the end. We want you to see this whole story. So we did shorten the main story.
The choices you make will shape your story and determine how events unfold. But not everything in Night City is a matter of life and death. Sometimes it's about style, choosing your look, your ride, your pastime, who's at your side. Choosing how you spend your dirty money.
Imagine spending your in-game money riding an in-game roller coaster.
You're never going to be in a situation where you're like, I need to get in there. I need to get in there. And then you go and you're like, oh, I can't get in there. Because the city is so big. It's overwhelmingly huge.
Endless possibilities and endless lies.
Could always be worse. A big part of our RPG experience is having a world that is interactive.
The Jetsons. Oh, I skipped some dude's donation before. I'm sorry. Fuck. My understanding is that many of the problems and bugs came from a development pipeline that didn't support cross-team collaboration, resulted in a lot of duplicated effort or incompatible systems, making bug fixing way harder to deal with. Gotcha.
Goddamn cyber psycho!
It's not just bugs on console. The AI and police are broken on all versions. A lot of stuff is unfinished on PC. Everybody knows your mom got the best seat time on D's Nutstuckers. Just Google the system requirements for Cyberpunk. The devs literally recommend an SSD. Sabi Somafaba, $10. Chances are they just looked at the
generic
cost
ad
of a
has
refactor
morphed
to fix
into
it
an
on last-gen
advertisement specifically
consoles and
tailored to
decided
the
it wasn't worth it. So release, get the money and fix it post.
You gnome fuck!
Yeah, but I can change the size of my dick, so who cares?
Let me go. Call the cops.
You gnome fuck!
Unban me, ooh. I said in the message before the one you banned me for that it was IOPS and sequential read that were better. You looked at last gen SSDs, not modern ones. Unban me, ooh. If reparations are to atone for the opportunity cost of being slave, then you could argue that there are very little reparations to be paid, since most of the slaves that were bought would have just stayed in Africa
it will let
and
you
not have
explore a
accrued
variety
wealth.
of different interactions
Thoughts?
with the game world. And as you just saw, it's people.
He will shoot.
Wait, what?
Things are about to
Reparations aren't about the opportunity cost of being a slave. It's just about money that was promised and owed and not paid out.
It looks like the scavengers from earlier are still angry.
They're pulling ahead, Heiner. Watch it now.
Random encounters like these are an example of how your actions directly influence your open world experience. We're currently in Pacifica, one of Night City's 6 unique districts. It was designed to be a tourist hotspot within the city. As you can see, this didn't pan out. When uncertainty struck the global economy, investors pulled their funding, leaving most establishments unfinished.
Is the city fully explorable, or are there restricted areas?
No, we are planning to really create a seamless feeling of a true open world game.
It's one of those places where expectations and reality collided, resulting in a heap of disappointment. Taking a casual stroll here would not be a good idea. A fast motorbike or armor-plated car would be the safer option.
How much customization is there for vehicles, colors, decals, and performance?
Yeah, so while we don't really have that much customization in the game for the cars, what we do have is different variants of cars.
These are for chooms who love the smell of exhaust and the roar of street wildlife. Their powerful engines and exchangeable parts make them perfect for tuning.
You do not really customize them. What you do, you actually own different vehicles that have been already customized, and you can find.
Oh, hey, that means. Are there customized vehicles? Yeah, of course. Oh, cool. Like, how can you customize them? Well, you see, they're pre-customized. Pre-customized.
Find different vehicles that have been already tuned up.
Do you know what another word is for pre-customized? Not customized.
But you do not do it yourself.
Whether it's street racing, running from the NCPD, or just showing off in the streets.
Leave me the hell alone.
Schumer.
Welcome to the city of Gonk Dreams.
Cyberpunk 2077.
Out in the world, if you commit some crimes, if you just suddenly become violent, then people will respond to that. So as an example, you know, the NCPD might start chasing you.
WTF are you talking about? The people it was owed to are already long dead. And now you are going to take money from people who don't owe anything? Never makes sense how you will criticize people like Demon Mama but then do the some of the same BS yourself.
Okay, let me walk you through this. Let's say that my dad was enslaved by your dad, okay? And let's say that your family now has a lot of money because your dad enslaved my dad. Let's say that before our dads died, let's say that your dad promised my dad, hey, I'll pay you $5 million for this work. Let's say that both of them die and he breaks that promise. He breaks his contract and he doesn't actually pay him out. Now let's say we live where your family is rich off of the works of my dad's slave labor that your dad never paid him for. And my family is broke and poor because my parents wasted all their time doing slave labor and they were never compensated for their work. Now you're saying you, who as a descendant of white America, benefited from that slavery, whether you like it or not, whether you're rich or poor, you as a class probably have an obligation to make right at least on the promise that was made in terms of compensating people for the wages that they hadn't been paid. I might be dumb, but were the slaves promised money or were they forced into slavery? There was a promise made. This is where the 40 acres and a mule line comes from, that there was going to be some amount of land that was going to be set aside after the Civil War where people were going to be paid at no more than 40 acres and then provided like a livestock or whatever to farm land. So there was going to be like black owned fucking towns or rural towns or whatever. And that was a promise that was going to be delivered afterwards. And then I think it was the next president that came in basically just said, never mind, we're reneging on all of that. Fuck you. And then that promise wasn't kept. Why should we be forced to pay black people money because of our white people's past? I thought you cared about people changed. I can't tell what's wrong with you. It's not about revenge. And it's not about like people change. It's just about like, oh, like this is a contract that was promised and it hasn't been paid out. Like this was promised by the United States government. Like we have the money to pay it. We should probably make good on that promise. Like it's pretty simple.
I don't deserve this. Just let me live. I don't deserve this. No, you will put that away.
If you're a poor white man, in what ways have you benefited from your ancestors owning slaves? It's so boring. I'm so sad that so many of you have such a hard time understanding aggregates. Like, I understand now, I guess, why the stats argument is so hard. But like Seal34_, I guess you'd be an example of a white person that clearly didn't benefit from the fucking education and wealth available to the United States because you're just as stupid as like any random fuck from 200 years ago. Like, how fucking stupid are you? Like, when we talk about like, when you're talking about benefits of a class, it doesn't mean every single person benefits, right? Like, you're unironically coming at me with the like, well, Destiny, how do you explain the fact that there are some rich black people and poor white people? Like, how fucking stupid are you? Like, do you have a benefit when you go to the gym and you're young as a man? People that are fucking 18 years old have massively higher testosterone than somebody that's 35 or 40, right? Like, your ability to build muscle and burn fat as a young man is massive. Now, I could make that statement, and the equivalent of what you just did is you coming at me and going, really? Hold on. What about all these fucking nerdy kids that are 18 that don't work out? And I know some power lifters that are still in their 30s and 40s. Totally proved you wrong there, Destiny. Like, what the fuck kind of stupid fucking argument are you making? Like, you can talk about things in an aggregate. That doesn't mean that it's going to apply every single time, right? So when you say something like, well, what about poor white people? How did they benefit from slaves? Who knows? Maybe if there were no slaves, maybe instead of poor white people, maybe they'd be dead white people. Or maybe instead of poor white people, maybe they would be fucking enslaved white people. Or maybe their parents would have never fucking survived some fucking childbirth. Who the fuck knows? Like, on an aggregate, everything I say is true. For every single hyper-specific individual circumstance, of course not. This is why things fall on a distribution. This isn't why everything isn't exactly one thing. Like, Jesus Christ. Where would the money for reparations come from? I don't know, the federal fucking government. Destiny, what about European immigrants, you fucking moron? You just hate white people. What? You're so stupid. It's crazy how identitarian and racialized conservatives become when you fucking talk about anything. I don't give a fuck We're not talking right now about black people, okay? We don't give a fuck about black people, and I'm not talking about white people. We don't give a fuck about white people. I'm talking about people that used to be enslaved as a matter of policy in the United States. There are black people here today that wouldn't get reparations. People that immigrated here from some place who are black from like the 1900s aren't part of this conversation. We're talking about people that used to be slaves in the United States. That's who we're talking about. It's not about being black or white.
Always show. Take him out! Stop! Police!
Practically, how could you determine fairly who gets what? How would you determine whose families represent the past? Was 18, first U.S. Census includes slaves. Fuck, there was, 18, is it 1870? 1874? Why is this date popping up? I don't remember. I had all this information handy for was it 1790? I know that there was a census that happened, and it was like the first census that included, all the, prior like slave families. It was the first time that like every African American had been included in the census. Is it not a fair contention if you immigrated over the past 20 years? No, that's what I'm saying. Reparations aren't about white people giving money to black people. Reparations are about paying on a debt that's owed. That's it. No one nowadays has been enslaved here. Argument falls apart. Stop blaming white people. Don't ever come back to my chat. Bacon Eater. If you see Bacon Eater in Twitch chat, ban him too. He can exist in YouTube chat for a while, I guess. I don't know what the fuck happens in there.
The hell? There you are!
Don't think you can talk your way out of this one.
Okay, let's just read for a little bit. I'm sorry, because apparently I don't know what the fuck people think any of this shit is. The truth behind 40 acres and a mule. We've all heard the story of the 40 acres and a mule promised former slaves. It's a staple of black history lessons, and it's the name of Spike Lee's film company. The promise was the first systematic attempt to provide a form of reparations to newly freed slaves, and it was astonishingly radical for its time, proto-socialist in its implications. In fact, such a policy would be radical in any country today. The federal government's massive confiscation of private property, some 400,000 acres, formerly owned by Confederate landowners, and its methodical redistribution of former black slaves. What most of us haven't heard is that the idea really was generated by black leaders themselves. Wait, why are we saying thanks, Dono? Hold on. It is difficult to stress adequately how revolutionary this idea was. As the historian Eric Foner puts it in his book, Reconstruction, America's Unfinished Revolution, 1863 to 1877, here in coastal South Carolina and Georgia, the prospect beckoned of a transformation of Southern society more radical even than the end of slavery. Try to imagine how profoundly different the history of race relations in the United States would have been had this policy been implemented and enforced. Had the former slaves actually had access to the ownership of land, of property, if they had a chance to be self-sufficient economically, to build, accrue, and pass on wealth. After all, one of the principal promises of America was the possibility of average people being able to own land and all that such ownership entailed. As we know all too well, the promise was not to be realized for the overwhelming majority of the nation's former slaves, who numbered about 3.9 million. We have been taught in school that the source of the policy of 40 acres and a mule was Union General William T. Sherman's Special Field Order No. 15, issued on January 16, 1865. That account is half right. Sherman prescribed the 40 acres in that order, but not the mule. The mule would come later. But what many accounts leave out is that the idea for massive land redistribution actually was a result of a discussion that Sherman and the Secretary of War Edwin M. Stanton held 4 days before Sherman issued the order with 20 leaders of the black community in Savannah, Georgia, where Sherman was headquartered following his famous March to the Sea. The meeting was unprecedented in American history. Today, we commonly use the phrase 40 acres and a mule, but few of us have read the order itself. 3 of its parts are relevant here. Section 1 bears repeating in full. The islands from Charleston south, the abandoned rice fields along the rivers for 30 miles back from the sea, and the country bordering the St. Johns River, Florida, are reserved and set apart for the resettlement of the Negroes now made free by the acts of war and the proclamation of the President of the United States. Section 2 specifies that these new communities, moreover, would be governed entirely by black people themselves. Hold on one second. On the islands and in the settlements hereafter to be established, no white person, whatever, unless military officers and soldiers detailed for duty, will be permitted to reside, and the sole and exclusive management of affairs will be left to the freed people themselves. By the laws of war and the orders of the President of the United States, the Negro is free and must be dealt with as such. Finally, Section 3 specifies the allocation of land. Each family shall have a plot of not more than 40 acres of tillable ground, and when it borders on some water channel with not more than 800 feet waterfront, in the possession of which land the military authorities will afford them protection until such time as they can protect themselves or until Congress shall regulate their title. With this order, 400,000 acres of land, a strip of coastline stretching from Charleston, South Carolina, to the St. Johns River in Florida, including Georgia's Sea Islands and the mainland 30 miles in from the coast, as Barton Myers reports, would be redistributed to the newly freed slaves. The extent of this order and its larger implications are mind-boggling, actually. Who came up with the idea? Here's how this radical proposal, which must have completely blown the minds of the rebel Confederates, actually came about. The abolitionists Charles Sumner and Thaddeus Stevens and other radical Republicans had been actively advocating land redistribution to break the back of Southern slaveholders' power, as Myers observed. But Sherman's plan only took shape after the meeting that he and Stanton held with those black ministers at 8 p.m. January 12th on the second floor of Charles Greene's mansion on Savannah's Macon Street. In its broadest strokes, 40 acres and a mule was their idea. Stanton, aware of the great historical significance of the meeting, presented Henry Ward Beecher, Harriet Beecher Stowe's famous brother, a verbatim transcript of the discussion, which Beecher read to his congregation at New York's Plymouth Church, in which the New York Daily Tribune printed in full in its February 13th, 1865 edition. Macon. Sorry, okay. Stanton told Beecher that, for the first time in the history of the nation, the representatives of the government had gone to these poor, debased people to ask them what they wanted for themselves. Stanton had suggested to Sherman that they gather the leaders of the local Negro community and ask them something no one else had apparently thought to ask. What do you want for your own people following the war? And what they wanted astonishes us even today. Who were these 20 thoughtful leaders who exhibited such foresight? They were all ministers, mostly Baptist and Methodist. Most curious of all to me is that 11 of the 20 had been born free in slave states, of which 10 had lived as free men in the Confederacy during the course of the Civil War. The other one, a man named James Lynch, was born free in Maryland, a slave state, and had only moved to the South 2 years before. The other 9 ministers had been slaves in the South who had become contraband, and hence free, only because of the Emancipation Proclamation when Union forces liberated them. Never mind. Their chosen leader and spokesman was a Baptist minister named Garrison Frazier, aged 67, who had been born in Granville, North Carolina, and was a slave until 1857, when he purchased freedom for himself and his wife for $1,000 in gold and silver. As the New York Daily Tribune reported, Reverend Frazier had been in the ministry for 35 years, and it was he who bore the responsibility of answering the 12 questions that Sherman and Stanton put to the group. The stakes for their future of the Negro people were high. And Frazier and his brothers did not disappoint. What did they tell Sherman and Stanton that the Negro most wanted? Land. The way we can best take care of ourselves, Reverend Frazier began his answer to the most crucial third question, is to have land and to turn it and till it by our own labor, and we can soon maintain ourselves and have something to spare. We want to be placed on land until we are able to buy it and make it our own. And when asked next where the freed slaves would rather live, whether scattered among the whites or in colonies by themselves, without missing a beat, Brother Frazier, as the transcript calls, replied that, I prefer to live by ourselves ourselves, for there is a prejudice against us in the South that will take years to get over. When polled individually around the table, all but one, James Lynch, 26, the man who had moved south from Baltimore, said that they agreed with Frazier. 4 days later, Sherman issued Special Field Order Number 15 after President Lincoln approved it. What became of the land that was promised? The response to the order was immediate. When the transcript of the meeting was reprinted in the black publication, Christian Recorder, an editorial note intoned that from this it will be seen that the colored people down south are not so dumb as many suppose them to be, reflecting north-south slave-free black class tensions that continued well into the modern civil rights movement. The effect throughout the South was electric. As Eric Foner puts it, the freedmen hastened to take advantage of the order. Baptist minister Ulysses L. Houston, one of the groups that had met with Sherman, led 1,000 blacks to Skidway Island, Georgia, where they established a self-government community with Houston as the black governor, and by June, 40,000 freedmen had been settled on 400,000 acres of Sherman land. By the way, Sherman later ordered that the army could lend the new settlers mules, hence the phrase, 40 acres and a mule. And what happened to this astonishingly visionary program, which would have fundamentally altered the course of American race relations? Andrew Johnson, Lincoln's successor and a sympathizer with the South, overturned the order in the fall of 1865 and, as Barton Myers sadly concludes, returned the land along the South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida coasts to the planters who had originally owned it, to the very people who had declared war on the United States of America. When people talk about reparations, this is what they're talking about. Not white people giving money to black people, not black people getting revenge on white people or whatever, but basically that, like, at this time, right? So if we do this from an economic and race lens, right? Well, what did these people think they needed to be like free, truly? Well, in a capitalist society, one of the most freeing things is to have capital. And back then, land, especially in highly agricultural areas, basically capital. If you have land, you have access to natural resources. You can work that land. You can make something in terms of like food, in terms of economy, in terms of clothing. Like it's an important thing to have, not just because it gets you money, but because it builds long-term wealth that can be passed down from generation to generation. But that was basically stolen back from them. It's like, nah, actually, we changed our minds. Like, get bent, fuck off. When people talk about like reparations, this is kind of what we're talking about. It's like, at the very least, even if you're a rich black person, like there was a debt that was owed to you that was stolen from you. Vosh in chat says they wanted the means of production. Unironically, yes, right? That was the vision at the time, was owning that capital is freeing. Because how free are you in a society if you have no access to any of the capital, especially if that capital all conveniently seems to fall on race lines? But yes, when we talk about like reparations, if this promise was never made, would you still be in favor of reparations? No, then we talk about like redistribution or tax policy to right the wrongs of society. But I think for reparations, I think that is a very specific conversation topic that okay, anyway, there. Okay. Fuck the rest of this video, I don't care. All right.
Jews paid double taxes for 1,000 years in Europe. Pay up, feel good man.
Nice. Do you support cash payments or a broader investment/infrastructure program in traditionally black communities? I think that the only right way to do it, there are two ways to do it. One way which is more realistic, second way. First of all, fuck investment in black communities or fuck any of that shit. If you were owed a debt, you should be paid in cash. I think that trying to do reparations in forms of like a community investment would be like working a job at McDonald's or something, and then they give you a card to pay for like your school or some shit. And they're like, okay, well, here's your wages. You're getting paid $7.25 an hour, but you have to spend that money how we tell you. If a debt is owed, then a debt should be paid, I think. Not like, okay, well, we know that you owe you $1 million, but we're going to go ahead and invest that money for you anyway. But like, you'll be chill with it, right? It's cool. Like, I think that it should be paid in like fucking either cash or land, but obviously the land's not gonna happen. I have concerns about this, but I get it. I understand there are concerns. So the analogy that I gave before, and I guess it triggers some people, but like if you paid it out to black people and you're the most racist person in the world and you're worried that they're gonna waste it on fucking on fried chicken and watermelons or whatever crazy shit, even if every single black person wanted to waste every single dollar of their reparations on fried chicken and watermelon, even if they wanted to, It's their fucking money. It's their right to do so. You have no fucking right to tell somebody how to spend their money. Like, that's it. Like, it's as easy as that. No matter what you're worried about them wasting it, that's not your worry. It's theirs. It's their money. They have a right to spend it exactly how they want. Even if it is less effective at alleviating the okay, I can't. Okay, I'm done talking about this now because I feel like I've said the same thing a million times, but for some reason it's not clicking. Reparations are not about alleviating the suffering of Black America. Reparations are not about catching anybody up. Reparations are not about making anybody's life better. Reparations are about paying a debt that's owed. I don't know how many other times or how many other ways that I can keep talking around that before some other fucking dipshit in chat types, well, what if it doesn't help their problems? Like, I don't know how many other ways I can say the exact same thing to you guys. Sorry, I'm like go post in a subreddit about it. I don't know how many other ways I can say it. All right, wasn't it a gift? Why call it take it back as a debt as a gift? Well, it was a promise that was made, and then the American government like stepped back on it. Like, do you think that people would have been as comfortable with the resolution of the Civil War if if this promise hadn't been made? Pay them in Amazon bucks. How recently did you come to this conclusion? I feel like I've only heard the debt promise thing sort of recently. Because for my life, I guess because I'm a white person, I had no fucking idea that any promises had ever been made. When people talk about reparations, I always thought it was just like, oh, like, well, we enslaved you guys, and it was pretty wrong, so we should pay you back for it. And that sounds kind of like, yeah, I guess. So that sounds like kind of dumb. But I'd never heard of like, oh, there were actually promises made that were broken. I'd never actually heard that before. But when I started to do a little bit more reading about that, I was like, oh, wait, hold on. Wait, this is actually really fucked up. This is actually super fucked. Like, if a specific promise was made, and this is a promise that probably would have been leading to long-term wealth building in African-American communities, and then that promise was broken, like, that probably should be made right on. Why is this a 3-year-old clip or 4-year-old clip?
Go get what? It's not even moving. It's bugged out.
Okay, everybody wants to bring up Native Americans. So realistically, I think that the reparations to former slaves, African Americans, can be paid out because we can do that, and it's not going to cause like a massive disruption or destruction of like American society. Realistically, I don't know if you can give back the land of Native Americans without like completely and totally destroying the lives of like potentially hundreds of millions of people, or at the very least tens of millions of people. Like, we can pay back the reparations to African Americans at no cost to anyone else. It's not even a trade-off. Aside from, I guess, some higher taxes. But like the trade-off there is very small. Like giving land back to Native Americans, though, would involve like the resettlement of tens of millions or hundreds of millions of people. So that it's a different, you might still be able to argue in favor of it, but it's a different argument because now you're having to balance the well-being out of like different groups, which gets a little bit more complicated. I don't remember this clip. I don't remember what this little switchblade thing meant up here either. What is happening?
Am I safe here? What did you bring me?
Is wiggling back and forth this quickly even helpful? If somebody was aiming at your head and you're wiggling that fast, aren't they still going to headshot you? Don't you need to wiggle a little bit longer?
What did you bring me?
What did you bring me?
Wait, what is this clip? This who linked this? This was top 3 tier Mutant clips. Okay, we're watching these in the medical zone too. What's up?
What are you doing?
That's true. Nothing much. Just hanging out, chatting with chat.
I see. What do you think about reparations for Jews from Germany?
What were Jews promised? Is there some promise broken?
Well, I mean, Germany killed a lot of them. So there was like some. I think Germany gave Israel like $30,000 per Jew in like today's money. But is that enough, you think?
I mean, if that's what was agreed upon, I mean, I don't know if that's like necessarily fair, but oh my god, wait. Have you seen the Curb Your Enthusiasm Survivor thing?
Yes. Of course, I've seen all of Curb. How have you not watched more of Curb?
I don't know. Holy fuck. Hold on, give me 4 minutes, okay? Fuck, you just reminded me of this. 1 second.
Here, and it's so nice meeting you. This is a treat. This is really a treat.
The treat is ours.
Hi. Look at you. You look great.
You happy?
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Did I really need to wear a suit for this?
Yes, look at everybody's dressed up.
So what have I got going on?
Well, yeah, you should say hello to the rabbi. And, you know, mix and mingle with people.
Larry.
Hello, Rabbi.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Colby. Hi, Larry. Nice to meet you.
Where's this survivor?
What? He's the survivor. From the television show. Survivor. I was over in Australia.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Seinfeld.
He really is.
How is Jerry?
He's good.
Yeah? Is he still doing stand-up?
I just thought you two should meet, you know, fellow celebrities.
Uh-huh.
Thanks again for having me up.
No problem. Okay, I'm gonna say hello to my dad.
Okay.
Thanks again. You're a great sense of humor.
Thrilled to meet you.
Yeah.
Stunned.
It was neat.
Hi.
Hey.
You're the Survivor guy, right?
Hello, Solly. Hey. Good to see you.
You too. Yeah. You have a beautiful house.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
There's going to be a dinner?
Oh, there'll be a dinner. A delicious dinner.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Hey, Solly. Cheryl and I are renewing our vows on Saturday. Why don't you come keep my father company?
Thank you very much.
Yeah?
Listen, where's the other survivor?
He brought his uncle or somebody here because he was told by somebody that a survivor was going to be there, and they heard this differently.
Is that tall guy over there? He's from the television show. Survivor?
People are saying, haha, explaining it, but like 25 of you dipshits in DGG were asking like, I don't get it. They were saying, I don't get it. What's so funny? Fuck you. That's why I had to stop to explain to you fucking morons.
What?
So here we are in a region of Australia where out of the world's 10 most deadly snakes, 9 of them inhabit this region. It was harrowing. You come across a taipan on the trail, you get bit, you're dead. 30 minutes flat.
I'll tell you, that's a very interesting story. Let me tell you, I was in a concentration camp. You never even suffered 1 minute in your life compared to what I went through.
Look, I'm saying we spent 42 days trying to survive. We had very little rations, no snacks.
Snacks? What are you talking snacks? We didn't eat, sometimes for a week, for a month. We ate nothing. I went from
I mean, I couldn't even work out when I was over there. They certainly didn't have a gym.
What?
I mean, I wore my sneakers out, and then the next thing you know, I've got a pair of flip-flops.
Flip-flops?
We slip on the ground, on the dirt. Okay, 118 degrees during the day, 98 at night with 98% humidity.
45 degrees below zero.
Did you guys have a bathroom?
A bathroom?
We didn't have
We
one.
had 12 people at a time would go and shit.
Well, I'm sure you had toilet paper.
We had newspaper.
We had mosquitoes. We
And
certainly didn't have
mosquitoes.
mosquitoes.
You see this glass eye? Huh? Huh?
Have you even seen the show?
Did you ever see our show? It was called the Holocaust.
Look, all I know is I was damn close to that $1 million, all right? And the whole time, everyone's backstabbing me and undermining me, trying to get me kicked off the show.
You don't know nothing about survival. I'm a survivor.
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 Somebody get a sponge.
I don't understand. Why don't you get a sponge? What? I just told her to get a sponge. That's all.
Jesus.
Have you seen any of the other ones? Like,
seen a lot of clips. A lot of clips and like 2 episodes. I'm just one dumb fuck. How's your life been, Dan? Are you redacting a lot?
Yeah, I'm staying busy.
Saving world.
Sad good no one's here again. Wait, is he still in the Rust server?
Let's just go all in. Not on 20. It ain't gonna hit. 20 ain't gonna hit. I need to get my money back.
Oh, old clip.
Okay. Not 3, not 20. Not 3.
Oh god, it's gonna land on 3. I can feel it.
It's 3. We're not having a good day of gambling. I would say that we're probably down on gambling for the day. Sad good no one's here again.
I love it how when people play roulette, if you watch them in the casino, they have like all these complicated, like, okay, I'm gonna do this and this and this and this and this. When it like all at the end of the day, it's literally all the same fucking odds.
We have enough time left in the song. We have time. As long as the song doesn't slow down, we can't lose on the wheel. Stop on 1. It slowed down.
How's life, Dan? How you doing?
You know, thinking thoughts, etc. How's your life? Seems pretty frisky. You know, also, I'd like to defend myself, if you will, because
Oh yeah, now you're gonna walk it back.
well,
Go
I feel
ahead.
like you've been a little bit aggressive with the takes against me, saying that this wasn't going to be a 10 out of 10 drama, and I'd like to qualify that. I would say originally it was not 10 out of 10 drama, and I think you would concur with that. Day one, this was not 10 out of 10 drama. It was 3 out of 10. Pretty boring, not that exciting. However, you, in your infinite artistic manner that you have of yourself, have taken this from a 3 out of 10 to an 11 out of 10, just as you essentially go to, I don't know, ruin your life as a result of this stuff, taking it to the next level, essentially. So, congratulations, you have certainly turned this lukewarm drama into an 11 out of 10. I did not see that coming.
So to be clear, you didn't say this was going to be shit at the beginning. You said it after I showed you the completed manifesto, Dan.
Which manifesto? Because
The completed one.
Two, right?
No, I only did one real one.
Let me go see my exact comments, because I don't want to argue against myself. One moment.
Yeah? No, go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. Let's see. What did I say here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I said some stuff like, I stand by some of these comments. I said you need to spice this up.
Yeah, you did say that. Yep, more killer page one.
Make a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I told you to call him Bob Weinstein a lot and put that in the titles. You did not do that. I thought that would have been
So
good.
you're spamming. For sure, but sure, your preface sucks ass. Let's see, what else? Why not make it easier for everyone in the world to hate Bob and vindicate you? Just bullet points. Oh no, this is your advice to put big claims in the beginning, which was good.
Hold on, let me just find the part where I thought this was 1 out of 10 drama. Let's see.
Yeah, you do that.
Sounds like a lot of doubter cope to me.
Yep.
I was never a doubter. I believed.
I've gone over all this. I listened to the entire convo. Nobody else will. That's all I'm saying. You got to dumb this down more.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
No, I think my storytelling was good, start to finish. I don't think I had to dump down anything. I needed to explain.
Well, no, wait. I was using that as a reference to Bob shit. Is that Bob had basically he put out 600 pages of stuff and 2,000 logs.
Yeah, but I had to tell the story from the start for people to understand the way that he talks. Otherwise, everything he says is really convincing. But I think people followed it.
Sure. The biggest complaint I had over your manifesto, and maybe I looked too deep into it. I really didn't like how we had fucking an hour dedicated to this he said, she said sleuthing to find out he deleted the VOD for this reason.
That wasn't an hour. That was literally 2 paragraphs.
It felt a lot longer when I was reading it.
Yeah. Okay.
It was and then I woke up the next morning and they deleted the VOD.
You're literally talking about 1 page out of 17 pages.
It felt like a
pretty, or half a page out of 17 pages.
Listen, I don't.
And then you were telling me that I needed to nickname Bob 7 to Bob Weinstein in order to make people care about it.
Bobby Weinstein. Yes. You know what? And that would have made you have a lot more nicknames carry so far. I can tell you as Micro Dan, No Japan, okay? It makes all the difference in the world when you do that. And if you did that and said it was the Bob 7 manifesto, it was
and then you typing,
Weinstein.
you're not understanding the narratives. You're your reputations aren't linked at all with Bose. You're deluding yourself if you think that's true. Literally, no one thinks that. Nobody. And then Bob 7's second manifesto is literally saying Bose and Destiny need to suffer for what they've done or something. I'm being a little bit.
I feel like you're paraphrasing.
You really think so? Wait, somebody linked the Bob 7's second manifesto.
I don't know. Anyways, look, I'm giving you a compliment now when I say this, okay?
Uh-huh.
I felt like you turned drama that I genuinely thought.
His second manifesto was titled Destiny's and Bose's actions should not be tolerated.
Okay, let me finish my statement here. It's a compliment. You want to hear a compliment,
yeah.
Do you not?
What?
Okay. I am genuinely impressed with your ability to turn something that I thought was not that entertaining into something that was quite entertaining. That is,
wow,
I tip my hat to
I try to have a content brain.
Good job.
Okay. Oh, hold on 1 second. And that's why we need to control Metal Gear. Okay. Oh! Real quick, while I have you guys here, listen to me, okay? Are you guys in or near Omaha, Nebraska, and you want to go canvass to help us get a new mayoral candidate elected? This is the second part of my big canvassing operation. If you can't do it, donate to the group pool. I'm going to read through anything that's donated now because those donations don't get read out loud on stream.
I'm going to this one. I got a job at a tutoring place, which gets me a vaccine, which means I can actually go this time.
Oh, cute. So, dude, are you having problems, Dan? Will you log into PayPal and like...
Huh?
Do you have a problem where you log into PayPal and it doesn't show you how much your balance is in the top left? Like, it's just kind of glitchy?
PayPal? No. Shows my shit.
Fucking annoying.
Sorry, you talking PayPal or is there another service, PayPool?
Oh, sorry, I was thinking of it because you have money pools. But no, PayPal. When you log into PayPal, it's not,
No, it shows my balance there. You know what I miss? I miss the old PayPal user interface. Give it back to me. I don't like the new one. Go back 3 years. Oh, that was the good shit. Anyone remember the old PayPal user interface? I want that. You know what else? Bring back Skype, but the old user interface for Skype. I want that too.
Brave.
God, how the case study in Skype and fucking things up.
Yeah.
This is like there's a fucking movie here. There's books here. This was
Well, it's because they tried their dumbass Teams shit. Like they were in the middle of trying to convince everybody that Teams was worth using in the middle of it instead of just sticking with Skype.
Well, no, I think this predated that. They had a huge UI. Skype was the app for doing video chat with anyone across the board, hands down. And not only that, Skype was the number one instant messaging tool that there was.
Mm-hmm.
I understand Discord was coming out, but they just fucking destroyed Skype with one update where they made the user interface look like Snapchat. I don't know why they did it, and they wouldn't revert.
Oh, yeah, using this all of the Skype shit is really weird now. Okay, I'm reading these out. Okay, yesterday, Anonymous, $20. Thank you. Joshua Gage yesterday, $4. Thank you. Subri Keller, $100. Keep your head up and keep doing good. I think you mean doing well, or I could be doing good. Thank you. Nicholas Chin, foreign election interference Pepe, $100. Thank you. Caleb Eskridge, can't be there, but I hope the canvassing goes well. People need to be way more involved in local elections as they have way more impact on people's daily lives. $100. Thank you so much. Anonymous yesterday, good luck, $10. Anthony Singinson, $60 yesterday. Thank you very much. Elias Grancula yesterday, $5. Anonymous yesterday, $25. First names only, remember? Somebody said if you look at the pool publicly, you can see the first and last name. So fuck you if you don't want it revealed. You're dumb anyway. Anonymous. Connor Bailey, $5 yesterday. Andy Liang yesterday. Hi, dude. I think you're cool. Oh, I shouldn't have read that. 58 cents. What a dumb fuck. Zachary Greninger, $10 yesterday. Abather, thank you very much. Anonymous yesterday, $25. Thank you very much. And Anonymous today, $50. Thank you very much. Did you see that LSF mega thread has been nuked of any supportive threads and left only the Bob and Casey support? Wait, what? No way. That thread got like 6,000 comments. Holy shit. Oh, and also here's the pool if you're not able to make it. My total personal costs for this are going to be about $60,000. Can you donate if you aren't from America? Yeah, right now I'm working all as like a business where I'm independent from the campaign. So I believe we're going to be like a 501c4 is the registration that we're filing for. But yeah, okay. Wait, what do you mean nuked of any? They nuked like 1.5 thousand comments overall. Wait, I don't think they nuked any of the clips or whatever, right? Like this seems like... If we have questions, do we PM sHAj8p, or do we post it in the Discord? Look at the Reddit post, and all the questions will be answered there. Baked Alaska is fucked. What a timeline. Watching these guys getting arrested. My face when the FBI is investigating Nick Fuentes for being involved in a fucking coup, and he's still fucking verified on Twitter, and I'm banned on Twitter for making fun of him. Unfucking real. But okay. Are you looking for bigger donations that would push your canvassing towards a bigger endeavor? Well, no, we already have the entire plan laid out. So it's just nice to get donations to help pay for it. Otherwise, it's just personal money right now. So like right now, like my personal commitment to this project is about $60,000, but that's like a lot of money for me to just personally spend. So I'm like soliciting donations on the backs of streams to help pay for it, basically. Oh shit, hold on. Refresh, we have an unlucky emote. Wait, what? Doesn't this kind of suck?
It completely sucks. Who did this?
Oh, Normies Rhea is a huge Caseytron fan, so she's probably working. It wouldn't surprise me if she was working with Casey on some of this shit. Damn, wait, is she like a full-on conspiracy theorist? What?
Was it ever confirmed whether or not it's one or multiple
It's
people?
definitely multiple. This person's account is way too active.
Is that Pseudosia person also multiple people?
No, she's just terminally.
I had to fucking mute that account every 5 minutes. It's like a new fucking tweet.
Which person?
Pseudosia.
Oh, I love her to death, and she is cool in this community, but she definitely like posts way too much on Twitter. That's like not healthy. She's like at squirrel levels of posting almost, I think.
Yeah, I thought I was bad with Twitter, but like, holy shit.
Are you sure it's not multiple people? That's what I thought.
No, I'm like personal friends with her, and she's just like way too fucking online.
Interesting. You know something I didn't know? You know the Surfs? That's actually 2 people. But I've only ever seen one.
People keep saying that, but I don't know if that's true.
Wait, what? Like identical twins?
Or somebody working behind the scenes or something. I don't know.
Oh god, you just reminded me. I can't believe... I mean, I guess they all fell for it, but they fucking tweeted out the dumb fucking... They mistook net worth for, like, salary. Like, to an extreme degree. On, like, they said they did the CEO ratio of pay to the average employee, and they claimed that Jeff Bezos makes 2.8 million times more than the average employee.
Oh, because they're taking into account his capital.
Yeah. So apparently Bezos is pulling in fucking 90 billion a year.
I don't know. Okay. Oh, update. Okay, Drama Frogs out. Metal Gear Solid Frogs in.
I'm not leaving this voice channel till I see the actual game load up.
Oh wait, somebody did make this bet with me. I remember this. 5 years ago, Stin. The wager. Stin, do you want to bet? I will bet you a friendly bet $20 that Half-Life 3 won't release in the next 5 years. Send me $20 now. I'll pay you back in 5 years on stream if they release. And he donated to me.
He should have tried to rules lawyer you with Half-Life Alex.
Yeah. Destiny, the deleted comments. Biscuit Raider, why are you posting a screenshot like this? What am I supposed to do with this? Okay.
Alright, that's my cue to leave.
Be careful.
See ya.
What am I doing? I don't know where I'm supposed to go right now. I'm totally confused.
Raiden, locate Emma Emmerich and have her put the President's disc to use. Emma is on B1 of the Shell 2 core.
Gotcha.
The clock is ticking. Locate her
Oh, and what about all the low-income white people whose entire ancestry was also poor? What about the white people who never received significant money from their parents? Just everybody whose skin color is white should be forced to pay? What a
Damn.
joke.
How dumb can you be, dude? Rip?
Seal34_ is probably a Pepe poster ye never lose. Kevin Shane, $4.99. I thought I recognized the author's name. He's the Harvard professor that got arrested for trying to enter his own house.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Tags Tony Bumfucker.
Oh.
You gnome fuck!
Peppa K.
You gnome
Does Destiny read Twitch chat? Only to tell you I read Twitch chat.
You gnome fuck!
What? Wait, this didn't change, did it? The layout of this area?
Raiden, are you reading me? This is Otacon.
Reverend
What's your
Destiny,
situation?
father of
Wet
the DGG
and
cult,
miserable.
maker of
This place is
Manifesto.
flooded.
I
The
was a
seawater
believer,
that's been
but I
pumped up
stood
is
by
pouring into
silently
the
as others
building.
went to war in
I
the Battle of
see.
the Bob. In
Listen,
repentance,
there's
I
something
paid
I have to tell
forward
you
to
about
these
EE.
dumb fucks who
Don't
didn't
worry about
already
her.
have
I'll
subs.
get her out.
Love
She's
you,
afraid
buddy.
of water. What? Yeah. When she was 6 years old, she almost drowned with my father in our swimming pool. She can't swim? Well, yes and no. We used to swim a lot together when we were kids. In fact, she swam like a fish until that day when she almost drowned. When the accident happened, I was in my room. I learned later that EE was calling me for help. She didn't doubt for a minute that I'd be there. You could see the pool from my room, but I didn't realize at the time that she needed my help.
What were you doing?
I was...
So Emma survived the ordeal.
Yeah, but my father didn't.
So you blamed yourself and left your family?
No. EE seems to believe that was the case. The fact is, I betrayed her.
And you think she can't swim because of the traumatic experience?
I haven't seen her since that day, but yes, I think so. I got a letter from Julie, her mother, after they moved back to England. In her letter, she mentioned that EE couldn't swim anymore, that she refused to even wear a bathing suit.
Damn, if she still can't swim, we're in trouble. Level B1 in the core is pretty much flooded.
Look, maybe you can help her overcome the trauma.
You want me to help her get over it?
Well, it's still gonna take some time to repair the cam-off.
Sorry, kid. Emma's rescue is up to you.
Thanks. An underwater mission. Well, this is a first. Look, I'll see what I can do.
I suggest that you drum the map of the building into your head, because you won't have time to look at it when you try to bring Emma out.
I'm counting on you, Raiden.
I covered most of the core when I had to take out the C4s. If there's anything you need to ask me, call me on the codec.
I'll do that.
Do you think do you read Twitch chat? I think I found a loophole. I just want to know how to email you. Wait, loophole for what? Hi Destiny, please do Dead Space. I think I already did Dead Space 1 through 3, I think. No, I played 1 and 2. I was gonna play through Dead Space 3 with JP, and then I think I got bored. Wait, how did Stillman die again? I thought he got exploded. Why is his whole body here? Hello?
Hi.
No, I'm not talking to you. What the fuck? Go up.
Hey, what did the cowboy say during his second rodeo?
I don't know what, Dan.
This ain't my first rodeo. Alright, I gotta go. Cheers.
Fuck you.
Still ticking, huh?
Unfortunately, hell had no vacancies. I thought so. Human muscles are quite eloquent. They speak out clearly what a person's next move will be. They even tell me which way a gun is going to be pointed before the trigger is pulled. But your muscles, they're different. This should be fun. Well worth the wait.
I was coming?
You've become a nuisance. I can't let you interfere with arsenal gear. The girl is just ahead. She is of no use to us now. But she served us well as the live bait for the big catch. Crazy Ivan sometimes speaks the truth.
Emma's alive?
She was some time ago. But the flooding has become quite serious. I wouldn't be surprised if she's a mermaid now.
What?
Did you really think killing the president would prevent a nuclear strike? Think again.
I didn't do it.
Arsenal is still armed with a purified hydrogen bomb.
Purified hydrogen bomb?
Purified hydrogen bomb? Wait, hold on real quick. What is the video setting that I can change that will make this not be weird? I'm using OpenGL hardware. Should I use OpenGL software as a renderer? Because sometimes the rendering is a little bit off. Or like, does anybody know why the skin like renders weirdly sometimes? Software worked better for me. One thing that's a little bit scary is that when I change this from hardware to software... Oh no, wait, hold on. What am I using right now? Config, video, plugin settings. It's using OpenGL hardware. If I change it from OpenGL hardware to software, I lose like all of these settings. Does that matter? Oh, skin rendering is just a PC SX2 glitch, so that's not going to help at all. Because I don't think I can change the... No, they're just unchangeable. You don't lose them. Let's see what happens, I guess.
This is no ordinary nuclear bomb. This weapon is capable of heavy hydrogen nuclear fusion using lasers and magnetics to generate heat-insulated compression. It was a top-secret project initiated by the current president, and Solidus has no idea of its existence. The clean thermonuclear bomb is at an experimental stage and is handled differently. Specifically, it becomes launch-capable when Arsenal is activated. A nuclear threat still exists. 6 months ago, we lost everything we believed in. We were abandoned to take the fall in their cover-up. We were labeled as killers, responsible for the mass murder of civilians as well as our own allies. And the public believed every word, turning a deaf ear to whatever we had to say to the contrary. Our only goal is to wipe them from the face of the earth and destroy this world of deceit they have created along with them.
You're insane.
Insane? We might be the only ones telling the truth.
Wait, this looks like shit.
Final check for activating Arsenal has been
Wait, or does it? Oh, his skin's not fucked. The textures are... or the resolution or something is...
To go into operation.
Damn it!
You're still hoping that the girl can install that virus you're carrying around, aren't you?
You know?
It's a shame you're not going to be around long enough to hand her the program.
The rendering is better, but the resolution isn't upscaled.
You know. It's a byproduct of the microbes contained in the pool. Buoyancy is practically non-existent thanks to the high oxygen content. Once you fall in, you don't come up. Take a good look at your grave. Aren't you?
Wait, should I look at the difference?
You know?
It's a shame you're not going to be around.
I feel like the other one looks better. We'll just deal with some of the rendering issues. Fuck it. So plugin settings, we'll use OpenGL hardware. Because the internal resolution looks way better. I fucked with something else. Good luck.
Long enough to hand her the program.
Okay, good luck.
That isn't seawater, you know. It's a byproduct of the microbes contained in the pool. Buoyancy is practically non-existent thanks to the high oxygen.
Nope, hold on. Sorry, one more.
Content.
Okay.
Aren't you?
You know?
It's a shame you're not going to be around long enough to hand her the program. That isn't seawater, you know. It's a byproduct of the microbes contained in the pool. Buoyancy is practically non-existent thanks to the high oxygen content. Once you fall in, you don't come up. Take a good look at your grave. Show me what you've got.
I don't remember how you're supposed to beat this guy. Wait, is it that easy? Do I just shoot him over and over again? Do I get something special if I, like, stun him to death? I don't remember. Oh, I think you get, like, their dog tags or something. I don't think you really... I don't give a fuck. Imagine being this much, but dumb fuck. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm hitting that guy, but okay. Is this supposed to be difficult? It's on normal mode. I don't think you can damage him when he's glowing red. Oh, it's kind of like your mom. Wait, we can't damage him at all? Let's test that theory. Seems to work pretty well. Wait, do I just shoot the water? Does it hurt him? Oh, empty. That's not cool. This grenade launcher sucks a little bit. Alright, let's slow down, Goku.
Take this.
If you whittle his health down and then shoot him with a stun gun, do you get his dog tags? No, because he's got 2 separate life bars. One is for being stunned and one is for being like killed.
Take this.
What are you doing?
Take this. Yeah.
Dumb fuck.
You gnome fuck!
Colonel, they've apparently completed the final check procedure for arsenal gear.
Find Emma on the double. You've got to get her to install the virus program that the President gave you. When you find her, take her to the computer room on level B2 in the core of Shell 1.
Snake, did you catch all that? I didn't make it on time. Arsenal's going active.
Yeah, I heard. The hostage rescue's gonna have to wait.
I'm going after Emma.
We'll secure the computer room. Looks like we can't install the virus program without Emma.
Can't your partner do it?
I would if I could, but the security for this system is no joke. I need more time.
That's why we need her.
Understood. I'll make sure you have your family reunion. What's up?
A lot of years have passed between EE and me.
Then you should see her, right?
I don't have the right to see her.
We can talk about this later. Raiden, I think you'd better get moving. Emma's in the locker room to the north, right?
I'm on it.
Destiny, Booksmarts is going over your manifest and saying that you also pushed women. Wait, really? He's not really, right? Normally I don't mind him like both sidesing like my political debates and whatnot, but if he tries to like both sides the Bob thing really hard, that would be like pretty shitty of him, I think. Depending on how he's saying it. Like, I don't mind him being like really charitable to like my debate opponents or whatever, but no, this is probably not the best time for that. Wait, do I not have? Do I not have a mini map for this part? Why would you do this to me? I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Remember when the Colonel said to memorize the layout? Yeah, your mom memorized how to get laid by my out. Go up! Thank you. Wait, this isn't where I came from, right? Body armor is here? Wait, like underwater? Wait, why are people spamming question marks? Wait, what? Oh, because of your mom joke. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna fuck all your moms.
And here we go. Again, I'm gonna have to stamp manipulate, right? Here is another instance of manipulating the people involved here in the evidence in your favor. And this was on a narrative I don't think you really had solidly booked down, but if, again, you're like Bob. If you get somebody alone in a room with you, I'm convinced that you can convince them, right? This is something we assume about Bob, and we use as like a mechanic in our arguments to like say a bunch of shit about him. And again, equally applies to Destiny. If Destiny gets you alone in a room, he can convince you of something, right? So we really need to hide.
I 100% think that Booksmarts is completely completely out of his league in analyzing interpersonal issues. The only reason that I will push back so hard here, and I will leak every fucking log that I've ever had, is that I absolutely never pushed anybody to have like any particular relationship with any person ever. The idea that I lock people in rooms to convince them of things, like, could I? Sure. But like, after I did like my big figuring out like who was fucking with me, like Melina and Erica both remained close friends with Bob for 2 months. Him trying to push this idea that I would like tilt something in my favor is totally fucking brain dead. That is not even remotely resembling of reality. And I will push back on this so hard because I'm not going to simultaneously have like lived my life like dealing with all this dumb shit for months, and then somebody like Booksmarts comes in and is like, oh, well, I think Destiny was manipulating the situation just as hard on the other side. What a stupid fucking take that plays so well into the narrative that Bob is feeding the victims, that like, oh, Destiny manipulates just as hard. Like, it is so absolutely not even remotely close to being true. That is such a brain dead, mind-numbingly fucking stupid take. Oh my god. Sometimes I worry that like, yeah, that's what I want. Sometimes I worry that he tries so hard to be impartial or something that he unironically like both sides himself to like, and like an absurd extent. I feel like there are gonna be people that come away from that conversation thinking that I'm just as manipulative as like Bob is or whatever. God damn it, I came right back to the fucking start. LSF thinks that? Yeah, and he's like feeding into that narrative. Fuck, that's such a stupid thing for him to say. Oh my god. Where in the fuck? Who builds hallways like this? Wait, do I have less O2 here than I did in the prior area? Bullets for the PSG-1. Has there ever, in the history of video games, ever been a game where somebody was like, I really like the water section? Has that ever happened? Why do people insist on doing it? Oh, you lose more O2 depending on how damaged you are. That actually makes sense. Okay, I don't know why I keep coming in here. Okay, this isn't what I just came from, right? No, this can't be. This can't be. No! Okay, thank God. Thank you. Okay. Wait, hold on, I'll be right back, 1 second. Alright, sorry, I'm here. More cringe from Booksmarts. Wait, am I really gonna have to spend today talking about this again?
But they talk, and I'll be honest, one of the things I hadn't considered is that even if Melina and Bose hate each other, that doesn't mean Destiny can't be organizing with Melina and Bose independently. Yeah, it's almost like there's a mirror, and what we have on the one side that we're accusing Bob of is something that we have evidence for and we can see happening on the other side with Destiny. They're both independently talking to these women and trying to push them towards conclusions and telling them about what they think about the others based on private information. And like, yes, there is a mirror there. Now, what they're trying to accomplish, what their intentions are, whatever, could...
God damn it.
To keep Melina and Erica talking to one another. This part of his narrative absolutely crumbles under the slightest bit of investigation. Fuck him for trying to invent that lie. The second part of his story relies on this idea that Bose ran around maliciously collecting women to feed lies to about Bob 7 in order to get everybody on some big cancel Bob story. Initially, Bose didn't actually want to go to Austin with Bob's story. We're going to get into that later. I want to be very clear also as I bring up this document. I am able to substantiate what I know and what I've seen and what Melina knows and what Melina has seen. I trust everything that Melina says 1,000,000% because she has never lied to me. Everything I've ever verified has always been true. I also trust Pichu 99.999%. I've never seen her lie to me.
Destiny, you're fucked. You're fucked. You had your opportunity to talk to me about whatever. You're fucked. I'm going to finish your thing. I'm going to stick with exactly what we're talking about. You're not going to have an opportunity to interfere with this investigation. You've been interviewed. You've had your opportunity. You wrote your manifesto. You did your video. And we're going to review it. Okay? Okay. That's what we're going to do. Okay? That's where we're going.
She doesn't come off as that kind of person. Bose, I've only known her for a couple months. I don't think she would lie. I'm not 100% sure on that. But when I went out to make this document, I was initially not really trying to corroborate or prove any of the claims that Erica had made because I don't really think it was part of my story, despite the fact that Bob 7...
Okay, drag me in after because holy fuck, you're brain dead when it comes to some of these interpersonal issues. All right, bro. Whatever. Scream, scream.
Wait, do none of these open except Emma's locker? Oh, wait. I got a book. You know what kind of book that is. Punch them open? I don't think you can punch these ones. When are you going to realize Booksmarts is just another leech? I don't think Booksmarts is a leech. I think Booksmarts is a good guy. I think he's just trying really, really hard to remain, like, impartial here so he doesn't seem biased, which is causing him to, like, both sides it, like, really hard.
Are you all right?
Holy parallels.
Who are you?
Raiden, I'm getting you out of here.
Get me out. You're lying. Where are you taking me this time?
What are you talking about? I'm here to help. Here, I'll prove it. Do you have nanos?
What?
Well, do you?
I do. Everybody on this project has them.
Okay, good. Let's try. Can you hear me now?
Nanocommunication?
That's right. I have nanomachines too.
Then you're not one of them.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
And you came to rescue me?
Actually, I need your help to stop Arsenal. I understand you're the only one who might be able to do it.
And who told you that?
The President.
Really?
I need you to come with me to Shell 1. Your brother's waiting for you there.
My brother?
Come on! We have to get moving. This place will be flooded soon. We better move.
I can't swim. Leave me.
You can swim. You used to love it.
How do you know?
Your brother told me.
He's really here?
That's right. He's here to rescue you.
I don't believe you. He would never come for me.
And I'm telling you he's here, waiting for us at Shell 1.
No! He left me, my mother, when we needed him the most. When my father died, all he could think about was himself.
Emma, we can go over all that later. But first, we have to get out of here.
No! I hate water! It's hopeless! I can't swim! I can't swim!
You can do it!
I can't!
Come on, deep down inside, you know you can swim.
I can't keep my eyes open in the water. Endless blue. The water, it wants me. It won't let me go.
All right, then close your eyes. I'll guide you.
I was injected with something. My legs. I have trouble moving them.
Listen, Emma, just hold your breath. I'll do the rest. First, we'll head to filter chamber 2. Then we'll take a break.
And all I have to do is hold my breath.
That's right.
How long?
Just a little while.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. That's how I got here.
I don't think I can do it. I'm not good at holding my breath.
Look, Emma, I have an idea. Put your ear against my chest and listen to my heartbeat.
Your heartbeat?
Count the beats. Don't think about anything else. When you reach 100, open your eyes. By that time, we'll be on the other side. Give me a signal if you think you're running out of breath.
What will you do then?
I'll swim faster. Hang on tight. Okay, let's go.
I'm closing my eyes.
Take some deep breaths. 1, 2, 3.
Wait!
What is it?
Let me take off my glasses.
You know, you should wear contacts.
There's nothing wrong with my eyes. I wear them for show.
Trying to be different from the other girls?
No, it's not like that. I like glasses. And there's this guy I liked who used to wear them.
Your first boyfriend?
No. Somebody more important.
My dad.
Anyway,
Sorry, I'm just
they
kidding.
bring me luck.
Feels weird, man.
Okay, let's go.
I'm already turned around. I don't remember where I came from. I don't remember where I'm going. I think I'm going up. Nope. Wait, that's the wrong way. I just hate water levels. It does something to my brain. It does something to my brain. Go up. Go up! Hello? Good one, the Wavy Boys. Oh, let's just go ahead and chill.
You did good.
I concentrated on your heartbeat. It reminded me of when I was a kid. I remember my brother giving me a piggyback ride. I was sleeping with my ear against his back. I could hear his heartbeat.
Sounds like you were close.
We were, back then. We were stepchildren in our parents' second marriages. Wherever my brother went, I used to tag along. My brother didn't have any close friends, so he used to take care of me. We both wanted to be loved so much. So much that we used to pretend.
Pretend?
Yeah, we used to play house. My brother was the husband and I was the wife. But it was always just make-believe. We were only kids. You know what I mean.
I never had a family, but I think I know what you mean.
How do you not have a family? You're a fucking test tube, babe? I guess it's Metal Gear Solid, so it could be, huh?
Raiden, what's your status?
Colonel, I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
Good one.
Good job. Get her over to Shell 1 as soon as you can.
That's going to be hard with the connecting bridge on the upper level destroyed.
Didn't Olga say something about taking the oil fence at the bottom of Strut L?
Yeah, I remember that.
You should be able to go down by way of Strut L. Try and get over there.
What about Emma? She's been injected with something and she can't walk without any help.
Take her with you. Free your hands of any equipment and hold down the action button to give her a hand. To release your grip on her, take your finger off the action button. Emma can sit and wait until you help her back up. And be careful. You won't be able to use any weapons while you're leading her. Now head for Strut L.
We're on our way.
Raiden, we've infiltrated the computer room. What's your situation?
Emma's safe. We're heading your way.
Good job.
Shell 1's deserted. Looks like everybody's aboard Arsenal.
I had a look at the system, but there's nothing I can do. EE's our only hope.
Right. I'll put her on then.
Huh? EE? What? How?
I'll use my Kodak as a relay. Here she is.
Hal?
Wait, can I hear her thoughts?
EE, is that you?
No.
Hal.
EE. Why are you involved with Metal Gear?
Huh?
You knew our family's dark history and still got involved? What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Should have known.
Smack her down.
Answer me. Why are you repeating the same mistake?
I wanted to hurt you. I wanted to see you suffer.
EE?
You abandoned me.
No, that's not what happened.
All right, that's enough.
Who are you?
I'm a friend of Otacon's, Emma.
Otacon?
Enough with the sibling rivalry.
That's not what this is.
We haven't got time for this. Raiden, get her over here right now.
I...
Gotcha, Snake. I'll head over there with Emma.
Most of the enemy's aboard Arsenal, but I suggest you be careful. Make sure Emma gets here in one piece.
Raiden, take care of my sister.
Don't worry. I'll get her there.
Oh, that wrong button, sorry. Wait, what is the... Oh, this one.
Emma, Snake and Hal are waiting for us in Shell 1's computer room. I've got this disk that the President gave me. This disk is supposed to contain a virus that can corrupt Arsenal Gear's operating system. We need you to...
This is my program.
What?
Why did the President give it to you?
Huh?
Did something happen to the President?
Yeah, he's dead, dog. Like, super dead.
He's dead.
What?
You actually wrote this virus?
It's not really a virus. It's more like a worm cluster. It's actually a delayed effect autonomous program that's designed to invade GW's cerebrum and render its nerve connections useless.
True.
You know what GW is?
Of course. I created it.
Of course.
Huh?
You look surprised.
Well...
Cat got your tongue?
I'm sorry, How about the Patriots? Ever heard of them?
Yes, but I only know what I've been told.
Can you tell me what you know?
Sure, but it's hard to put into words.
Right. Are you reading me, Emma?
Yes, loud and clear.
The president said that Arsenal gear was the Patriots' key to supremacy.
That's as good a description as any.
What exactly is it?
It's a massive data processing system capable of controlling information on a global scale.
A data processing system?
That's right. The system's a social device for maintaining the Patriots' control.
You've lost me.
Well, in this day and age, information emerges from every direction and is freely distributed. A variety of information gathered by servers employing the latest in high-speed communication networks and P2P technology is rapidly circulated to individuals. In fact, the speed of this circulation process is accelerating on an almost daily basis. The Patriots seem to be afraid of this development. Apparently, they believe that their role will shift from dominant to dominated. Let me give you an example. You're aware of Solid Snake's anti-Metal Gear activities, aren't you?
Yeah, I know a little about it.
Well, that's just a small sample of uncontrolled information. I can guarantee you the Patriots did not want Solid Snake's name publicized. Now, look at it like this. Political scandal, corporate corruption, up until now, the Patriots have managed to keep a lid on these and other self-serving events. But with their existing data processing system, they're no longer able to effectively control the flow of information generated at the individual level. With the newly created system, they can fully regulate digital information. High-level information can be categorized in stages, given clearance levels, and deleted as necessary, never to be seen by the public. By deleting such information, the Patriots can shape the course of history as they see fit.
Somebody's bound to catch on.
No, the memory capacity, not to mention the lifespan of the average individual, is extremely limited. On the other hand, digital information lasts virtually forever. It doesn't deteriorate.
So?
The alphabet, 26 letters, right? It could have been 30 letters. What if the 4 deleted letters were controlled by a program?
Impossible.
It's not. In fact, something similar is already underway. Do you know how many genes exist in an individual?
About 30 to 40,000?
Right. That's what was announced at the turn of the century. But there's actually 100,000 according to the original theory advanced by the scientific community. Information regarding the remaining 60,000 was suppressed by the Patriots.
No.
Why? How would you know? Do you know what a gene looks like? Did you count them yourself?
There are research organizations.
Of course. And their reports have already been subtly altered. They're even beginning to believe the doctored reports.
Vegan Gains was
GW
right.
is a system that allows the Patriots to decide what will be recorded in tomorrow's history.
So what we're talking about is one huge censorship system for deleting information which might be inconvenient to the Patriots.
Exactly. The actual physical core for handling the task, GW, is installed in Arsenal. It's the only system in the world with an optic neural AI that has a parallel processing capacity of 980 trillion Hammets.
I suppose that being a specialist in neural AI and complex logic played a significant role in your association with the Metal Gear project.
That's not the only reason.
What do you mean? I guess there are plenty of other reasons.
Yes, there are.
I understand.
Do you?
So Arsenal gear was actually designed to protect the GW system, wasn't it?
Yes. It's armed with everything, including nuclear weapons, and is fully equipped with cyber-terrorist countermeasures. Physically and logically, it's the ultimate fortress for housing GW.
But is the AI actually capable of controlling everything?
No. GW is only the system's core. It's only for deciding what data is stored or deleted. The actual subsystem for executing the task exists within our social structure.
What?
Do you remember the panic that gripped the computer industry prior to the end of the century?
You mean the Y2K problem?
That's right. If you recall, our government supplied the world with a countermeasure program, using the internet at full capacity. The program was distributed to every governmental organization, every key facility throughout the world. In addition, the same program was included in an OS application for distribution among the public.
Let me guess. The Y2K countermeasure contained a program designed by the Patriots.
Yes, and everything supplied from that day onward contains the same program.
Impossible.
Do you know how a computer operates? Do you really know the basic principles on how data is exchanged? Nobody's aware of it, but there's a subsystem in place, and it's about to be activated.
Is that why Solidus wants to burn out every electrical circuit in Manhattan with a nuclear blast?
Probably, but the overall system isn't actually complete.
What?
It still lacks the necessary factors for judging situations. I heard they were planning a major experiment in the next few days to provide complex data for GW to study. And suddenly all this happens.
Emma, it's not your fault. If it wasn't for the terrorists...
Yeah, you're right. Well, I think that's about all I know.
Right. Thanks. I think we'd better head for the computer room.
My bird in the computer room. Is he safe?
That noisy, overgrown parakeet?
Excuse me, he's a parrot. And he's my best friend. My only friend.
Well, the bird's okay.
Good. Did you know that in the old days, miners used to take a canary into the mine shafts to detect toxic gas?
That's what he's for?
No. I really needed someone to talk to.
Right. I think we'd better get moving. We've got a little longer to cover than the last time.
I'll give it my best.
Whatever you do, don't open your eyes.
Why not?
A dead body, not a pretty sight.
Oh.
Once we get past it, it'll be too dark to see anything. What are those sticks in your head?
These? They're lacquered chopsticks. They hold your hair in place. Did you know that they're pretty popular in Europe and South America?
Cringe.
Can't say that I do. You're not only cute, but smart too.
Oh, I'm much more than cute.
What does that mean?
Okay, let's go.
Wait, how the fuck old is Raiden in this? He looks like he's like 21. I guess it's Japanese media, so every main character is literally like fucking ages like 15 to like 22 tops, huh? Oh god, the swimming. Oh god, just go. No. Oh, whoops. Wait, what the fuck is happening? Am I... Okay, we go through here. Go through here. We go through here. Oh, not there. Can I give her a ration, or does it not work that way? Save the game with Emma on you.
Jack, do you need to save?
Uh-oh.
Well, Jack, it sounds like you and Miss Emma are getting along just fine.
Rose?
I've been monitoring your every move and conversation. I can't say it's been fun.
Give me a break. I'm only trying to keep her spirits up.
Is that right?
Absolutely. My mission is to get her to the computer room.
That's all?
Yeah.
You're lying. You're attracted to her, aren't you?
I'll admit she's cute.
Cuter than me?
Rose, you're beautiful. You know how I feel about you.
Have you remembered yet?
You mean April 30th?
Yes.
It's your birthday, isn't it?
Wrong. You're not even warm.
What is it then?
Forget it. It's nothing. Maybe I'm just a little jealous.
Rose.
You'd better get moving. Good luck.
Holy shit. Is this what Bob Seven's codec conversations look like? Sorry, hold on. Let me unpause donations for a second.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Let me go. Ah, please.
gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
I popped into Melina's stream last night after this one. Quite a scene. What do you mean by that, David Packman? Oh. Hey. Come.
Bugs! I hate bugs! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Skidder 386, $5. We can't hear you, Stephen. David Pena, $5. Audio in YouTube is muted.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
What the fuck?
Did you know that Destiny is actually two identical twins? One is responsible for streaming while the other is responsible for stealing nudes from Melina's group DMs.
True.
Espilegos, $50.
$50?
What do you think would be a good tax rate for the rich? What percents do you think would be enough to provide for the betterment of society, for example, education infrastructure?
I have no idea. Whatever we need to fund our social programs, I don't know what those specific budgets are, or how much money we need to raise. I don't know those off the top of my head. Jeez.
Band is Oscar 567, £10. You the man. One of my favorite games of all time.
Okay, hold on. There's like one more of these and then we're caught up.
Potato.
Okay. Wait, there's one more.
I had a dream last night where you and I went into a cafe taking refuge from a stormy night. We had an enlightening and insightful discussion about modesty and confidence. Thanks for that conversation, Destiny.
Oh, well, no problem, dude. Okay, we're getting D-Pack in 2 minutes, boys. T-minus 2 minutes. Hey! Hey! The fuck up. Oh!
There's somebody there.
Okay, now when you say somebody, what do you mean by that? Epistemically speaking. Oh. What are you doing?
Freeze!
Wait, isn't there a way to... Give me your dog tags.
Destiny, you say Booksmarts is trying to appear so non-biased that he is actually fucking up his interpretation of the drama. How do you get out of this mental trap? This is something I overthink about a lot actually in my own life.
I don't know. You have to build your later positions out of more like foundational positions. Make sure you're doing that instead of just trying to like adhere to some like abstract narrative or something. I don't know. Hello.
Steven.
Hey.
How are you?
Pretty good. I just have a new policy when I start conversations with other political people. So yeah. I just wanted to be stated for the record. I believe that Kyle Kalinske is one of the stupidest people right now doing media in the entire world. I just like to get that out there. Okay, go ahead. What's up?
What's he doing that's riling you up?
Just in general, just being like a dishonest dipshit piece of shit.
Wow. I mean, I'll be totally upfront. He's a friend of mine. I don't watch any shows like mine, so I actually,
if you want to maintain that friendship, it'd
doing.
Be really good probably to never pay attention to anything he says publicly ever, and then that friendship would probably be pretty easy to maintain.
On what issue do you think he's off the rails?
I would say probably involving anything that requires the use of more than like 2% of your brain. So like walking, he can probably do pretty well. Eating without choking to death is probably something he can do. But anything that requires like an actual like cognitive exercise of like piecing together facts or making coherent points or analyzing anything more complicated than like how to put your clothes on, I probably wouldn't trust.
I don't know that that's a substantive critique.
So for something more substantive, so an example would be he's involved with another group of lefties online and like hyper disingenuously clipping like small parts of what people say and then absurdly ripping them out of context. So a really good example of that, for instance, is did you see a bunch of people spreading around the clip with Amy Klobuchar saying that Trump's trying to raise the relief payments from $600 to $2,000 was an attack on the American people, and how Amy Klobuchar was evil for trying to deny Americans their $2,000? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I didn't even hear about that. No.
Oh, you probably didn't hear about it because it's a non-story. It was just Amy talking about how Trump was trying to backstab all the negotiations by arbitrarily saying like, oh, well, we want $2,000 and cut the support or whatever. Like everybody that listened to that full speech knew that what Amy was saying was that Trump was just trying to sabotage the negotiations. But a bunch of people took like a 7-second clip and tried to make it sound like Amy Klobuchar was against $2,000 payments. And Kyle Kalinske was one of these people that like led that claim. This is among like 100 other stupid things that he constantly misrepresents of Democrats online, because he pulls this like both sides thing, saying that the Republicans and the Democrats are the same on every substantive issue.
See, this is why I don't even watch any shows that are like mine, so that I don't even know. I have no clue what this is about. And I can't even comment because I'm not aware. If it's as you describe, I should investigate it more, but I just don't know a thing about it.
Sure. Okay. Well, hey, what's up? We don't have to, we didn't have to discuss that. That's just a statement I like to get out there. So go ahead. What's up?
Those are disclosures, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand all of this stuff about Bob 7, but like I've missed Bob 1 through 6. I don't even know, like I feel like I'm behind on the entire thing.
Well, I mean, like you don't really need Bob 1 through 6 to understand it. Like when you saw Star Wars Episode 4, that was just Episode 1, right? Were you really thinking like where are the other 3? Where are the other 7 Star Wars, right?
I see. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I was wondering why are we starting on 4?
Yeah. Well, maybe then in the future, maybe that'll be revealed. I guess we'll just have to see. George Lucas writes up the script for that.
I don't know if this is even, like, if you think that this is something I wouldn't care about, we can skip it. But people are posting on my subreddit, on my Discord, emailing me. They're saying, do you have a comment on the Bob 7 Destiny thing? And it's like, I don't even know what that means. Like, what universe is it even in?
Oh, it's probably like my fans shitposting or something. It's all like interpersonal drama that's not going to be very interesting to literally, even in my community, half the people don't really care that much. It just grew into some huge shit thing. Yeah.
That's interesting. I've experienced stuff where, like, for example, recently there was a thing involving Jimmy Dore where my audience was like insisting I talk about it and attacking me for offhandedly saying the wrong thing when a caller asked about it. So I was like, wow, I should really like put my thoughts together about this and talk about it. And then I did, and the clip did terribly. Like if really angry people insisted I had to talk about it. And then I did, and it's like, it's not even ranking with my audience.
Yeah, because they think that like you need to answer for something because they're like disingenuously clipping you. But then when you actually explain your full thoughts and it's not controversial at all, people are like, oh, whatever, I don't care. Right?
Yeah, and it got like 12,000 views, and I was like, that was a waste of time.
Yeah.
But so does this relate to something happening off stream or on stream?
A little bit of both, but mainly off stream.
Oh, wow. So this is like something in your personal life.
Yeah, but it's all public now.
Oh, so. Jesus. And did you out it or did someone else out it?
I kind of went public initially because I found out basically that there was some guy that was spreading a fuck ton of rumors about me behind the scenes, and I didn't know how many people he'd reached out to. So I just like, oh, I guess I'm going to say something publicly in case people have heard things about me.
And were the rumors? I mean, it's sort of like now in our 30s, this concept of rumors is interesting. Like, were they rumors that materially affected your life? Like, could they have led to criminal charges or something like that?
No, it's not criminal charges. I don't give a fuck about that. It's social consequences. Like, if people think that I'm doing like really weird, fucked up stuff, then like any new person that I try to interact with to either do business work with or to just make a friend with is going to already be kind of like tainted. Like, wait a second, like I've heard these crazy things about this guy. Like, why would I ever talk to him or work with him on anything? You know?
Wow, and this seventh Bob is this powerful?
Yeah, he was quite powerful. He had a consortium of people gathered under his wing. He had quite the legion. Yeah.
Wow. Well, I'm gonna have to explore this.
You're not worth the time. It's gonna be pretty. It's gonna be pretty boring.
And then did it involve Melina at all?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it did.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so this is not just you and Bob to the seventh.
No, the overall extent of this, the tendrils flowed far from the initial source in this one. I think about 13 people were involved in this by the time everything was said and done.
Oh my God. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. To the extent that it's being represented accurately here.
Yeah. Well.
Jeez.
Do you think?
Go ahead.
I was going to bring up like irrelevant, boring shit like the inauguration. I was just curious, but no. What did you want to say about Bob 7?
No. We can get off that. I mean, it's pretty clear. I need to either just say I'm not going to know about it and it's not worth knowing, or I'll have to research on my own, I guess.
I mean, I released like a 3-hour video detailing everything yesterday, but like if you go into that, there's going to be like 1 or 2 moments in that video where you're going to be like, wow. And then at the very end, you're going to be like, why the fuck did I waste so much of my life on this? Like, I would have rather have read like a synopsis of like Jersey Shore. Like, this was just a total waste of my time is what you're going to feel like. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's not bad. I mean, where are you? Are you streaming the inauguration live?
Yeah. I mean, I probably have to, right?
I don't know. I don't know what, I mean, I don't know in your current arcs, whether it would be expected that you stream it.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. And are you expecting? What are you expecting?
I don't think anything bad will happen. I think that they're going to take the security way more seriously this time, instead of the horrible fuck ups that happened for the vote tabulation or whatever for the Electoral College. It seems like they've already cracked down hard. They're making a fuck ton of arrests, and the security is like super buffed. So yeah.
What do you think will be like the bulk? What's going to be the meat of left tube once Trump is gone?
The meat of left tube once Trump is gone, it's probably going to be shitting on Biden for day one, not enacting Medicare for all completely and totally. It's going to be this hyper obsession that these dipshits online have with like student loan debt, which is like the most hilarious first world problem that absolutely should be at the bottom of every single person's agenda. And then it's probably going to be like some arguing about how we're not doing enough to like stop capitalism or some dumb shit. I don't know, whatever normal shit they cry about.
And then do you, like, one thing I find, I'm curious your thoughts on this. There's literal QAnon conspiracy theorists that are now, the calls are coming from inside the house, so to speak, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Bobo Boebert, and Madison Cawthorn reportedly carries multiple weapons with him onto the floor of the house. Crazy stuff. These people, this is a danger, right? Are you with me that these people are dangerous?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, wait, when you say dangerous, what do you mean by that?
That their mere presence as one of the most powerful 535 legislators in the country is completely nightmarish and dystopian.
Okay, yeah. When you say, I'm sorry, to clarify, when you say dangerous, you don't mean they're going to like start shooting people or something at the inauguration, right? But they're dangerous because they represent that those types of crazy ideas have actually made it into like our legislative body. I agree with that. Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah. No, I don't think those three will shoot anyone at the inauguration.
Yeah. That's a weird qualifier at the end, so maybe they'll shoot someone at some other point, but okay, yeah.
Yeah,
you know what would be crazy? And you know what, dude? I'll just fuck off and just go live in a fucking forest. You know what the fucking craziest shit would be? Is if at the end, like the fucking QAnon people were vindicated and Trump comes out in some kind of like fucking exoskeleton power armor and there actually was some crazy plan all along and some like everything just explodes or some crazy shit happens. That'd be pretty insane.
Yeah, I still have people emailing me saying, I just don't understand how, Biden will be in prison by Thursday morning.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you're right. I don't understand that. That's
or those
true.
I don't know if you ever saw that ultra cringe Dave Rubin clip where he's like, Donald Trump he's a billionaire. Like, there's no way this is the end. Like, he's got to have something up his sleeve. Like, there's no way. Like, of course he's got something planned. Like, oh my God. This was weeks ago.
I actually saw a lot of people post Dave Rubin stuff to my subreddit, and a lot of it I don't find that clever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's one I saw where it's like Dave Rubin misusing different words. Like there was one where he called it butterfly theory, which is like chaos theory, you know, like a butterfly on the other side.
Because he was thinking of butterfly effect or something. But go ahead.
Moves a cloud, which then creates a hurricane, which then leads to 10 people dying in the U.S. Who knows what?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a completely unrelated thing that he was describing. And there's a bunch of these like Dave Rubin versus words things, which are just incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not surprising.
No, you don't sound that interested in.
I mean, Dave Rubin is like, Dave Rubin is real dumb. He's like Kyle Kalinske tier of stupidity, so it doesn't surprise me, you know?
Oh, see that? I don't see the what I have seen of Kyle and
Mm-hmm.
the stuff I've done with Kyle. He seems to be able to do something coherent, even if you disagree with his conclusions, where like watching Rubin is like a Rorschach test.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Let's see. So inauguration is going to go off unmessed with. How do you feel about the conviction in the Senate of Trump? How do you feel about this?
I'm not super confident it's going to happen.
Yeah?
I think that a lot of these Republicans who are okay with the impeachment are being very careful not to say, and we would support conviction. They're just saying they're okay with the impeachment, which is in the House.
I'm really, really, really scared of anything at all being wasted on that conviction. Like, Biden has so much set before him that he needs to get done. Like, this might have to be the most ambitious first term because we have whiplash right now. We went from a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate to an incumbent Republican president losing and flipping all three of those. But we still have like a conservative Supreme Court. Like, it is insane, like the whiplash that we're having right now, like governmentally, not even legislatively, but like on the executive too. So if I am so scared and I see like McConnell grinning like, oh yeah, like impeachment, like we'll do it after Biden's in office, like wasting time on that is just so fucking scary to me. I don't want to see any headlines about it. I don't want to see any compromises being made over it. I don't want to fucking think that any possible bill is going to be held hostage relating to it. Like, I don't know, man. It's just, that topic is so scary to me. Ugh.
I just don't think that this idea of waiting so that it doesn't interfere with Biden's first 100 days, I think you just lose momentum. I think the odds of a conviction if you wait 100 days go down dramatically.
Yeah, I understand that. But what I'm saying is like, I don't actually care about the conviction at all. Like, I would like to see Trump convicted because I think that would be fucking hilarious. And he's unironically like, I'm sorry, more than hilarity, like, holy fuck. This guy was like cheering on like an attack on the Capitol while sipping martinis in the White House. That's insane to me. However, if it ever comes, because you know how like everything in the Senate and everything in Congress is like a back and forth, right? If we start to get to some point where it's like, you know, if you guys really want a public option, you know, like, or if you guys want to do this, like, well, what do you think about the conviction that you're going for? Like, if you want the conviction that you're going to have to give, like here on the Medicare for All, you're going to have to give on your immigration policy. Or if you really want these tax, you know, if that becomes like a part of the negotiations or something, that becomes like some kind of back and forth. God, the idea of wasting anything on like a tremendously important like economic or immigration or national defense or anything agenda to try to get that conviction. Oh God, I just like eject Trump. Don't let him fuck us after he's already out of office. Like that would just be my one hope.
It'd be negotiating for what? I don't see any sense in doing that negotiation.
Exactly. Yeah. But like if we don't have the votes for it, I would just say like, listen, like fuck it. Okay, you know what? Fuck Trump, and then you just eject it, and then we focus on like the work that has to be done, right?
And I mean, listen, he's been impeached twice, and I know that certainly getting a conviction would be great, but it's still one for the history books. The guy's been impeached twice; nobody else ever has.
Mm-hmm. Wait, did they actually? Oh my God, I've been doing embittered in drama recently. Did they actually did the impeachment in the House? Right? Did they do that second one?
Yeah.
It's done.
He's been impeached twice. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey, I heard that let me see if I got this right. You're running for mayor of Lincoln, Nebraska?
No. I'm helping a mayoral candidate in Omaha. I want to see if I can get a mayoral candidate elected and to unseat the current mayor there.
Oh, okay. What's going on there specifically?
So basically, we're gonna have two large Airbnbs are gonna be rented out to probably around anywhere from 8 to 10 full-time volunteers that are gonna be living there for 2 to 3 months that are gonna be doing like what?
Oh boy, this is already sounding like another one of these Bob 12 fiascos or something like what happened in Georgia where somebody kept $8,000.
Listen, I've got now the people that I'm working with are battle tested, okay? So I already know who I'm working with, okay? Because the guy that ended up doing most of Bob 7's work is like my chief like co-coordinator or like co-owner of this project basically. But yeah, we're gonna have 2 big Airbnbs. We're gonna have about 10 people living there full time that are gonna be doing like canvassing, door knocking, cleaning up lists, dropping signs and stuff. And then we're probably planning about 3 or 4 different big like canvassing events. So the first one's coming up, I think February 6th and 7th, I think, those 2 days. And we're going to bring a bunch of people down, put them in a hotel, and then do like a big canvassing event on the weekend. And yeah, that's what we're basically doing over the next 2 to 3 months.
Can we get away from pizza for these events? Because I don't know that pizza served us well in Georgia.
It's so hard. Have you ever, I know you're half joking, but like, have you ever looked up like catering before?
Yes.
It's horrible.
So
like as an example, like, cause I was looking up a bunch of, cause I agree. Like pizza seems like very informal and kind of like, okay, like it feels like I'm at Chuck E. Cheese. But when I was looking up catering for food in Georgia, in Columbus, which I imagine is probably going to be cheaper than most places. This is like not it's not fucking New York City. It was like, I could get like these little Mediterranean food boxes with like chicken and salad and everything. And it was $11 to $12 per meal. And the problem is these meals were like 360 calories. And I'm like, this is not like, yeah, people are going to burn more calories than this walking for 4 or 5 hours. Like, so I was just like, pizza is like the only thing that's like cost affordable, unless I want to spend literally $20 a person, which is just not realistic, I think.
How will you, I don't know if you know this, but very soon, like probably by next, within a few weeks really, you're going to be able to buy over-the-counter, at-home, 10-minute result COVID tests that you can just administer and get results on your own. Do you plan to stock up on those as part of this project?
I haven't heard of those at all yet. Yeah. That sounds cool though.
But does that sound interesting?
To have like at-home COVID tests? Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, so for the people that are going to, you're going to be putting all these people, they're going to be living together and going out and interacting with people. It just seems like it could be safer.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what we're doing in terms of like, I guess we could probably force everybody to get rapid tests for the coronavirus stuff. But Christian is handling like the exact like rooming and all that details. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that this is awesome, merely for mimetic purposes. If instead you were helping to get a mayor elected in the town of Chadron, Nebraska, just because of the name. This is a place in northwestern Nebraska, Chadron. I think that the memes would probably go 100x, but I understand that Omaha is more important strategically.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So, and how much time will you spend in Omaha, if any?
Well, I'm traveling to every event because my son lives there. So this is like a double hitter for me because I get to go down and then hang out with him too. So at the very least, I'll be going down for the 3 or 4 events for sure. And then I don't know if I'll spend time other than that there because that's kind of the volunteer's job. So yeah.
Any, is it even like in the picture to try to get an endorsement from Warren Buffett?
I don't think so.
Because he lives there. I mean, he's voting for someone, right?
Yeah, he lives in Regency, yeah. That would be funny, but I don't know if he even endorses people or anything.
What's Regency? Is that like a neighborhood or something?
Yeah, there's a very, very, very wealthy neighborhood in Omaha with a ton of fucking huge houses, and then that's the area that Warren Buffett lives in. If you grew up in Omaha, this is the area that you want to go for trick-or-treating on Halloween because they give out like 12 packs of like candy bars to every kid that comes to the door. Well, you don't go to the door, you go to the gate at the end of the driveway, but yeah.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. Is this, I'm looking at it on a map. Is this the area by the, like Regency Circle, Regency Homes?
Maybe Regency Homes. If you just look for like Regency Omaha, I don't know what that means. If Regency is like,
I see. Yeah.
The name of like, it's just like a neighborhood. Yep. I don't know if it's an official like district or whatever, but I know that people say, oh, like there's Regency. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. No. I see it here, and it seems nice. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's nice. Affordable too, probably. For any of us, I because it's Omaha, it's cheap as fuck. So, yeah.
Yeah, I often say to myself, if I wanted to move to Montana, it's insane what I could afford. And then I remember, I don't know anybody in Montana. What would I do there?
Yeah, that's kind of what, yeah, we're probably moving to Austin soon, and I'm going to be renting a house. And I guarantee you that the house that I rent is going to be, for the cost of an apartment here, it's going to be pretty nice. So, yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. You're moving to Texas now?
Hell yeah, dude. Biden got elected. I get the fuck out of here. California tax rates are insane. Get me out of here. Holy shit.
Well, but they're not going to change, are they?
Well, Biden is talking about raising the federal schedule for taxes. No? Almost for sure, because Trump had like these larger, he condensed the brackets and cut taxes, I'm pretty sure, the upper end of things. So
it'll take a couple of years, but it might go up 2 points.
Hey, listen, every point is every point. Also, California has state taxes too, so fuck that.
That's true. Yeah, but the thing about state taxes is property taxes are off the charts in states that have low or no income tax. So
while that may or may not be the case, I can choose my property tax. I can't choose my state tax.
Well, you can choose how much money you make, I guess.
Yeah. Let's say hypothetically, because let's say hypothetically you make $500,000 a year in California, you're probably paying in state taxes. If I'm doing like quick in my head math, probably $40,000 to $45,000 in state tax. Okay, in state income tax, just state income tax.
Sorry, who are you talking about?
Like if you make 500, like I'm you as in a nondescript any person, but if you make 500 grand a year in California, you're paying about $40,000 to $45,000 would be my guess in state taxes.
Yeah, I think it's about a 9%, might even be higher in California.
Higher than So if you go to, let's say hypothetically you move somewhere else, that's $45,000 in state income tax. Are you going to be paying $45,000 in real estate taxes anywhere, in property taxes? Of course not.
You're not, but depending on one situation, I mean, yeah, it really depends on the situation. You'll probably pay less on property tax. I'm sorry, you'll pay less income tax. You'll pay more property tax. You'll maybe have a higher sales tax. If you have a kid who needs to go to school, you might be dissatisfied with the public schools because of the low tax, and then you're going to end up paying for private school. I mean, you know what I'm saying. It really depends on one situation.
Sure. Well, also just in general, coastal cities, like cost of living is going to be higher as well. So like everything is more expensive too, even aside from just the tax situation. Yeah.
Let's actually get away from this topic because I don't even, where I have legal residence is up. I don't even want to talk about this because I don't want to bring any undue attention from the IRS onto what I'm doing. So maybe this is not even a good topic for us.
Okay, maybe. True. Yeah.
But let me just put it this way. Idaho has many advantages, and I love living here.
Okay. Sounds good.
We'll just put it there. Yeah. Back to Bob 8.
Back to Bob 8. Is that the next edition?
Yeah. But I mean, listen, it sounds like everything's going well. You had this big coup in Georgia with the canvassing, and you've got this Omaha project. You're moving to Austin. Melina, do you think Melina is going to surpass your channel even?
In terms of live viewers, depending on the content she does, yeah, definitely she could. She needs to get her YouTube shit working, but yeah, she can pull. I'm pretty sure depending on what she's doing, she could like pull like 10,000 plus viewers if she wants to like do swim streams and stuff. Although I guess if I do like big political stuff or dramatic stuff, I can pull 10,000 plus too. It just depends on what's going on.
Is that emasculating in some way?
No, why would that be?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Wait, are you threatened by high-earning women, David Pacman? Is that
what
you're saying?
No, I'm wondering if you are.
No, why would I be? If I was, I wouldn't be dating Melina, would I?
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Wow. Well, that just got awkward.
Yeah, it did. Quite a bit.
No, I'm kidding. In any case, though, yeah, I stopped in Melina's stream yesterday. She seemed unsure that I remembered her, but of course, we had multiple meals and
holy
with
shit.
Hassan back when you were, still talking to him.
I just want to say I had an awesome experience running through the potato fields with you when we were in Idaho picking stuff. I didn't know that they just grew on trees like that. That you just ran through and like grabbed the potatoes. And when that farmer was trying to hunt us down at the end, oh my God, that was insane. You said the funniest part of that was that Pacman said, so we go through these potato fields, right? There's these, I didn't know potatoes grew on trees, okay? There's these potato fields. And Pacman takes us in and we're like, dude, we're going to get fucking shot if somebody finds us here. And Pacman takes his fucking backpack off and he pulls out 4 fucking MAGA hats. And he's like, as long as we wear these, no one will fuck with us. And I'm like, are you sure? And so we put them on and we're like picking fucking potatoes off these trees. And then obviously because the farmer guys have to patrol the fields because I guess coyotes will eat potatoes, so they're on the lookout for it, and they see us and like, what the fuck are you guys doing here? And then Pac-Man looks at him, and Pac-Man's like, we're making America great again. And then the guy like starts chasing us. We have to fucking run out of these potatoes. It was crazy. But Pac-Man's wife was there with her car, ready to do a quick getaway. So that was quite the adventure. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, girlfriend anyway, but.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to spoil that one. Yeah, but. Pac-Man is also polygamous. I don't know if you wanted that one leaked either, but Pac-Man was actually the guy that got me into polyamory. It was actually when I learned that because it was crazy because I've had 3 different meals with Pac-Man, and 3 different times he's introduced a wife to me, and I'm like, wait a second. And then by the 3rd time, I was like, okay, you got to explain what's going on. Like, how are you getting married and divorced so many times? And he's like, what do you mean? I've been married to the same 6 women for 4 years. And I was like, wait, what? And then he explained everything to me, why he has like his legal residence in one state and in another, because you can have multiple marriages in some states. Like, Jesus, this is crazy. But so I don't know how much you want like exposed. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't even remember whether in Idaho it was my wife or my girlfriend. I don't remember.
Well, in Idaho, I think you said that in Idaho it was your legal wife. And then in, I don't remember what other state you said you lived in. It was either Iowa or Missouri. You said that they were common law marriage, but you referred to them as your girlfriend there for, I think, residence or tax purposes. I don't remember how you have it set up, but yeah, some crazy shit.
Some things are for residence purposes. Some things are for tax purposes. And there's, different reasons. But to be quite frank, I'm actually mostly a resident of the Bahamas.
Yeah, which was the most interesting thing because Pac-Man funnels his personal income through the Bahamas, but he also runs payroll, and he has a payroll company dedicated to paying out 6 different wives across like 4 or 5 different states for like optimal tax purposes, which is just your whole setup is like insane. I admire it. It's like crazy awesome. But yeah,
the only problem with the setup is that the person who makes the most money is my accountant.
For sure. But if what you were telling me, your plan to marry her too, if that goes through, then I guess you take care of all of that, huh? You just keep bringing them into the Pac-Man fold.
Wow. Well, listen, I don't know that we want to say too much more about this because it will attract not exactly the type of attention I'm looking for.
For sure. I understand.
But I don't know if this is a sore subject, and I really am asking because I'm curious. In the last few months, has there been any reconciliation with Hassan?
Not yet. We're working in that direction, Pac-Man, but it's a rough one. I've been trying to get.
Is that true? You're working on it?
Yeah, that's why I did the drama stream yesterday. I had more viewers than him for a while, and I know that every time that happens, it kills him a little bit on the inside. So I'm hoping if I keep doing drama streams and I keep getting lots of viewers, maybe he'll want to be my friend again because I'll be popular now. So I'm working in that direction, but. Here I am playing Metal Gear Solid 2 with only 5,000 viewers, so I don't think he's interested.
It seems plausible. What do you think I need to do? So I have an extraordinarily lopsided stream situation where I'll do a stream, and there might be 30, 40, 50, 60, even 70,000 live viewers on YouTube, and then there will be like 3,000 or 4,000 on Twitch. What is it that I'm doing wrong on Twitch?
It just depends on where your discovery is. I mean, like for me, it's the opposite. Like when I did that drama stream a few days ago, I had I think it was 7,000 viewers on YouTube and like 21,000 viewers on Twitch because I get viewers on Twitch more than I do on YouTube. So it really just depends on where your people are finding you from. Like you're probably way more embedded and you have way more discovery because of your channel and everything on YouTube versus Twitch. So yeah.
Do you think that I should be going in the direction of regular cringe streams to draw audience?
I thought that's what your streams already were.
Well, then in that case, should I get away from it? I guess is the question.
Maybe you should try to move away from it. Yeah.
Fair. Well, good. Listen, this was most of my agenda. I'm waiting for Trump's pardon list to come out. I was trying to pre-tape some stuff for tomorrow so I can just focus on the inauguration, but he's not released it yet. It's
Did
ridiculous.
He actually, is Lil Yeezy or Lil Wayne or who the fuck was supposed to get pardoned by him that was announced? Is this actually happening?
I have no idea. I'm just waiting there's so many rumors. I'm waiting for the official list.
I feel like he actually can't do any wrong. Like no one cares. Like, and this is going to be, I've said this a million times and it's lost its effect. There have been so many individual, discrete, unbelievable things about this administration that are just never going to be talked about. Him pardoning was Manafort and Stone, and did he do Cohen as well? And then the no, he didn't do Cohen because he hates Cohen. That's right. It was Stone, it was Manafort, it was the 4 contractor guys from that private military company that were rolling around in Iraq. Flynn, holy shit. I can't, That's unreal. Like, all of his little fucking comrades, he pardoned all of them. And then just, yeah, Kushner's dad for this shit that he did how many years ago? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, at this point, he could really pardon anybody.
Papadopoulos,
and it would kind of just be whatever. I think if he pardons his own kids or tries to pardon himself, it would be like the line. But anything else,
where is the line? I feel like we've crossed a million lines, like unbelievable lines that have just been crossed over and over again. We keep saying that, like, that'll be the line. No way could he do that. He can't possibly get away with it. And it's like, oh, there he goes. Yeah.
I just don't think he's going to try to pardon himself. I'm not saying it would. I mean, it's like, what difference would it make? He's already impeached. But I just don't think he's going to try it.
I've heard that was in the talks behind the scenes, that he wanted to resign early and have Pence pardon him, or that he's tried to do, like, pre-pardons. I don't know how the fuck that works, but...
Yeah, I mean, you can do a preemptive blanket pardon. That's a thing.
But yeah,
but it doesn't seem like he's doing it.
I thought to pardon, I thought the person had to admit guilt. How can you preemptively do a blanket pardon? I'm guilty of everything.
No, that's a different thing. That's about based on the Supreme Court. What is the meaning of receiving and accepting a pardon? But that's different from whether you can do a blanket preemptive pardon.
Weird.
Yeah, I mean, arguably it's an insane system. Yeah. In any case, well, listen, I mean, it sounds like it's all happening. How late do you stream these days?
However late I need to. But generally I stop at 10 PST.
Oh, I see. How do you determine if you need to stream longer? Like, how can you tell?
It depends on events that are going on.
Oh, okay. And you're starting at what time usually?
My goal is to stream every day from 12 to 10. 12 PST to 10 PST. Sometimes I start late, sometimes I go late, sometimes I start early, sometimes I end early. Just depends on what's going on, yeah.
So 10 out, and how many days a week are you doing
that? 7 days a week is what I go for.
You're now up to 10 hours a day, 7 days a week?
That's the goal. But I mean, like, sometimes I travel, sometimes I'm out of town, sometimes I have to take days off to write entire manifestos. So I mean, like, it doesn't actually work out. So like, from the past 90 days, I haven't streamed 900 hours. I've streamed 621 hours. So like, I'm missing a lot because I travel a lot and everything too, right? So yeah.
And when there's a 10-hour stream, how many hours of that are you AFK?
I'd say like no more than like 3 or 4 hours out of 10 hours.
Oh, that's a lot of AFK.
No, I don't think so. My community kind of like entertains themselves, you know? Like when you're babysitting,
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, if you have like 2 kids, like you're not always playing with them as they play with themselves, you know? Not like that.
I had no idea that in a 10-hour stream, you might not even be there for nearly half the time.
Yeah, I'd say about maybe 5 hours. It just depends on what's going on in the background, you know?
Now, this may just be more of a business question than anything else, but would it make more sense to just do an uninterrupted 5 hours rather than 6 over a 10-hour period?
No, because usually what I'll do is when I say I'll be right back, what I do is I usually just turn off my camera and then I just start chewing through emails and stuff, and then they start donating, making fun of how long I'm gone. So I'll be doing emails, and then in the background I'll hear like 777, 777, 777, because they're all donating, saying like, oh, Steven's AFK all the time, and they'll donate hundreds of dollars while I'm just like getting paid to do emails and stuff. So it ends up working out pretty well at the end of the day.
So wait a second. This is actually this has never occurred to me, but I maybe need to do this. You're saying during a stream you'll turn your camera off and handle administrative work?
Yeah, basically, yeah. And they pay me to do it. It's unbelievable. It's insane. Yeah.
That is crazy. I should just stream and just take phone calls, business calls. I mean, why not?
Yeah, why not? That's what I do.
I can't. I'm guessing you're joking around, right?
About which part?
I don't know, all of it.
I'm being half truthful. Sometimes I'll turn off the camera and just masturbate. Like, that's not really business related, I guess.
But about 4 hours every 10 of being away from the keyboard is accurate.
That might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but.
Okay, wow. And does the viewership go down when you're AFK?
No, actually, sometimes it goes up. Really just depends on what I'm doing. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why these guys will just start smashing the donate button, but it seems like they wait for me to leave. Maybe they're a little bit shy, or they want me to be humble, so they don't want to donate while I'm there, so they'll do it when I step away from the computer or something.
That's really interesting. Yeah, my goal is to see how little I can stream rather than how much.
Interesting. Okay.
In the sense of like, okay, you know, if a typical 2-hour stream has X super chats and Twitch subs and this and that, is there any way to shorten it to 90 minutes and get the same? And then could I shorten it to 60 minutes and do the same?
Gotcha. Let's see. I mean, have you ever thought about hiring somebody that looks like you that can generate more money than you'd have to pay them to look like you to be on stream for a few hours?
That's not bad.
The majority of your audience is probably English speaking. People know that you are Argentinian. You could probably like hire a Spanish speaker that looks kind of like you. So that way they're speaking Spanish. So if the accent is off, if it doesn't sound like you, it's like, well, of course he's speaking Spanish. Like, of course it doesn't sound like him. And he looks a little bit different because everybody looks different when they're speaking another language. So you could probably get away with it.
That's actually not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah. And then they could do Spanish streams. You could open yourself to a whole new audience, you know?
I think my limitation is sometimes I'll watch streamers and like something completely insignificant, like they'll be watching, say, a 2-minute video. They're like, we're going to watch this 2-minute video. Great. And at the 5-second mark, something completely insignificant will happen, but they'll pull 20 minutes out of having the video pause at the 5-second mark.
Oh, yeah.
Somehow they'll do 20 minutes of commentary off of the first 5 seconds. Like, to me, that's a waste of time.
No, you're so wrong.
Whenever I get invited to a debate and I'm told it'll be 3 hours, I say, listen, I'm too busy for 3 hours. I'll do 20 minutes. I'll do 30 minutes maybe. I'm not doing that. That's if I was pausing videos every 5 seconds and doing 20 minutes, I could stream all day.
No, you have a very Americanized way of looking at things. As a streamer, we try to look to like the American Indians, oftentimes referred to as Native Americans. You know how when we like kill a cow, you'll leave half the carcass there. You just take a little bit of the meat and you leave it rotting. Well, the natives, what they would do is they would extract every bit of usefulness out of that carcass. And us Twitch streamers are pretty similar when it comes to YouTube videos. Now, while you might just see a 20-minute video, a big hunk of meat, what we actually see is an opportunity to pause that video every 10 to 15 seconds. We could milk a 20-minute video for over 3 hours of content, $5,000 of donations. We like to use every single part of that video to maximize the amount of revenue that we can generate off of somebody else's work. I think it's actually more respectful that way rather than just leaving all of that potential rotting on the ground.
I disagree. I think it's disrespectful to the audience to do 20 minutes of analysis over a 3-hour period because, I don't know. I have no idea, if our audiences are different in any way. I suspect they might be, but I know that there's people in my audience who are just checking in, during break at work, or we have doctors in our audience who are checking in between patients and stuff like that. I would find it disrespectful to the audience to have them have to watch 3 hours for an analysis I could do in 20 minutes.
Well, I think it's more that the goal is that like, I'm going to analyze a video for 20 minutes. What if you only come by once an hour to check on the stream? You might miss that whole video if I do my analysis in like a succinct manner that actually accurately summarizes everything in as little time as what wouldn't be necessary, right? Like, you know what they say, I think it's like longevity is the soul of wit. You want to take something and stretch it out for as long as possible. So if somebody's checking in like once every 90 minutes, they can still catch that video. They feel like they're involved, they're a part of the community. So the next day, when people are like, did you watch when he looked at those 2 videos? A guy that pops in only twice, every 4 or 5 hours will be like, oh yeah, I remember those videos. He was still reviewing it when I came in 3 hours later. Those are the types of interactions that we want to get with our audience.
Right. Yeah. I need a paradigm shift, I think, if I'm going to take that approach.
For sure. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Jeez. I've got to, you're blowing my mind. I got to go back to the drawing board, quite frankly.
It's a whole other world out here in Twitch land. It's a totally different ballgame than YouTube,
But I think my audience they just know I'm not looking to stream more and more and more. I'm looking to just do more and more interesting streams, but probably I think I only do about 8 hours a week of streaming total.
Oh, yeah. So this is like a really common mistake that a lot of people seem to think that like interesting or engaging content or stuff that requires a lot of effort to go into the craftsmanship of it is a good idea. But network TV actually figured this out like 20 years ago when they started with Survivor, low effort, easy to digest, high time consumption, very little preparation, react content, watching 90 Day Fiance, for weeks and weeks on stream, producing reality TV shows that require low budgets, bad scripts, no writing, bad music, like stock footage, like all of this stuff. That's the way of the future. Network TV figured this out 20 years ago. That's why every single channel has like reality TV on it today. You don't want to be some sucker that's wasting all of their time trying to produce something that'll be remembered for the ages when you could just shit out 10 hours of react streams over and over and over again and get paid 30 times as much money for it, do you?
Right. No, but see, I think my audience expects something a little different, but and I agree. It's not like it takes significant preparation to do, a 90-minute or a 2-hour stream. I completely agree with that. But I just, it's not, I'm not aspiring to be streaming 50, 60, 70 hours per week.
Okay, well, it looks like you're gonna have to hire that Pac-Man lookalike. I mean,
yeah, maybe
yeah.
so.
How great! Imagine the audiences and like how much is South America plugged into YouTube? Do you know? Is there a big like? Imagine you get
anytime I take calls. Anytime I take calls, I'll get a couple calls from Argentina, one or two from Chile, Peru, Colombia. It's quite a bit.
Yeah, you should imagine if you had a Spanish version of yourself and you got them all on board with you after 4 or 5 or 6 months. You could have that guy that you're paying slowly every day as a joke, maybe start teaching them English. And then once all of them are like adequately bilingual, you could fire that dude and then just bring them all over onto your main channel. And he'll have like gathered you this whole army of native Spanish speakers that are now bilingual enough to enjoy your content.
Yeah, that's a long game, I think.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, it's a game we're playing out here, right? It's going to be a really boring next 4 years without Trump in office because all of us people on the left love Trump in office, so we could just have Trump derangement syndrome every day. I don't know what I'm going to talk about now because I'm not going to have a single thing to criticize the Biden administration over, that's for sure, because I'm hopelessly partisan. So, I mean, like,
yeah, the number of people telling me that my show is circling the drain because Trump is leaving is pretty funny.
Exactly. So, like, I mean, I can't think of a better way to grow an audience than to appeal to another language for people that otherwise wouldn't be considering that type of content, you know?
I'll look into it. I mean, I'll certainly make a few phone calls.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, listen, I do want to let you get back to, was it Duke Nukem you were playing?
Not quite. It's a game called Metal Gear Solid 2. It's basically a retrospective on what's happened in America over the past 20 years, although this game was made in 1998 or something. I don't know how they did that, but yeah.
In all seriousness, what is Rust? Is that a new game? Is that like Warcraft?
What is Rust? It's hard to explain what Rust is. I think originally they made it as like I think in 2016 it came out as a 2018 America survival simulator because they figured after 2 years of Trump we would all be running around naked like trying to build wooden houses. But since America survived, they've like slowly added more and more to the game. You basically run around with AKs and shoot each other. So instead of being like an apocalyptic American survivor, now it's just like a Chicago America survivor. Yeah.
Huh. Is it the type of game you can just jump in and play, or does it require knowing a lot?
It really depends on what you want to do. It's pretty open worldish. Like you can run around and talk to people and grow crops and like build houses, or you can run around with guns and shoot each other. It just really depends on what you want to do. Generally, you need to invest a little bit of time to understand the mechanics of the game, but not as much as maybe like a multiplayer like World of Warcraft game or something.
I see. So it's you like the game to some degree?
Yeah, I love it. I've got about 1,000 hours in it. Yeah.
1,000? Oh my God. Mm-hmm. And how many of those were you AFK for?
In Rust, I think my it's about the same as my stream. I'd say probably about 40% of the hours about.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, it's intense what's happening right now.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy world. So I'll talk to you.
Well, listen, my friend, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to try to get some stuff pre-recorded for tomorrow, and I think that we've got an interesting couple of years ahead for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy world. Yeah, tell Alice, Becky, Samantha, Julia, Johanna, and Mary I said hi. Okay.
Yes, I will. Cool. Yes, and also Blanche.
Oh, the accountant? Has it already started?
Exactly.
All right.
All right, Stephen, always a pleasure, and I appreciate you having me on.
Thanks. I'll see you later. Peace out.
All right, take care. Bye.
Gee, I'm sorry. Okay. Jesus. All right, where were we? Oh, that guy's going to sleep. Wait, did that guy just come from behind? Or was that the elevator over in the other area? Hey. Hand it over. I don't know why I'm collecting any of these at all, but... Hi, I love the title change. 11 titles are accurate. Thanks for keeping it up. Wow, thanks, Loomies. Oh shit, I wasn't watching at all.
Freeze! No! Please don't.
Oh shit, hold on. I should have been playing these.
Liked your pro-reparation arguments.
Wait, oh shit, who hosted me earlier?
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Have you seen this Factorio Light game? Why do you guys link me these games in chat? Why would you want to do this?
For the record, chat is filled with dumb fucks literally clip chimping book smarts in the middle of MGS2. Tony.
Going to argue for reparations, can you watch Saul's argument against it? 46 minutes. Wait, I think I've watched this before. He's at a table talk. Oh, I think I tried to watch like 5 or 10 minutes of this and I just got disinterested. Yeah, 46 minutes. That's like 3 days of content right there. One minute and 43 seconds. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna we're gonna 2 times this.
Slavery is a very big subject. I have in my home an entire bookcase of nothing things, books about slavery in various parts of the world, various times of history. And the sad fact is that slavery has been a universal institution for thousands of years, as far back as you can trace human history. And what we're looking at is if slavery is something that happened to one race of people in one country, when in fact the spread of it was around the world.
Wait, but we don't care about the around the world. We're just the United States trying to deal with what the United States has done. I don't give a fuck about. We're not paying reparations to slaves in like other countries.
1976, which is when Adam Smith published The Wealth of Nations, as well as when the United States got started. He said that Western Europe is the only place in the world where there is no slavery. And even the Western Europeans had vast numbers of slaves in the Western Hemisphere, but not in Western Europe itself. And so if you're going to have reparations for slavery, it's going to be the greatest transfer of wealth back and forth. And cross-hauling, as they say in the railroads, because the number of whites, for example, who were enslaved in North Africa by the Barbary pirates exceeded the number of Africans enslaved in the United States and in the American colonies before that, put together. But nobody is going.
So let them pay reparations to them. That's not our country.
In North Africa to ask for reparations because nobody is going to be fool enough to give it to them. Here we have intellectuals who can imagine a different history from the rest of the world, even though it's so similar to the rest.
Okay, don't care. Wait, don't these platforms collapse? Oh no, they put things here. Okay. Whatever. Where did they get these big ass fucking window shutters? I'm supposed to take her to like strut L, right? I think so. Up.
Damn it.
What's wrong?
This door is security level 5. I don't have card 5. Damn.
She's got like card infinity.
Giving up already? Ta-da!
What the?
Are you impressed?
You should have told me you had it.
Well, the truth is, I just remembered it myself.
Damn. Scolded. Ugh. Wait, you didn't see shit? Good one, dumbass. Okay, wake up. Yeah, what you don't know in this game is that Raiden is actually 19 years old, and Emma is actually 17 years and 364 days old. Watch out, guys. We're getting real libertarian in here.
I have a question for you.
What is it?
How do you feel about heights?
I can't say I like heights. The water's higher on my phobia list. Why?
Well, we have to go down a ladder.
How far down?
Just a little bit.
Why do I feel like we've had this conversation before? How little is little?
About 130 feet.
Huh.
Think you can do it?
Would you take no for an answer?
How are your legs?
Better. The numbness is gone. I can climb down on my own.
Okay, follow me.
Sunset. It's beautiful.
If we don't hurry, it'll be the last we see. Enemy soldiers, gun snipers.
Hey buddy, thanks for all the years of entertainment and props for your resilience to drama.
Support one person. How much do you weigh, Emma?
Are you gonna ask me how old I am next?
If you go alone, I think you can make it across. This is Raiden. Do you read me?
Yeah, what's up?
We've made it to the lower part of Strut L. We'll have to cross the water from here.
Can Emma walk?
Yeah, she's okay. The pontoon bridge doesn't look too sturdy. Emma's gonna have to cross it alone.
Right. The oil fence.
There are ciphers and several guards.
Raiden, you're carrying a PSG-1, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's time to play sniper.
Not bad. This spot gives me a good view of the targets.
You're going to have to cover Emma until she crosses to Strut E. I'll get there and provide some support of my own.
Thanks.
Think you can handle it?
Yeah, I know the drill. I faced a similar situation in advanced mode level 4 VR training with the PSG-1.
VR? Guess it's better than nothing. make sure you don't hit Emma. Right now, with Arsenal's boarding in progress, security should be at a minimum. That doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Given the situation, they've probably got claymores in place to make up for the security shortage. Make sure you use your thermal goggles.
Right.
Okay, I'm heading for Strut E.
Emma, are you reading me?
Loud and clear.
I'm gonna clear a path for you from here.
How?
Sniper fire.
You're kidding.
Trust me.
What if I fall into the sea? I can't swim.
You were doing pretty good a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Think you can do it?
Would you take no for an answer?
No. All right, get going. You'll be fine.
If you're crouched, does that make it, like, sway less?
Ow!
Fuck. I don't think they actually call alerts here, right? Like if you shoot them, they just chill or something? Sorry, that wasn't what I meant to do. I think if you call Snake here, he'll help snipe things for you, whatever's in your scope, if you need the help or whatever. I don't know if there's any point in shooting those out of the sky, because they might just keep respawning. I think you can shoot Snake here. Oh wait, actually, you're right. Hold on. Because I think you can see him on the other tower. Where is he? He's up. Fuck, where? I know he's somewhere here. Because I know you can shoot him with a dart and he'll go to sleep, and then you can call him and he'll be sleeping. Last strut? Isn't he lying down somewhere? Yeah, he's lying down somewhere, I don't remember.
This is Snake. Can you hear me?
Yeah, nice and clear.
I've reached my sniper.
Oh, okay, maybe he just got there.
E. I'll provide support fire from here.
Right. Do me a favor and take out whatever I miss.
Just call me when you want me to shoot.
Oh, there he is. Now we see him. Ah! I fucking ran too much. Sorry.
How much longer is this guy gonna sleep?
I thought there were more mines on our path, but that might have only been in, maybe that's only on harder difficulties. Oh wait, or maybe there's one over here. Oh my god. Whoops, sorry, I'm like not paying attention at all to her. Wait, where did she go? Oh. What? Isn't there supposed to be more ammo over here or something? What? Wait, what is the column missing?
Right, and where do you think you're going? Your job is to safeguard Emma. Give her a safe passage with the PSG-1.
Fuck you. Okay, where'd she go? Oh, Snake's awake. That's good. Use the mic when she goes around the pillar.
I can't do this.
Wait, shit. Wait, how have I eaten so many of these?
Freeze!
Ah!
Wait, what? Wait, who said freeze? Wait, was that like a meme? Wait, what just happened? You missed it? That was Johnny? Wait, I felt like I missed something. It's another Johnny bit? Where? Why are there so many of these dumbass cameras?
I don't want to do this.
Okay, well, you're up, buddy, 'cause I'm out of bullets.
Damn, I don't think I can do this. Snake, take over for me.
I'll take care of it then. I'm going to show you how sniping should be handled. Take a good look. My sniping field will be limited to the area you're watching through your PSG-1 scope. Keep a good lookout on Emma's surroundings, even while I'm shooting, all right?
I recall there's ammo around you, right? I thought there was, but I didn't see it when I looked.
You have to die by one animal. It can't be a human or venomous.
Ask your
Which
mom.
would you choose and why?
I have no bullets! And I have no... Oh no, I have one of these. Oh wait. Whoops. Got him. Good job. Put him to sleep. Great shooting. We did it, guys. We saved her. But I was in so much VR.
Raiden, Emma's been stabbed.
That bastard! How bad is it?
She's conscious, but the bleeding's bad. I'm bringing her over there right now. Raiden, get that disc over here as soon as possible. I'm afraid her time's running out.
I'll be there. Snake, what's your situation over there?
Emma seems to be, doing something to GW's defensive capabilities. All we need now is your disc. You'd better hurry. I don't think she's gonna make it.
How's the bleeding?
Just get over here. You'll find the coast is clear with
What did he mean by
everybody
that?
aboard Arsenal right now.
Understood.
What do you think about all this, Rose?
Jack, I guess you need to save.
Rose, can you hear me?
I'm right here.
Actually, that's okay. Forget it.
Jack, what is it?
You wouldn't understand.
Try me, Jack. Please.
I can't, not to you.
Please, tell me. I can help you.
No, there's no way you'd understand.
You can tell Snake, but you won't tell me?
He's different.
Why?
He understands
I'm in
me.
this war too. With you.
No, the war is out here, not on a live feed to some control room.
You want me to pick up a gun and fight? Is that it?
Lord, no. You're the one person that I'd do anything to keep out of this place.
Then what is it?
I'm a killer.
But
I see men hit, I see them die in agony, and I don't feel a thing for them.
don't think things like that, Jack.
I'm a born and bred killer. Nothing like Snake. He fights for something he believes in.
So do you. You're doing your duty.
No, I'm not. Somewhere deep inside, I'm enjoying this. This game.
Game? What does he mean by that, guys? Wait, is there some cool shit in here? Wait, why would they even put this here? Wait, what was that noise? Oh, never mind. Holy shit! Oh god, all the doors close here so loudly. Wait, oh shit, what am I supposed to be doing right now? Fuck. I've got a time limit. Where am I supposed to go? The warehouse? Probably not. Sediment pool? No. Dining hall? Oh god, I don't even remember where I'm supposed to be going.
Colonel, I've reached Shell 1. Good. I see you managed to make it across the oil fence.
Jack, hurry. Emma should already have reached the computer room.
The only way to stop
Computer room B2. Oh, Shell 1 core.
It's the end.
Literally no one cares. Dumb fuck. No! Please no mines, please no mines. I don't remember if there are mines here. Hi, dude, that door is really loud.
I'm sorry.
I keep thinking there's an explosion.
Oh no.
Love you. Be careful. Wait, did you get Din Tai Fung?
Yeah.
Meow.
You want some?
Duh.
Okay.
Wait, is Booksmarts actually saying that there is a chance that I could have went into Melina's room to look at that nude picture and tell it to Bose? He's not actually saying this on his stream, is he? Is anybody watching?
I am watching it.
Is he saying a bunch of crazy shit?
He thinks that there must be like some possibility or something.
No! Wait, oh god, this is farther back one. He's saying Melina could have recorded the full screen and sent it to you because you two were recording every call. First of all, we didn't video record calls, which I guess you could argue maybe we were, but we weren't. Secondly, we weren't recording anything at this point yet. Why would I be? We haven't recorded anything. None of the recordings we've released have come before, I think, January 3rd. Like when everything was like getting crazy fucked. Why is he running game for... Why did I do that? Jump! That's why I did it, because I'm a goddamn ninja. How far into this is Booksmarts? Oh god. He's at 7 out of 16? Oh god. Wait, that camera's not working. Why? Who would plant these here? Do you still think weightlifting gloves are bad? I don't know. If you're deadlifting more than 4 plate, do whatever the fuck you want. What am I looking for? My mine detector.
Chat keeps to chimping out quotes of book smarts even though I know they're half paying attention to his stream.
That's what your mom said. He thinks he used Georgia as a front to bring all these people together? I don't think he said that. No way.
How's Emma? I think he got some internal organs. We can't stop the bleeding.
He was memeing for real.
I'm here.
Got the disc. Emma set everything up.
Wait, hold on. He did make this vague claim about you.
He's been so not interested in this, dude. He has not showed any interest in this.
I didn't give a fuck about any of this. I was on 2 hours of sleep a night. I was not fucking in this world. I stopped in every like 5 minutes maybe, or like every now and then I stopped for 5 or 10 minutes and listened to their fucking calls or whatever. But like, dude, I was getting no fucking sleep and I was like fucking doing my Georgia shit. Again, I don't want to go into like private stuff. I don't want to go into like what I know in private, but I don't think this is a fair explanation of your involvement in this. I'm just going to say that. The chat can take that for what they will. I can't provide evidence for the court, but I will say as the judge that I don't think that's a fair framing of that at all, but okay.
How do people think I can do so much? I laid out the whole reason, how everything happened. I could give like an hour by hour account. I was getting no sleep every fucking night, like taking care of.
Ask Christian. I'd say ask Doug. Like, what?
So no,
I don't know.
That's probably something Steven's gonna want to yell at me about in a phone call, and I'll say right now I'm not willing to. But I don't think that's a fair way of explaining that at all. I don't think it's fair either to say that he wasn't super aware or interested in what was going on either. And I will say that.
I mean, like, I guess I was interested when they all started getting together, but even at that, I wasn't there for the majority of those conversations.
That is a clip chimp. Stop torturing him.
How is it a clip chimp? Like, I would pop in and I would listen for like 5 or 10 minutes and then I would leave. Like, I wasn't, you can, but I guess if I ask you to ask anybody, then they're all going to say like, oh, like, that's just somebody that you brainwashed.
I can't say for a fact, but Steven doesn't sound like he'd be interested in this for him.
Okay.
Apparently all you have to do is pop in the disc. That should insert the virus into the AI.
Is it working?
Just leave it to Emma. What the?
An antibody agent?
Damn! The connection's been cut.
Is the virus upload complete?
I don't think so. The count stopped at 90%. Otacon.
I don't think Emma's made any mistakes. But a portion of the worm cluster might have been altered after the disc left Emma's hands.
By the Patriots?
Will the virus still work?
I have no idea.
Hal, is everything all right?
It's all right. Everything's all right.
Good. At least I won't be adding another page to our family's dark history.
Yeah, that's right.
What if the virus doesn't work? Either destroy that thing, or take out Solidus and his men.
How do we get on board?
I don't think we can. Unless somebody inside gives us a hand.
Hal. I always...
What is it?
wanted to see you again.
You don't hate me?
Never. I never wanted to get in your way. I never wanted to hurt you. I thought that with Arsenal, if I followed in your footsteps, I could be closer. I just wanted you to look at me. Look at me as a woman.
I could never do that.
Don't be so honest. It hurts.
Sorry.
Can I ask you one last favor?
Sure.
Call me Emma.
What?
Please call me Emma.
What's wrong with EE? Emma? 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 Answer me! I didn't leave you because of the accident.
I'm gonna give one quick take that I look forward to watching you guys fight about for the next fucking week, okay? A lot of people grip things wrong when they go to pick them up or when they go to move things, okay? Here it comes. If you have calluses on your hand from doing like pull-ups or something and you don't weigh 300 pounds, it means that you're gripping shit wrong, okay? If you're putting something here and then you're folding your hands around this, or if you think you need weightlifting gloves, if you're like fucking deadlifting like 2 plate or less and you're getting massive fucking calluses, you're not getting calluses because you're lifting a lot of weight or you're working out. You're getting calluses because you're gripping it like a fucking moron, right? If your grip strength is weak and you're putting something here and then you're relying on your skin to fold and compress in order to hold on to something, you're not using like the muscles in your hand, you're being a fucking moron. Full stop. There it is. Get mad. Can't wait to see that. Can't wait to see the subreddit takes on that one.
I had a relationship with your mother.
Wait, what the fuck?
And it went on. My father's death was no accident. He took his own life. It was my fault. All my fault. Forgive me, Emma.
We're gonna need a recap. Hal fucked his own stepmom. His dad killed himself because of it. Because let's be real, who wouldn't commit suicide after getting cucked by this guy?
Attention! Arsenal gear is ready for launch. Evacuate the upper levels immediately.
Sounds like they're cutting this area loose. What do you mean?
It means we're gonna sink.
We have to get the hostages out.
What about the camo repairs?
Done.
We won't be able to get everybody aboard.
We'll just have to take as many as we can.
My sister won't be able to come with us.
We will be commencing the countdown shortly. Personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
I'm always the survivor. Why, Wolf?
Otacon, take care of the hostages.
What about you guys?
We got other arrangements. There's our ride out of here. Anyway, we're gonna have to sink that thing if the virus doesn't work.
I should be going with you.
You've got your job, we've got ours.
You mean I'd only get in your way?
Wrong. Only you can save those hostages. Got it?
Right. Listen, the two of you won't be able to destroy that thing. Eliminate the enemy. That's your only option.
How?
EE?
Otacon. Try to get as many hostages out as you can. It's a short flight to the shore, so don't worry about overloading the Kamov.
Leave it to me.
Was that blackface?
I repeat, personnel in the upper levels, head for the evacuation area immediately.
I'm counting on you, Otacon.
How? I miss you. How? I miss you. I miss you. I miss you.
Kojima's movies would suck, they'd look pretty cool. If Kojima did movies, he would literally be like Christopher Nolan. It'd be really cool concepts, it'd be a really interesting idea and exposition, but the characters would be like, eh. And then the emotional dialogue or writing would be like, eh.
You and me, we're the same.
But there'd be like a really cool set piece or two.
Both you and I, we were always alone. Always. We only wanted to be loved.
Look at the dialogue, man. Nolan isn't this bad. Nolan is atrocious at writing dialogue. His exposition dumps are on tier with Metal Gear Solid.
Somebody who would love us, but we were wrong. You can't wait to be loved. You have to go out and find it. 4 years ago, I realized that you can't just wish for a happy family. You have to make it happen. I only wish I knew that sooner. I learned that I could love, as you probably did, Emma.
Yeah, that's true. At least Metal Gear Solid dumps enough exposition for you to actually know what's going on.
Okay?
He's tougher than he looks. Consider it done.
Now, how do we open this thing?
You can come out now.
A ninja? What the?
Arsenal's going to take off. We still need you to take care of a few things. This time, don't fail us.
Snake, what's this all about?
Bedtime, Raiden. I wouldn't do that.
You're changing sides now?
Change sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours.
Damn it. You!
Ready for some shut-eye?
Was that Olga from earlier? Yes. How far through the game is this? We're probably like 80%, I think? Maybe?
Jack, are you reading me? Do you want to save your mission data up to this point? Your mission data's been saved.
Is he still alive? He was when Olga brought him in. I've checked everything, including the genome data, but there's nothing on this guy. NSA, CIA, FBI. He doesn't exist in any database. He's a non-existent operative from a non-existent organization.
I suspected as much. However, I know this man.
Huh?
Wake him up. It's been a while, hasn't it? Jack the Ripper?
You know this fellow?
You remember me, don't you? You've grown. High concentration of cerebral implants. Have they altered your memory, too? This is my son. I taught him everything. Jack, I never thought I'd see you again.
You know me?
You don't remember. Your name, your skills. Everything you know, you learned from me. The 80s. A civil war. You were one of the best among the child soldiers that fought in that conflict. When you were barely 10 years old, you became the platoon leader of the small boy unit. At the time, your outstanding kill record earned you several nicknames, including White Devil and Jack the Ripper. Jack, I was your godfather. I named you. When the war ended, you disappeared from the relief center. I wondered what happened to you.
The 80s were rough in the US,
known
guys.
They would recruit you.
It's an interesting coincidence.
If he's a lackey for the Patriots, I doubt he knows anything of interest.
What should we do with him?
We'll use him like you suggested.
What about Dead Cell?
Ignore them. Happening again?
Could it be that he's here too?
In another hour, we demonstrate the power of Arsenal gear.
Attack with standard weapons, of course.
Yes, proceed as planned.
At last report, all is well with GW.
How about the troops?
The men are being refitted with Arsenal gear equipment as ordered. You're the spitting image of Big Boss.
Is that so? Perhaps I should be grateful to this kid for that.
This situation, I find it very nostalgic.
Where am I?
Why, inside Arsenal gear, of course. Actually, we're also inside the memory of Shadow Moses. I'll take this back. You don't need this anymore, do you? A foul wind is blowing. We shall speak again.
Don't move. Stay as you are. We're being monitored by a camera.
What are you up to?
I'm switching over to nanocommunication.
Mr. X? Ninja?
Correct. It's me.
I thought you were the leader of the Russian troops.
No, that was just a smokescreen.
A smokescreen?
I was sent to provide you support.
Support? Who sent you? The Colonel?
No, the Patriots.
What?
I deceived my troops, betrayed them.
But why?
My child is being held hostage by the Patriots. It all started 2 years ago when I lost my father during the tanker incident. My men and I had nowhere to go, so we joined forces with an illegal Russian organization.
The Russian Mafia?
Something like that, actually. I learned much later that it was a subordinate organization of the Patriots. I was expecting at the time. When I gave birth to my child, it turned out I was in a hospital run by the Patriots. In the morning, my child was gone. My baby is being kept somewhere in this country.
Have you ever met your child?
No. Once a month, they send me a photo of my child via network. I've never even held the child in my own arms.
I see. Given your situation, nobody can blame you for what you did.
That's your opinion.
What about Snake? I thought you were enemies.
He wasn't responsible for my father's death. Actually, we owe him our lives. 2 years ago, they were responsible for getting us out of the sinking tanker alive.
So you were partners since the incident?
No, I only found out the truth shortly before this.
Huh?
When I confronted him here.
You fought with Snake? When?
Well, it was around the time you were holding hands with that girl.
Snake. So you joined hands with him to pay back a debt?
No, mutual gain.
Mutual gain?
My job was to assist you. If Solidus gets away with Arsenal, your mission is a failure. The Patriots would judge that as failure on my part and terminate my child. Putting it simply, my child's life depends on your success.
So you did it all for your child. But why would the Patriots want to help me? Are they hoping I'll take Solidus out?
No, you're just like me. We're just pawns.
Pawns for what purpose?
The S3 plan.
Huh?
You'll figure it out sooner or later, but I wonder if you'll handle the truth.
What do you mean?
Listen, we haven't got time for this. Saladis will commence his attack any minute. He's got to be stopped.
What about the virus?
No results so far. I think the Patriots have tampered with the program.
Will it work?
I don't know.
Get me out of this thing.
Not yet. I'll release your restraints after I leave this room.
Where's my gear?
Snake's got everything. I couldn't bring it here.
And where do I find Snake?
The passageway ahead leads to a hangar. He'll be waiting there. I gave him a card key for the hangar.
Does Snake plan to destroy Arsenal gear?
No. Even for Snake, it's impossible to completely destroy this thing. The only option is to stop Saladis and his men.
What are you going to do?
Stay concealed. That's my role. I still can't afford to be discovered.
Olga, you can't keep this up. They're bound to find you.
Listen, I'll free you in a little while. Brace yourself.
Why? Ouch. Game over. Oh.
Jack, are you all right?
Oh, yeah.
Jack, is it true? What Solidus said?
Yes.
It's unbelievable. Drafting small children, sending them to war? It's not allowed under international conventions.
ICC rules don't mean a lot in war. Someone told me that there are over 300,000 children in combat right now. I was just one of them.
So you remember? I thought your memory had been manipulated by them.
It was. But I have nightmares every day. Pieces of the past I can't put together.
Why didn't you tell me?
You couldn't begin to understand.
Damn.
You wouldn't know that until you try me.
I didn't want you to get hurt. There was never a real reason for me to fight, except that someone put a gun in my hand. And that someone was him.
It wasn't your fault.
If I survived the day's fight, I was praised, fed, and had a bed to sleep in. I think I was only 6 when I held my first AK. But I'm not even sure of that.
Jack.
I'm not like Snake. I never questioned why we fought. There was no purpose, no way out. They give you a gun, you ask how many to kill. If you didn't, you were the one they shot instead.
It's okay. No one is blaming you.
We were shown Hollywood action films every day. The kind with macho guys and big guns. They call it image training.
Ugh.
They built us from the ground up into killing machines. We were fed once a day. I can still taste the gunpowder they mixed into the food.
Gunpowder? In the food?
The gunpowder had toluene in it, giving it hallucinogenic properties. It kept us drugged, controllable.
Oh my God!
When the Civil War ended, those of us who survived were taken in by NGOs. They gave me a new life in the States. I can't complain. But nothing's changed. The only people who have no problem with my past have secrets and agendas of their own. Terrible nightmares. Every night. I can never forget.
Jack.
I'm afraid of the night. That's why I don't sleep next to you.
You should have told me.
You wouldn't
Told
understand.
You what?
You didn't have the VR
I'm
training.
A killer, and always have been.
No, no.
What I hate more than anything else in the world is my own past. I didn't want you or anyone to know about it. Now I know why I was chosen for this mission. No one can take him on, take him down, except me. I've been kept alive this long for this. I knew as soon as I saw Solidus.
Jack, I love you the way you are now. You have to believe me. I didn't know anything about you, I admit that. Where you were born, how you grew up. But I know that now. And I know that what I feel for you can only get better. And I'll share in your past if that's the price.
It doesn't work that way. No one can share the burden of what I've done. It's not one of those warm and fuzzy things couples share.
I accept the good and the bad, Jack. That's what you do for someone you love.
I don't want to share my past with anyone. I just want to forget about it.
Jack, I haven't told you, about what I've done.
The last 2 years with you, it's been more than I've ever hoped for.
Jack.
But I can't go any farther.
Any other child soldiers in the chat?
I know you want to get married. But I can't. I can't risk starting a family. There's no way to erase my childhood.
It's all right, Jack. Please, don't say any more.
Anybody here seen Austin Powers? Wait, was there an item? Holy shit. Coomstony.
Raiden, do you copy? You must continue your mission.
I've lost all my gear. I need to locate Snake.
He was never factored into the simulation. Leave him out of this.
I can't do much naked, especially in this temperature.
That's true. You won't be able to attack or enter the hanging mode either.
I think Snake has my gear.
Raiden, take out Solidus and his men. You must recover Arsenal intact.
Colonel, are you under orders from the Patriots?
Your role, that is, mission, is to infiltrate the structure and disarm the terrorists.
My role? Why do you keep saying that?
Why not? This is a type of role-playing game. The point is that you play out your part, and I expect you to turn in a perfect performance.
Colonel, I just remembered something.
What?
That I've never met you in person. Not once.
Complete your mission, according to the simulation.
Colonel, who are you?
No more questions. We have Rosemary.
What do you mean by that?
Over and out.
What does he mean by that?
Right. Rendezvous with that man and get your gear back. There's a door on the northeast, second level. Get yourself over there.
Everything all right, Jack? Jack, I was serious when I said I wanted you to propose to me.
Rose?
I was really worried. There are times when it seems like you're not really looking at me and that if I looked away for a moment, you'll disappear. I wanted to make sure you couldn't get away. I thought that if we lived together, maybe things would change. That maybe we could change things ourselves. But that wasn't the problem. There was something deeper.
I'm sorry.
I guess it's impossible for me.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Jack. I love you. I really do. Please believe me. Whatever happens.
Rose?
Bye, Jack.
Raiden, turn the game console off right now.
What did you say?
The mission is a failure. Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
Don't worry, it's a game. It's a game just like usual.
You'll ruin your eyes playing so close to the TV.
What are you talking about?
Raiden, something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky, to the east. It was moving very irregularly. Suddenly, there was intense light all around me, and when I came to, I was home. What do you think happened to me?
Huh?
Fine. Forget it.
You gnome fuck!
Huh?
What's that?
Whoops.
Infiltrate the enemy fortress. Outer heaven. Destroy.
Oh,
the
these are
final
excerpts from
weapon.
Metal Gear.
Metal Gear.
I think. Metal Gear 1, I think? Wait, why can't I... Oh, I can't go into hanging mode.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack! Jack!
Infiltrate the...
I don't think I can grab people either, right? No. Weak.
Honestly, though, you have played the game for a long time. Don't you have anything else to do with your time?
Hmm? Who's there?
Actually, there is something I have been meaning to tell you, but I just couldn't. I think you should know, though. On Saturday morning last week, I saw a guy leaving Rosemary's room. How should I put it? It was like they were intimate. I'm sorry. Sorry to bring this up during the mission, but... An anemone or clematis plant's juice can cause a rash. When pruning them, it's a good idea to wear gloves.
Oh, President Baker should be somewhere to the South Pole where you blasted through the wall. Hurry and save him before the terrorists discover his code. Sorry, I pushed a button.
Actually, I'm in really bad shape financially. I pay money to my ex-wife as part of our divorce settlement, among other bills. I just had no choice but to make you pay for lunch the other day. I'm really sorry. I was a North American fall webworm in my past life. Those were the good old days. What were you in your former life?
Jack, it's me.
Hi, Rose.
Jack, I owe you an apology.
If it's about that conversation just now, I'm the one who's sorry.
No, it's something else.
What is it?
That day at Federal Hall 2 years ago, it wasn't a coincidence. I was ordered to keep an eye on you.
Keep an eye on me?
Yes, by the Patriots.
You're a spy?
I suppose. Yes. It's an ugly word. Are you still there?
Was sleeping with me a part of the job?
I fell in love with you.
How could anyone?
I can't excuse what I did. I've reported every detail of your personal life to them these 2 years. What you did, said, everything.
Must have been fun.
But some things I didn't tell anyone. Like what I felt for you.
So that's why you were involved in this mission. I should have known. Why else would they toss an analyst into the mix at the last minute?
I'm sorry. I know what I did was wrong.
No matter where I go, I get used.
I reinvented myself to suit your tastes. Hairstyle, clothes, the way I moved, things I talked about. You say you love the color of my hair, my eyes. They're not even real.
You must have gone over my psych profile with a fine-tooth comb.
It was my job.
Great performance. Had me completely fooled.
What I really wanted was for you to see the real me. It hurt to play out this artificial romance. It was worse to lie to myself than to you. The more love you gave me, the more it hurt. Because I knew the person you loved was just a character.
So it was artificial on my end, too. It was just a game, not the real thing.
Oh, Jack.
I feel better knowing that.
What?
I was in love, or thought I was, with someone who didn't exist. I was trying to be someone I wasn't by loving what wasn't real. I don't know who you really are. The person I knew isn't real. She's not the woman I'm talking to right now. In a sense, the deception was my own, not theirs.
Jack, I thought I was acting because that was my job. But I did fall in love with you. That wasn't an act.
You expect me to believe that? It's okay. You had your reasons, right? Hey, I understand, but I have nothing left to...
Jack!
What?
I'm carrying... I'm pregnant, Jack.
Rose! What's going on?
Amazing how you walk around like that.
Snake!
Been waiting long?
In the first game, if you beat the game, you get a bandana the second pass through that gives you infinite ammo, by the way.
Where's
if you
my
choose a
gear?
certain option.
Right over there. That's more like it. Everything you had when you were captured is still there. Sorry about earlier. I had to use you as bait to gain access to Arsenal. It worked.
Why didn't you tell me about Olga?
You never asked. Not happy about that? Get over it.
Any effects of the virus yet?
Still waiting on that.
So, it was rigged by the Patriots?
Looks like it. From what I can tell, Arsenal is headed for Manhattan. I don't know what Solidus is planning, but we'll have to deal with it one way or another. There's also a troop of production model Rays ahead.
How many units?
25, according to Olga.
25?
Yeah. Can't say I've faced that many Metal Gears before, but I think we can deal.
No way we can.
We can, because we have no other choice.
How?
I've stocked up on Stinger missiles. Oh yeah, Olga left this for you.
Why?
Olga asked me to give it to you. Besides, I'm not a big fan of blades. Move the right analog stick up and down to make a vertical slice, and left and right to slice parallel to the ground. Move the stick in a circle to do a rotating cut. Push it forward to lunge and strike. You can guard with your blade if you have the L1 button pressed down. You should be able to deflect a bullet or two.
Oh wait, we missed a scene. There's a place... Is it when you first get captured is Raiden, I think? There's a place where you can call... You can like save the game and quit and come back. And then you play like a totally different game depending on where you're at. It's after this? Oh, maybe it's after this, sorry. Spoiler alert. Oh wait, am I thinking Metal Gear Solid 3? I might be thinking Metal Gear Solid 3, sorry.
Damn, kid.
Wait, what does that do? Oh, one knocks you out and one is...
Moron. Damn, kid. What are you thinking? Moron. Damn, kid. Moron. What are you thinking?
Fuck, I don't remember how to knock him out. Got his tags. Alright, bye. Good luck. Fuck, he's gonna be mad.
Moron. Come on, time to go. If you run out of ammo, you can have mine.
You got enough?
Absolutely. Infinite ammo.
Wait up, Snake.
What?
Snake, have you ever enjoyed killing someone?
What are you talking about?
I'm not sure. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between reality and a game.
Diminished sense of reality, huh? VR training will do that.
No, it was field training when I was a kid. I lied, Snake. I have more field experience than I can remember. It's not VR that's doing this to me.
Raiden, we don't carry guns to take people down. We're not here to help some politician either.
You can say that because you're a legend, a hero. I'm Jack the Ripper, a dirty reminder of a terrible mistake.
Legends don't mean a whole lot. I was just a name to exploit, just like you.
People will remember only the good part, the right part of what you did.
There's no right part in murder, not ever. And we're not in this to make a name for ourselves.
Then what are you and Otacon fighting for?
A future? You can stop being part of a mistake, starting now.
What am I? What am I supposed to do?
So you haven't figured it out yet. The meta commentary, so that you can pay attention to stuff, is you're Raiden, basically, playing a game, killing people.
For yourself. And when you do, pass it on to the future.
Believe in what?
That's your problem. Come on.
Snake, Raiden.
Otacon, you all right?
Yeah, so are all the hostages.
That's good news.
How's everything on your end?
All right for now, but there is something.
What?
The Colonel's last transmission was strange.
Strange? How?
Just strange. No idea.
Interference?
I don't know.
Where is this Colonel?
I don't know. I've never met the man, actually.
I'll dig around.
Thanks. I owe you one.
If there's anything else, call me on the codec. I might be able to help. The frequency is 141.12.
Fortnite, auto aim. Okay, this cannot be on our fast switch. Holy shit. What? Fuck you.
Take the item.
God, that's so annoying.
You're going, yeah.
Wait, what item? Or did he throw it at me? I don't know if these guys talk to you more.
Variety level 7. Shoot down the space invader. Training will have to be postponed if we are invaded by UFOs. Snake, there's a fork in the conveyor belt. The machine is automatically sorting cargo according to some system. Take a good look at the device. Big Boss here. Enter the track on the bridge to the right. Over.
Raiden, about this colonel of yours. I found out where he is.
Where?
Inside Arsenal.
What?
I've checked out all the possibilities, but I keep coming back to Arsenal. It isn't a relay point, it's the origin of the signal. And the encryption protocol it uses is exactly the same as that of Arsenal's AI, the so-called GW.
What the hell does this mean?
I think it means you've been talking to an AI.
That's impossible.
The Colonel probably isn't GW per se. GW was most likely stimulating cortical activity in the dormant part of your brain through signal manipulation of your own nanomachines. The Colonel is, in part, your own creation, cobbled together from expectations and experience.
That's crazy!
But it's probably the truth. The virus may be starting to affect GW, which would explain the Colonel's behavior.
It was all an illusion? Everything I've done so far?
Raiden.
Snake, what's happening around here?
I don't know. What I do know is that you're standing right here in front of me. Not an illusion. Flesh and blood.
Huh?
It's your call. You can drop this if you want.
No, I can't do that. Let's go.
Raiden, they've got Rose.
What?
Rose is being held in the holds.
It's a trap.
Help! Rose!
Raiden, get a grip.
But Snake...
It's a trap. Since the Colonel doesn't exist, there's no way he can take Rose hostage.
Yeah, you're right.
I am right.
Okay. Does Rose exist?
Don't be weird. She's your...
What if I've never really met her?
What?
If the Colonel is something that I partly dreamt up, then everything I remember about her could be...
Don't jump to conclusions.
You and Otacon are the ones that say the Colonel never existed.
Raiden.
Is this what Olga was talking about?
Communicator Entertainment Program, Idea Spy 2.5, Episode 1, New York. Here in the city where dreams come true and desires rule, something is being bought, sold, and thrown away, even as we speak. But behind the scenes of business as usual, the nefarious JE Corporation lines its already bloated coffers with profits from worthless products. As JE swindles yet another innocent into purchasing high-priced junk, the FBI mobilizes a top-secret task force to put a stop to the menace. Now, the city's best-kept secret spy is out there, briefed and ready to protect the people from JE, the catalog of conspiracy. Just call him 2.5. You got a PSG-1? You can use that against Sniper Wolf. Hurry up and save Meryl. Snake, like Shakespeare said, naught's had, all's spent, where our desire is got without content. Basically, it means that your desire can get you into trouble if you're not careful. That goes for items, too. Don't get too greedy, or you might be sorry. Be careful, Snake. Snake. Remember what de Gaulle said. The graveyards are full of indispensable men. Snake, you're all alone and surrounded by bad guys. Try to be careful and avoid getting into a fight whenever you can. You wouldn't be trying to give yourself a bogus score using some ingenious trick, would you? That's just about as low as anyone could possibly stoop. I can't believe you sometimes. Your mission is to infiltrate the Fortress Galluade, rescue the hostages, and neutralize Metal Gear before its assembly is complete. Variety level 13. Rescue Meryl, the return of Ginola. Actually, there is something I have been meaning to tell you, but I just couldn't. I think you should know, though. On Saturday morning last...
I think that's all of them.
Big boss here. Enter the track on the bridge to the right. Over.
Wait, maybe not.
Snake, like Shakespeare said, naught's had. Snake, there's a fork in the conveyor belt. The machine is
Take the item. Use this.
Oh fuck, this doesn't have any auto in.
Use this.
Oh, sorry.
Take the item.
Fortune.
It's been a long wait, Solid Snake. The root of all my sorrows.
What?
2 years ago, you killed my father. That was the beginning of hell for us. Everyone I love has been taken from me one by one, and no matter how hard I try, I can't follow them. An endless nightmare. The only thing we live for is to see it end. Our wait is almost over.
You can't be serious about firing the nuke.
Since no one can kill me, I may as well kill everyone I can. Starting with you, Solid Snake.
Damn! Looks like I'm today's pick. You go on ahead. You want eternal rest? I've got it right here.
What are you gonna do? Bullets can't get near her.
I'll think of something. There's no such thing as a witch.
You think you can kill me?
I don't know what your group's been through, but let's get one thing clear. I didn't kill your father.
Do you think anyone believes your lies?
Raiden, get out of here!
I mean, Snake's killed a lot of people. He might have killed her dead.
Jack, I've been watching how you fight. It looks like you've remembered the way you used to kill in the old days. Or is it one of the S3 plan's proud achievements?
What are you talking about?
It came as a complete surprise when Ocelot discovered the S3 data from GW. Not a bad idea, though. Using fire to fight fire, creating the perfect assassin to retire Solid Snake's brother. S3 stands for Solid Snake Simulation. It's a development program to artificially reproduce Solid Snake, the perfect warrior. The result is a Foxhound Commando. When Foxhound no longer exists, a simulated Solid Snake shaped by VR regimen. Sound like someone you know, Jack? I'm sorry to see you reduced to one of the Patriots' puppets. But I've made use of you, and their plan too. Solid Snake's sudden appearance, your arrival. It was obvious the Patriots were among my ranks. I had to smoke out the agent before the mission entered the final phase. You came in handy, as bait. Jack, those days during the Civil War were as real as they come. Every day was absolute, split between life and death. You ran from it, and now you've been led back to war by something less than real. No more games, Jack. At least you know. There's no reason to keep you alive now. I've given you a worthy opponent, at least. But now, you should die as the little Jackie boy I once knew.
I think if you play this on the hardest difficulty, I think you have to kill like literally fucking 30 of these. This boss battle took me so fucking long. Or maybe not 30, but a full 25 or whatever they say. I don't know if you have to on this difficulty. I think you only have to kill like... like 5 or so. What? Wait, do you have to kill all 25 of them or whatever in this one in normal too? No, okay.
Decided to show
Olga, don't do this! They'll know!
I'll hold them off. Give you time to get away.
What about you? This is suicide!
Your nanomachines, they're transmitting your vital signs to the Patriots. If you die, my child dies. You understand?
The child. I see. So that's why you sold your troops out to me. So many dead, and they all died trusting you! Weren't they your comrades?
No, not just comrades. Family. I know I'm going to hell, but at least my child.
I applaud your attitude. If you have a death wish, I'll be happy to accommodate you. See you in hell!
Olga!
Enjoy the show, Jack. Let's pick up where we left off. What's going on? What's wrong with it?
AI. GW, it's out of control.
What?
Cascade throughout the neural network. I can't shut it down.
What happened?
Maybe some kind of virus.
The Patriots?
I don't know.
Ocelot, what have you been up to?
It's too late. Arsenal's system control is going haywire. It's on an emergency ascent course.
Stupid machines! Bring him in.
This is right after Bob releases 39 pages, guys.
Are you awake yet, Jack? GW, the Arsenal AI is corrupted beyond repair. I admit that I underestimated you. I'll squeeze the answers out of you instead, my son!
I feel like I didn't get fair warning for this.
What do you hope to hear? You know he doesn't know anything.
It's not him I want the answers from.
What do you mean?
That's not your business.
Oh, really? It so happens I have some business of my own to attend to.
Planning to hijack Arsenal?
Huh?
You were going to screw me over, weren't you?
Who talked? Ocelot?
Not exactly. I was the one who used Ocelot to suggest the idea to you in the first place.
What?
I was planning to give you Arsenal to begin with.
Why the uncharacteristic generosity?
I'm no philanthropist. Arsenal is far from impregnable. It needs other Metal Gears as guards, a huge payload of warheads, and full air, sea, and land support to function efficiently. Against a large attack force without support, Arsenal is nothing more than a gigantic coffin. Seizing Arsenal gear was never the real objective.
What was your objective then?
A list of names of the Patriots! They were planning to extend their control to digital information flow with GW and Arsenal. That means the information they want to filter out is contained in GW, including that list of the highest 12 members of the Patriots Wiseman's Committee.
And once you knew who they were, you would cross out their names one by one, while we, with our useless arsenal, drew their fire.
Very good.
You were using us all along.
Were you any different?
But your plans hit a snag with GW destroyed, hasn't it?
No, there is another way.
Really? But we have our own plans to carry out. We'll take the arsenal since you don't care for it anyway. The purified hydrogen bomb is ready to go.
A nuclear strike won't stop them.
It will damage their power source. The mindless masses that they control. First things first.
Of course. That was what you wanted. I won't stop you. Good luck.
Thanks, but I have quite enough of that. What exactly
Oh,
do
I
you
know
find
these
so funny?
guys. The
Charades usually are humorous. I wouldn't have minded watching some more of it, but we're running a little short on time.
What are you talking about?
Everything you've done here has been scripted. A little exercise set up by us.
Exercise?
The S3 plan was conceived as a means to produce soldiers on par with Solid Snake. That's what I told you. But the VR training the boy was put through is not the meat of the project. You think this little terrorist incident is your own doing, Solidus? This is the S3 training kernel. An orchestrated recreation of Shadow Moses.
What?
Ames and the President's deaths. The ninja. The computer virus that mimics Foxdie. Did you really think they were all a coincidence? Ames' own nanomachines were used to shut down his pacemaker. I arranged for the appearance of the ninja as well. As for the President, although Johnson realized what was going on, he played out his allotted part. As for the computer virus, it's a digital counterpart of Foxdie. It was also designed to eliminate every scrap of information regarding the Patriots from GW. Your plan was invalidated even before execution, Solidus. Fat Man was a different story. He's one of our own people. A sort of examiner we hired to test the boy's progress before letting him tackle the exercise proper. We had to arrange for Stillman's presence to coax the maniac into agreeing. If the boy had allowed the big shell to be destroyed, this exercise would have ended there. The project has no room for failures.
What do you mean?
Given the right situation, the right story, anyone can be shaped into Snake. Even rookies can fight like men of experience. An instant creation of genius. And this training kernel will provide more than enough data to formulate such a program. You, Dead Cell, Olga, you're all nothing but pawns placed to create the perfect simulation. Solidus, you and the boy were selected because your relationship resembles the one between Snake and Big Boss. Fortune, you and the rest of Dead Cell stand in for the Foxhound squad that Snake took on in Shadow Moses. You're the most impressive collection of freaks outside of Foxhound. We've gone to a lot of trouble to set you up against the boy. That story about purified hydrogen bombs is just the tip of the iceberg. The project was already underway when I sunk that tanker, along with your old man 2 years ago. Throwing your husband in the brig was a part of it too. You were told that the eradication of Dead Cell 6 months ago was an act of the Patriots. We provoked and encouraged your hatred. And you opted for vengeance, just as we planned.
All orchestrated?
Except for the appearance of the real Solid Snake. I wonder now who sent for you.
All our misfortune was just a part of their project? How could...
You're no Lady Luck. You have nothing that we didn't give you.
What?
Do you know why no bullet could hit you? It wasn't magic, or some new age mumbo-jumbo. Certainly wasn't your psychic talents. It was all staged by the Patriots.
Staged?
You were being shielded by the electromagnetic weapons technology that the Patriots developed. Your Dead Cell comrades loved your father and husband. We needed a pathetic wretch like you to keep them focused. You've been our puppet all along, just like Olga.
No!
You were hamming it up as the tragic heroine, thanks to the script that the Patriots wrote for you. Pure self-indulgence, absorbed in your own misfortune. You couldn't get enough of the drama.
I could have died whenever I wanted to.
Thought I got her in the heart.
It missed.
Now I remember. Your heart's on the right. Waste of metal, my dear, but your luck's run out. This is the little gizmo. There's no such thing as miracles or the supernatural, only cutting-edge technology.
This is fucking insane. Whoa, we haven't even got to the final twist yet, though.
Now that I have enough data, all I have to do is retrieve Arsenal and clean up the refuse from the exercise.
Just try.
How's this then? Damn.
Fortune!
You idiot! Get the hell away from there!
I told you, your luck's run out. Take your reward. It's all the payload Ray has. Die!
Everybody down!
What the? Impossible!
She is Lady Luck.
My name is Helena Dolph Jackson, the daughter of a proud and noble soldier. I can see my family again.
Damn! Try this instead. No! No! No, not now!
waiting for this!
It can't be.
I've been inside this arm all along, waiting for the right time to awaken.
You were inside Ocelot?
Yes, a sleeper in the arm of a Patriot spy.
It was you 2 years ago?
Exactly. I was controlling him. Snake, it was I that leaked information about Arsenal to your partner and got you out here.
What?
You're the only one that can free me. After all... I'm off to bury the Patriots for good.
You know where they are? How?
Why do you think I chose Ocelot as my host? But before I go, I have a family matter to settle with both of you. There's room for only one Snake and one big boss. Time to say goodbye!
Damn!
Like surfing, it's a good way to go.
Liquid! Stop this thing!
Hey, Snake! You coming?
No, they cut this part of the scene because of 9/11. Wow.
Federal Hall.
What are you laughing at?
Do you know what day it is today?
April 30th?
Me and Rose's anniversary.
That's right. George Washington took office as the first president of the United States of America 200 years ago today. And it happened right here. We were going to declare another independence, the dawn of a new nation, here. The end of the Patriots' secret rule, liberation of this country. This was where it was supposed to begin. This is where freedom could have been born.
All you want is power at any cost.
Jack, it's not power I want. What I wanted to take back from the Patriots are things like freedom, civil rights, opportunities. The founding principles of this country. Everything that's about to be wiped out by their digital censorship. Jack. Listen to me. We're all born with an expiration date. No one lasts forever. Life is nothing but a grace period for turning the best of our genetic material into the next generation. The data of life is transferred from parent to child. That's how it works. But we have no heirs, no legacy. We brothers are called les enfants terribles, cloned from our father with the ability to reproduce conveniently engineered out. What is our legacy if we cannot pass the torch? Proof of our existence, a mark of some sort. When the torch is passed on from parent to child, it extends beyond DNA. Information is imparted as well. All I want is to be remembered by other people, by history. The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information. I want my memory, my existence to remain. Unlike an intron of history, I will be remembered as an exon. That will be my legacy, my mark in history. But the Patriots would deny us even that. I will triumph over the Patriots and liberate us all, and we will become the Sons of Liberty!
Raiden, are you receiving? We're still here.
How's that possible? The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
Who are you?
To begin with, we're not what you'd call human. Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution. We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Jack, don't be silly.
Don't you know that our plans have your interests, not ours, in mind?
What?
Jack, listen carefully, like a good boy.
The mapping of the human genome was completed early this century. As a result, the evolutionary log of the human race lay open to us.
We started with genetic engineering, and in the end, we succeeded in digitizing life itself.
But there are things not covered by genetic information.
What do you mean?
Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really.
That's what history is, Jack.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
Create context?
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt. The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
We're trying to stop that from happening.
It's our responsibility as rulers. Just as in genetics, unnecessary information and memory must be filtered out to stimulate the evolution of the species.
And you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce, retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations?
That's what it means to create context.
I'll decide for myself what to believe and what to pass on.
But is that even your own idea?
Or something Snake told you?
That's the proof of your incompetence right there. You lack the qualifications to exercise free will.
That's not true. I have the right.
Does something like a self exist inside of you?
That which you call self serves as nothing more than a mask to cover your own being.
In this era of ready-made truths, self is just something used to preserve those positive emotions that you occasionally feel.
Another possibility is that self is a concept you conveniently borrowed under the logic that would endow you with some sense of strength.
That's crap!
Is it? Would you prefer that someone else tell you? All right then. Explain it to him.
Jack, you're simply the best, and you got there all by yourself.
Oh, what happened? Do you feel lost? Why not try a bit of soul-searching?
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
Ironic that although self is something that you yourself fashioned, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
In denial, you simply resort to looking for another, more convenient truth in order to make yourself feel better.
Just trust the plan.
Leaving behind in an instant the so-called truth you once embraced.
Should someone like that be able to decide what is truth?
Should someone like you even have the right to decide?
You've done nothing but abuse your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothering the world. You are.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of digitized communication has given even more power to the individual. Too much power for an immature species.
Building a legacy involves figuring out what is wanted and what needs to be done for that goal. All this you used to struggle with. Now we think for you.
We are your guardians, after all.
You want to control human thought? Human behavior?
Of course. Anything can be quantified nowadays. That's what this exercise was designed to prove.
You fell in love with me just as you were meant to, after all. Isn't that right, Jack?
Ocelot was not told the whole truth, to say the least.
We rule an entire nation. Of what interest would a single soldier, no matter how able, be to us?
The S3 plan does not stand for solid snake simulation. What it does stand for is selection for societal sanity. The S3 is a system for controlling human will and consciousness. S3 is not you, a soldier trained in the image of Solid Snake. It is a method, a protocol that created a circumstance that made you what you are.
So you see, we're the S3, not you.
What you experienced was the final test of its effectiveness.
That's crazy.
You heard what President Johnson said.
The Arsenal's GW system is the key to their supremacy.
The objective of this exercise was to establish such a method. We used Shadow Moses as a paradigm for the exercise.
I wonder if you would have preferred a fantasy setting.
We chose that backdrop because of its extreme circumstances. It was an optimal test for S3's crisis management capacity. If the model could trigger, control, and solve this, it would be ready for any contingency. And now, we have our proof. Raiden, there are also reasons behind your selection. Solidus raised plenty of other child soldiers. Do you know why we chose you over them? It was because you were the only one who refused to acknowledge the past. All the others remember what they were and pay for it daily.
But you turn your back on everything you don't like. You do whatever you like, see only the things you like, and for yourself alone.
Yes, Rose can attest to that.
You refused to see me for what I was. I lied to you, but I wanted to be caught. You pretended to be understanding, to be a gentleman. You never made a conscious attempt to reach out to me. The only time you did was when I gave you no choice but to do so.
I was just trying not to...
What? Trying not to hurt me? Dear, the one you were trying not to hurt was yourself. Avoiding the truth under the guise of kindness is all that you did. It occurred to you to do nothing but look out for yourself. Even if you claim that it was for my sake, that feeling was nowhere to be seen. In the end, everything was for your sake. I was never part of the picture.
Exactly right. So you see, you're a perfect representative of the masses we need to protect. This is why we chose you. You accepted the fiction we've provided, obeyed our orders, and did everything you were told to. The exercise is a resounding success.
Didn't I tell you that GW was still incomplete? But not anymore, thanks to you.
Your persona, experiences, triumphs, and defeats are nothing but byproducts. The real objective was ensuring that we could generate and manipulate them. It's taken a lot of time and money, but it was well worth it considering the results. I think that's enough talk. It's time for the final exercise. Raiden, take Solidus down.
Think again. I'm through doing what I'm told.
Oh, really? Aren't you forgetting something?
If you die, my child dies.
The termination of vital signals from your nanomachines means the death of Olga's child. Not to mention the death of Rose. She's wired the same way.
Rose, does she actually exist?
Of course I do, Jack. You have to believe me.
Damn!
It will be a fight to the death.
Solidus at least wants you dead.
We will collect the necessary data from this last fight. Then we'll consider the exercise closed. So, Jack the Ripper, will it be Solidus, the Patriot's creation, or you, Solidus's creation? Our beloved monsters, enjoy yourselves.
Jack, my son. My clone brothers and I are called monsters, replicates of evil genes. You are one of a kind, but still a monster, shaped by a dark and secret history. We need to decide which monstrosity will have the privilege of survival. By the way, Jack, I was the one who killed your parents. I claimed you for my own and raised you as a soldier in the army of the devil. I am your foster father and your worst enemy.
Why?
Because I needed to know whether we were really someone else's creation. We're repeating history, Jack. Liquid and Solid hunted down Big Boss, trying to sever the tie that bound them to him. Unless you kill me and face your past, Jack, you will never escape. You'll stay in the endless loop, your own double helix. It's time we were both free. I have other reasons for wanting you dead. The clues to the Patriots inside GW have been erased, but there are other traces. Inside you. What? The information is being carried by the nanomachines in your cerebral cortex, and throughout the neural network they've formed. What's wrong with you?
Oh, come on. Wait, is there something I'm supposed to do? Just kidding.
Is that the best you can do? Die! Ready to give up, Jack? Die! Die! Is that the best you can do? Is that the best you can do? Ready to give up, Jack?
No! Hit him one more time, thank you.
Good work, Jack. But this is where it gets interesting.
have to beat Solidus. This is your last duty.
We're not just pawns in some simulation game, you know.
Yes, you are. You're nothing but mere weapons. No different from fighter jets or tanks.
What the?
The old model destroyed 4 years ago was Rex.
The new amphibious model is Ray.
Both of these are the same as the code names used by the U.S. Armed Forces to refer to Japanese warplanes during World War II.
Your code name, Raiden, too, comes from the Japanese Navy's name for one of its interceptors.
Stop it. I'm not a weapon.
Oh, really? Do you know the code name the U.S. Armed Forces used for the Japanese fighter Raiden?
It was Jack. Both of you are just weapons to be used and thrown away.
Just weapons to be used on the battlefield. Just pawns in a game. Exactly as you said.
And a weapon has no right to think for itself. Now, it's time to fulfill your purpose. Defeat Solidus.
Let's go! Is that the best you can do? Is that the best you can do?
Wait, did I say before or after the codec conversation? Oh god. Wait, can I actually knock him over though?
Let's go!
I don't think I can use the bandage to stop, like, when I'm on fire, right?
Ready to give up, Jack? Take this! Take this! Over here!
I don't think that's...
Take this! Over here!
Fuck. That did not connect.
Let's go! Over here! What's wrong with you?
This was sampled for Ghost Hardware. That sound right there.
Who am I, really? No one quite knows who or what they are. The memories you have and the role you were assigned are burdens you had to carry. It doesn't matter if they were real or not. That's never the point. There's no such thing in the world as absolute reality. Most of what they call real is actually fiction. What you think you see is only as real as your brain tells you it is.
Then, what am I supposed to believe in? What am I going to leave behind when I'm through?
We can tell other people about having faith. What we had faith in. What we found important enough to fight for. It's not whether you were right or wrong, but how much faith you were willing to have. That decides the future. The Patriots are a kind of ongoing fiction too, come to think of it. Listen, don't obsess over words so much.
That feeling before cell phones.
Words, then decide. You can find your own name. And your own future.
Decide for myself?
And whatever you choose will be you.
I don't know if I can.
I know you didn't have much in terms of choices this time. But everything you felt, thought about during this mission is yours. And what you decide to do with them is your choice.
You mean start over?
Yeah, a clean slate, a new name, new memories. Choose your own legacy. It's for you to decide. It's up to you.
I think a vamp is hiding in the background of this. Isn't this all like shots, like actual shots? He might be in the background of one of these.
By the way, what is that?
I've never looked before though, I don't know.
Dog tags.
Hey, it's my name. Because you're the player, wow. That's a woman's name.
Anyone you know?
No, never heard the name before. I'll pick my own name and my own life. I'll find something.
Oh, is that him back there?
Maybe?
I don't know.
They taught me some good things too.
I know. We've inherited freedom from all those who fought for it. We all have the freedom to spread the word, even me.
Snake, what about Olga's child?
Don't worry, I'll find him. Count on it. As long as you keep yourself alive, he's safe.
Do you know where Liquid went?
I put a transmitter on his ray.
Did he head for the Patriots?
Yeah, but I have a feeling they gave Ocelot a bogus location to begin with. Cheer up, we have a better lead. This contains the list of all the Patriots.
But Ocelot took it.
The one we gave you wasn't the real thing.
What?
This virus is coded to destroy only a specific part of GW, namely the information about the Patriot's identity. Which means that there's a parameter coded in here that defines what that information is.
I get it. Analyze the code and you can probably find out where they operate. Count me in.
No, you have things to do first. And people you need to talk to.
Snake?
What's wrong?
Nothing. Can I ask you something? Who am I, really?
I wouldn't know. But we're going to find out together, aren't we?
Oh. Yeah.
I don't know if it's the upscaling or if graphics haven't improved as much as I thought, but this looks pretty good for being like 20 years old, right? 22 years old? Was this in 98 this game was released? I don't remember. 2001? Oh, so like 20 years old? But the upscaling is probably helping a lot. The upscaling and the anti-aliasing.
Do you remember this place?
Of course. This is where we first met. I remember now.
Hmm?
Today is the day I met you.
That's it.
Diminishing graphics? Yeah, well, doubling polygons over and over again only gets you so far and requires more and more processing power.
I think I
all the
found
new improvements go
something to
into like
pass
lighting
along
and
to the
effects and
future.
stuff.
What?
He said all living things want their genes to live on.
Are you talking about the baby?
Yeah. The genes aren't the only thing you pass on. There are too many things that aren't written into our DNA. It's up to us to teach that to our children.
What kind of things?
About the environment, our ideas, our culture, poetry, compassion, sorrow, joy. We'll tell them everything together.
Is that a proposal?
This is for your ears only.
You've been in New York City? Yeah, a long time ago. I visited my aunt for a week. I don't remember much about it. I remember being super hyped to try New York pizza and not at all understanding the hype at all. Not even remotely, but yeah, I don't know.
I stare at the stars and the sky up above.
It's casually good. Like, New York pizza is the equivalent of like a McDonald's double cheeseburger. Like, it's cheap, it gets the job done well, but it's like nothing I would ever brag about. Like, oh my god, New York pizza. It's just like thin. You know what? Here's the ultra hot take, okay? To lose my New England fans. New York pizza is like a slightly better version of the pizza you got at cafeteria lunch at school.
Walk by myself on the streets below and ask every child I know.
Okay, back 1 second.
Do you think tomorrow will bring sun or rain? Which one of these will show? I can't say goodbye to yesterday, my friend. I keep holding on till the end. Out of the darkness, there is no other way than the light leading to yesterday. It's there that I'll find inner peace, not war, and dreams that I let slip away. I'll find the joyfulness I'm looking for way back in yesterday. Why can't each of us in the world ever see the best things in life are free? Little sounds of laughter, a warm hug, a smile, a kiss from you to me. I fall to my knees, I cry and I cry. Love, do not pass me by. Happy ever after, please stay for a while. Make time, refuse to fly. I can't say goodbye to yesterday, my friend, 'cause I know how good it has been. Facing forever, here I stand, come what may. Bring the old, bring the new, yesterday. It's there that I'll find inner peace, not war, and dreams that I let slip away. I'll find the joyfulness I'm looking for way back in
Oh, play donos.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Unmute me. Ooh. Fuck you all, I ascend out of the mute pit. Also, this is a bigger mindfuck than Evangelion.
You gnome fuck!
You can't just stop playing these games now. I need all the Metal Gear content injected right into my veins.
We'll see.
Life isn't just about passing on your genes. We can leave behind much more than just DNA. Through speech, music, literature, and movies, what we've seen, heard, felt, anger, joy, and sorrow. These are the things I will pass on. That's what I live for. We need to pass the torch and let our children read our messy and sad history by its light. We have all the magic of the digital age to do that with. The human race will probably come to an end sometime, and new species may rule over this planet. Earth may not be forever, but we still have the responsibility to leave what traces of life we can. Building the future and keeping the past alive are one and the same thing.
Snake, you there? It's me. I've finished going over that disk.
Did you find the Patriots list?
Of course. It contains the personal data of 12 people. There was a name on it. Snake, it was one of our biggest contributors.
What's going on around here?
I don't know.
Anyway, where are they?
Well, we were right about them being on Manhattan, but...
But what?
They're already dead. All 12 of them.
When did it happen?
Well, about 100 years ago.
What the hell?
You gnome fuck!
Destiny's
Nice.
greatest controversy is no longer the N-word arc. He is now known as the guy that doesn't like New York pizza. Electrojack, $5. Hey bud, I hope that mess with Bobby Hill Balding 7 blows over soon. The real Dark Triad is Christopher Nolan, Tetsuya Nomura and Hideo Kojima. They're dumb and awesome and I love them all. Bonus meme unlucky.
The reason you know they were done 100 years ago is because they all voted for Biden.
Do you think
True.
love can bloom even on a battlefield? Yeah. I do. I think at any time, any place, people can fall in love with each other. Feels strong, man. Charles Maiello, $5. Will you ever play Metal Gear Rising? It's not as deep as the mainline Metal Gear games, but it's pretty based action. E wins. Patchwork, $9.99. For playing a wacky game from my childhood. It's okay to not like New York pizza, it's not okay to like Chicago deep dish.
This is 2 years ago. Why'd you link me this?
Hey.
Well. What's up?
Not much. I'm really happy with it. I think it
Wait,
turned out.
fuck. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, your mom needed me. What's up?
Not much, bro. How you doing?
I don't know. How you doing?
A lot better after having read through that. I think it picks up a lot of steam towards the end, like over time, over the course of reading it. So it got better and better.
Well, that's good. I worked really hard on the presentation.
Yeah. Was there any feedback you got from anybody that like stuck with you? I saw a little bit of a note about that one thing I commented on, but did anybody else give like interesting feedback?
Just my editor watched through a lot and had a lot to say.
Anything I said that you're upset with? It seemed like at the time you were pretty pissed.
I feel like sometimes you try a little bit too hard to seem impartial, so you end up doing the thing where it's like, maybe the anti-vaxxer has a few good points. It's plausible that vaccines might cause some people to die of autism. Like, it seems like you kind of... Yeah.
I could chalk up to that. I could fess up to that. That's definitely a thing that I do, for sure. I think, though, that I do that to kind of help the people that are maybe leaning towards the other side. Like, at least for me, looking for, like, extreme charitability in the way that other people talk, or trying to look for if they can see the other side of things is something I go for. So that's something I try to do here. But in a situation like this, I can get that it could be frustrating to see. But your document did a very good job of, like, working through a lot of stuff.
It's not a matter of being frustrating. It's a matter of acknowledging some shared ground in terms of what is real, versus providing explanations or justifications for why people do the things they do. So, for instance, let's say that Elliot Rogers. Do you remember that guy, right?
A shooter of some
yeah.
sort?
Elliot Rogers is a major high tier incel, like that went on some killing spree. I think he killed 4 or 5 people. I don't know exactly, right? I think there's a difference between having a conversation about Elliot Rogers and saying things like, there are a lot of young men that are super lost in today's society. I think we need to do things to help these people, versus saying things like, some of the women in Elliot Rogers' life actually did treat him like pretty bad. Like, they did a lot of really bad things to him. I think that the former can be kind of like a shared ground of like, there are some descriptive realities that can kind of explain or give reason for some of the motivations of his actions. But then there's a difference between that kind of descriptive analysis versus the latter, which feels more like it leans on the side of justification. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Was there a place where you felt like I dipped into justification, or like
I think that you entertain very, very, very far-fetched conspiracies a little bit too much, and makes one of his incredible manipulation tactics seem far more effective than it should be. Here's a very good manipulation tactic. Something that is really easy to do with somebody is to present a plausible idea and then make them accept that it's possible that it happened, and then drop the conversation there and then walk away from it when you're trying to cover for a lie. So, for instance, yesterday you walked into a room and you saw that your dog was dead and there was a knife laying next to him, and I was on the bed and I had my hands covered in blood, and you knew I hated that dog. But it's possible that maybe I walked into the room and like maybe the dog had like slipped and fallen on the knife and I was just trying to pull it out of him. Like, that's possible, right? I'm not telling you to say it's happened. I'm just saying it's possible, right? Can you just acknowledge that? And then once I get you to acknowledge that possibility, we just walk away from the conversation, and then I'll reference later that like, you did say that that was possible. Like, this is like a really common manipulation tactic. And when you run cover or you run interference for that, I think that you lend a lot of credence to that manipulation tactic in a really toxic way, I think.
Okay. And I think specifically there was a point where he did exactly this, right? Where he was
does
like,
it a lot.
You can at least admit, like, this much is possible about Destiny. And yeah, the difficulty with that is like something I see you do a lot, and I think this is the way it comes off to the viewers sometimes, is when you point out a behavior that's like yikers because of the context of the situation, like in this case, like expecting that this person probably stabbed that dog since they didn't like it and there was a knife next to it. I think that like sometimes you villainize like ways that people talk. Like, I don't think that way of talking, like trying to start at a much smaller idea and trying to get a little bit of credence on that to move forward in a conversation, is like a wholly bad thing.
Correct.
And I don't even think that we could, like, it takes a leap of faith to like
No, it takes either a leap of faith or it takes a very clear narration to get there. And that's what I tried to do. Now, on its own, literally nothing that somebody like that does is wrong on its own. Any individual thing that person does is not wrong on its own. So for instance, is it bad if I just like bring up the existence of some nude photograph and then you ask me about it? Like, no, of course not. Like, that's not really that big of a deal. Like, that could happen in a million different ways. But if there is a pattern of that type of behavior happening over and over again, where somebody is establishing plausible deniability in every conversation they have, where somebody engages in a repeated pattern of tantalizing you with some piece of information to goad you into asking for it, and it seems like this is used over and over and over again, then what's important is to establish some sort of pattern of behavior to try to, because when it comes to this type of stuff, we're actually trying to figure out like motive and intent. Now, when I do my political stuff or my rhetoric or anything else, when I'm talking about politics, when we're talking about policy, when we're talking about morality, I don't do motive or intent ever, because I think it's a waste of time. But when it comes to personal relationships, discerning motive becomes paramount. I need to know motive. Like, if somebody messes up in my personal life, I need to know if it was an honest mistake or if they fucking hate me. Now, from a political point of view, if somebody's on the internet spamming the F word, I don't really need to know if they're homophobic or not. It's not really that important. Like, I can say that, like, we probably shouldn't do that. But in my personal life, if something happens, I need to figure out why it happened. And in that case, establishing patterns of behavior and not treating things like discrete events becomes very important. And that's something I disagree with. I'm talking a lot, I'm sorry, but like, I can't treat like, oh, he did this thing here as its discrete own micro event that happens devoid of context. I need to evaluate that as a larger, more established pattern of behavior to try to really figure out what's going on.
Yeah. And to be fair to you, on some of the other things that you pointed out where we had like a lot of evidence to support it. So for instance, him like trying to goad out people to like ask questions so that then he has plausible deniability later. I feel like we had a lot of evidence to support that. So I was like happy to make a lot more leaps for things that are like tangential to that. But when we're talking about like trying to get these like when everybody is pushing back on him really hard against even the possibility of this happening, and I could see it being a possibility, and we don't have the other, like, we haven't seen this behavior repeated, at least to my knowledge, in the evidence. I wanted to just be as careful as possible.
Like, we have two, at least in my mind, I can remember two specific instances of this happening. One is when somebody brings up in the call with Austin that Bob jokes when he does screen shares with people, hands up, so that I see you're not screen capping, hands up. We get that reference one time. And then I have Erica, who sent me screenshots of him screen sharing to prove that he does screen share. So at the very least, and that's just what I can think of off the top of my head, I have that banked in my mind, those two individual instances of him actually engaging in that type of behavior. But you must understand too, something that's important for you to understand. You understand that his entire defense rests on the idea of it's possible, right? That's his whole argument.
In that specific instance, yes.
No, in every instance, it's possible. Nothing that he provides is concrete. Like, it's possible that Bose went and manipulated everybody. It's possible that Steven was planning this in advance. It's possible that he already said the news and he's trying to pin this. He actually has, I don't know if you noticed this or if you caught this in your overall analysis, he actually doesn't really provide concrete proof of any of his major claims ever. He doesn't provide major claims of like why Ophelia was in the call, of why Casey Tron got dragged in, of why we went to none of this. He does, all of it hinges on the phrase "it's possible."
It's entirely possible. Yeah. I want to agree with this, but I haven't like necessarily gone through all of his 39 pages. After reading this and after hearing about the Austin thing, after hearing myself in an interview with him, how he kind of feels about everything in hindsight, I'm, inclined to believe you. But yeah, he didn't have as strong evidence in the one thing that he put out that I did review, and it ended up being that he kind of chipped Bose as well and kind of took that out of context. So even if he did have evidence, I think it's difficult to give it a ton of weight when what little evidence did seem to support him seemed to have been manipulated in a really weird way.
You also have the idea that his conversations, it seems very difficult for him to answer any question on its face. You can agree with that, right? Or do you not agree with that?
his conversations what on the face?
It seems very difficult for him to answer any question squarely. Ellie has the same problem. When you present like, who did this? It seems very difficult for them to answer a question. One thing that sucks in personal lives and in personal matters is that in Hollywood, it seems like all of the answers to movie mysteries are almost deductively solved. Like, it logically follows from all of our premises that this must be the killer. But unfortunately, in real life, we have to use a lot of abduction or induction to figure out, like, well, most likely this happened, most likely that, like, there will very, very rarely in some real life confrontation like this, will it be like, oh, well, I went to the ISP and I pulled the logs of every single TCP IP request and I can see that you sent this picture here. Like, that's just never going to happen. So we have to engage in some level of induction, and we have to accept that some level of induction is going to be required to make like definitive statements of like, you did this, or you most likely did this, and you should be treated as though you've done this.
Yes, but the threshold of like how much stretching, I'm going to call it stretching, although it like, I know that has baggage, but like in my brain, that's like the verb.
How about instead of stretching, we call it like assumptions or
assumptions?
Yeah,
okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Which there are some of, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that after the last stream that I had where I interviewed the both of you and based on the feedback I got, which maybe I'm a dumb fuck for reading the feedback, I really wanted to bring down the threshold of like making larger assumptions about his behavior, about his intentions. And I really wanted to stick to what we had really good evidence for and try to like highlight that for people. So for instance, like I said before, that one thing about kind of goading people into asking questions, we could very clearly see that. And at other points in time, he admits to things that he argues about later on, or that he seems to try to build arguments that would be refuted by his own words. And so those are the things where I'm really, really comfortable making jumps to topics that are like tangential to those, but for larger leaps.
Yeah, I just want to tell you that as somebody that used to do this in my early 20s a lot, like I would dream of somebody like you analyzing my manipulative behavior, because I am completely relying on using that as my excuse. Well, what do you have evidence for? What can you actually prove that I did? Like, was I really manipulating you here? Like, when I said that, did I really mean that? Can you prove that? Because everything that I'm going to say while talking to somebody is going to be like half speak, plausible deniability. It was a joke. Like, I didn't mean it that way. Well, look what I said before. Like, do you really have proof that I meant this? Like, I'm going to be relying on that. And when it comes time to have an argument with somebody, if you're trying to manipulate somebody, it's usually going to it'll be like me being hyper rational against another person's intuition. And the statement that I'm going to fall back on every time to gaslight / manipulate them is, well, what can you prove? Like, do you really have evidence that I was at that person's house? Do you really know that I talked to them? Like, sure, you walked into the room and I hung up the call, but can you show me the logs? Can you show? Of course you can, because I was on another account. Or of course you don't know that because I logged out. Or of course that's not true because I clear the history. Of course you don't know that because I took another car, right? This is the problem that I'm saying, is that like your form of analysis here, and I love it every other time, even when I hate you for analyzing my like debates or whatever, and any other non-personal scenario, I would love this. But when you're dealing with manipulators, like you are relying on a judge to come in and be like, well, what can I prove? Because every step of the way in the course of manipulating somebody, you're never going to do something that's just blatantly wrong, ever.
100%. And that's why I came in actually with that stronger thing, is because I think if you assume that manipulator label, you have to take everything with like hella big grains of salt.
Sure.
And that's why for this, I'm like, all right, this manipulative label, they've both thrown it on each other. And that really like, it's like a vacuous claim, because it means that we have free reign to interpret anything as negatively as we want on both sides. So for me, that's why I tried to keep things constrained, even if I look dumb, even if it's like, well, come on, Booksmart, you can at least admit that he probably did this. It's like, yeah, if you like, you know, if we were in private and you asked me, like, yeah, I would probably be much more on your team about stuff and much more willing to make these leaps. But I think that, and this might just be having a lot of viewers, I'm not really used to this. I'm just trying to be as careful as possible.
Sure, I understand that, sure. I just think it's really important to establish, even on a personal like advice level to other people, that if somebody is engaging in this level of manipulation, you will never ever get a satisfying answer for some wrong that they've done, because there will always be an excuse. There will always be some level of plausible deniability every single time. You can plant the evidence, you can fake things, you can half speak things. Like, there are so many different ways that you can do things that it's like if I want to cheat on my girlfriend, like I could have like Frank like message me something, I could like drive drive my car to his house and I could Uber to the chick's house. And I've got like 3 forms of evidence for how I was never at that girl's house, and you would have no way to disprove it. And I could point to plausible deniability the entire time. Like, I'm just saying that like you have to be so careful when you're talking to a manipulator to try to use this cover of like, well, what's 100%? It seems like you understand that. I'm just saying you have to be like very, 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 very careful there, because like we're getting at intent. And when you are trying to like go by the strictly what's provable, you're playing the manipulator's game, because the whole point is to never leave a clear, concise evidence that you've actually committed some wrong.
Yeah, and this is assuming like a very perfect manipulator. This is assuming like a you, and I don't think he was like a you. I think he made a lot of mistakes, and that's what made this possible.
Well,
is like, well,
his
he
only
admitted to it.
I actually think that he did most of this pretty well. I actually think that the biggest mistake that had happened is he underestimated how brave Melina was going to be when she went to Georgia. Because Melina comes off as being, and I think as many people saw this, and I don't blame people for thinking it, but like Melina come off as kind of like a bimbo, timid, like kind of weak person or whatever. But like if Melina has problems with somebody, she will confront them. She doesn't seem like a confrontational person. She kind of looks like, oh, I'm just blah, 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 blah. But like the only reason all of this came to light is because she confronted Bose in Georgia. And Bob was doing everything he could to prevent that from happening. That huge log dump that he did on Pichichu to show how much Erica hated Melina right before she got to Georgia. Like I think that was him. Now I can't prove it, but I think that was him attempting to prevent that meeting from happening. And if they never met, we're not here right now. Bob would still be behind the scenes, spreading a whole bunch of crazy fake fucking stories about me, like pressuring people into fucking doing whatever, like doing all the crazy evil shit or whatever, like, and nobody would be the wiser.
It's all very easy if you take that leap. I'm very uneasy about that. I think I'll like, I feel bad I can't give you more ground here, because this is something I actually like want to think about a lot more. But it is worth considering, because it is difficult. If you assume they're manipulating and they're good at it, like they could hide it, or they can dodge around stuff, or they don't care where they end up landing in terms of truth, because as long as it makes them look good, they're okay with just accepting that until it's not like, you know, helpful to them anymore, and then they abandon it.
Yeah,
like
I guess.
He was okay with acting like he regretted some of the things that he did, but then when pushed on it later, that's not the case. So it's difficult to like know where he stands on anything or what the truth is.
Yeah, I guess like the problem is that like somebody can only exhibit so many manipulator tactics like over and over and over again before I'm like, and there are a couple of like huge ones too. So like a small tactic that he does, and I call this out on one of the recordings, is where like I will own 6 sins so that I have enough credibility to deny the 7th. Like maybe that dog scenario comes up again and you're like, did you break into my room and steal my Coke and kill my dog? And I'll be like, hold on. First of all, you're right. I broke into your room and I did steal your Coke and I drank the whole thing, but I didn't kill your dog, right? Like owning the lies owning like 5 or 6 things to avoid the 7th. Like he does this all the time. That's a small manipulator tactic he does. A really big one that he does, and this is something that if I see somebody do this in my personal life, I will never, ever, ever trust this person ever. And that is when you get caught lying and you seamlessly glide into another story. And he does that at least 3 times. Is if I say like, where were you last night? Like, were you at Frank's? Like, yeah, I was at Frank's. We played fucking Halo 3 all night. It's like, I went to Frank's and he wasn't there and he doesn't even own Halo 3. And you're like, yeah, I know. When I said Halo 3, what I meant is I was at the gas station, obviously, with John and we were getting hot dogs. Like when you glide from one lie to another, and he did this so many times. And when I can watch somebody do that in real time and their performance is convincing, because Bob's his performance is generally pretty good until he starts to crack when he is getting really fucked. If I see somebody that I don't think you should ever trust somebody like that, ever. Like at that point, if you're going to tell me where you're going, I want fucking GPS logs and I need a photo of you holding the phone, because I wouldn't even trust those. That's what I'm saying.
Interesting. We handle people very differently too, and that's something that I can't like put into words, like the compare and contrast between us. But like,
would you trust somebody that could do that? If you saw them do that, from just seamlessly glide from one story to the next after they get caught on it, you'd trust them?
See, I have like a scale of trust though. I feel like you're very all or nothing with like a lot of your positions, especially with like interpersonal stuff.
Yeah, of course. Because if you're willing to lie about one thing, well, I don't know what all you're willing to lie about. How am I going to determine that? Why would I leave that power in your court to determine what you think is worth lying over? You're giving so much power to somebody that's already proven that they're willing to bend or warp your perception of what's real.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I guess like other liar people I have in my life, I'm okay with them because I can see like other things I enjoy about the person, and I will like you know, change the way I handle them around that. Like, obviously, I'm not going to be like super trusting
Oh
of
yeah,
them on everything.
yeah, no,
but if
100%.
they're not.
Yeah. I agree with that. There's a lot of people that I know in my life that I would never fucking trust with a thing, but they're like funny to hang out with. Like I enjoy like being around them. Like they're fun to like play games with and shit, but I sure as fuck wouldn't trust them with anything important. Yeah, of course. This is why sometimes people will make fun of me because they'll say like, oh, Destiny, you pretend you read people, you can do all this drama. Or people are like, why do you have so many cases? Like, because I keep a lot of people around me that I wouldn't trust with anything. Like, yeah, I tend to get like in a lot of dramatic situations and shit for sure, but there's a reason why none of these people hurt me. It's because I never trusted them from the beginning. Like I didn't trust Ari and Nina with anything personal from the beginning. That's why when she came out to expose me, she had nothing to hurt me with. I didn't really trust, like, I trusted Denims a little bit, which was unfortunate, but I didn't really trust Denims with anything that big. Like, it's not like she had anything that she could come out with and hurt me. Like, yeah, there are some people that will come out and attack me, but like, usually you can tell early on, like, these people aren't very trustworthy, you know, because of the way that they sell stories or because of the way they glide from one lie into the next, which Denims did several times. But I'm sure for you, it must be the case where if you see somebody lie, and you've seen them lie a few times, and if they do it well, you certainly couldn't trust them with anything, right?
Yeah. I put a big asterisk by their name in my head for sure.
For sure, yeah. And nothing they say from that point really has any weight to it. Because there are people that I know when I hear things, and I'm like, okay. Like, I'll bank this in my head, and I'll kind of like hold it there to compare later to what actually happens. Because it's just like, yeah, no way, dude. Like, you've lied about so much. I don't know what the fuck else you're lying about, you know?
Yeah. Was there any point in this where you feel like you lied by accident or on purpose at all?
That's a really bad question to ask me, right?
Well, because I think that people can tell lies, whether it's on accident, on purpose, for a motivation or whatever.
No, I know, but I'm saying like the reason why it's a bad question to ask is because if I'm lying, I'm not going to admit it now, right? I'm going to carry on with the lie. So like the story I'm going to tell you is that I don't think I lied during any of this. I think I was completely truthful the whole time, and I think I have plenty of logs to back it up. But if I am lying and I'm still manipulating or selectively editing things, then I'm going to give you the exact same answer. There's no real way for you to tell that, right?
Yeah, and it's just so difficult to pin stuff like that down when you deflect from the question.
If I want to, if I wanted to give an example of a good example of why I think that I was truthful over being dishonest, I would say it's because Bob 7 had the help of like 5+ people putting together his little manifesto, and it took him like 10 days to do it. When he dropped his shit, I had mine ready to respond in 36 hours, and it was me, my editor, and like 2 other people that just gave me audio recordings. And I think that the reason why I was able to work so expeditiously is because I wasn't trying to like tell a story or make up lies or selectively edit things. Basically, all I needed to do was refer to some claim that Bob made and then ping the dates in either Discord or look up a specific like sentence in an audio log, and I could easily disprove it immediately. So his spinning of fiction took exponentially or geometrically longer than my response of nonfiction. I would say that if you were looking for any evidence that I was telling the truth over a lie, it's how much quicker I was able to respond than how much time it took him to like spin like a whole old tale. That's what I would say.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like, if I'm being wholly honest, I think after seeing the way that you guys handled this drama, it does make me, like, one thing I've been constantly learning about streamers is how weird you guys are behind the scenes. Like, you're all a bit sociopathic. Like, I thought it was just a meme with you, but, like, everybody seems to be like that. Seeing everybody, like, recording stuff secretly or otherwise, or you coaching them on what questions to ask, like, all of this stuff looks so like bad for everybody, for Bob, for you, for Bose.
I mean,
like,
the only time I ever have to do this is when I think other people are fucking with each other or fucking with me. Like, I don't do this to normal people. I'm not like in me and Melina's relationship, I'm not like asking her like, where were you born? And then I like look it up to compare the answers. Like, I generally start off at a high level of trust with somebody, and then it's your job to lose it. It's another one of the big criticisms that I get online because people are like, why do you associate with that person? Don't you know they were involved in that? And it's like, I don't know what they were involved in. Like, I'll give everybody a fair shot, and it's not until they fuck something up personally to me that I will start to like degrade them on my scale. But I'll never hold them accountable for like public shit, because there's a lot of public misinformation about me. If you think, and this is where I'm curious, and this is where I will, where we may fight. If you think that there was some behavior that I exhibited during this entire ordeal that was either questionable or dishonest or not trustworthy or unfair, I'm very curious to hear what it is, because I think that I behaved in an exemplary manner throughout this entirety of everything. The only bad actions that I did were when I was forced and had literally no other choice. But I'm curious if you disagree with that.
You kind of almost alluded to it, but you understand that it looked really bad that you were coaching Bose and Melina on like how to talk or what questions to ask or whatever, right?
So I did, but only after fully explaining to them why I was doing it with no lies whatsoever, and only because it seemed like another person was telling a ton of lies. What alternatives do I have in that situation? Can you explain? This is something that you did that kind of irritated me, is you tried to say, well, Bob and Melina were both Bob and Steven were both manipulating people behind the scenes. The difference is that Bob was telling lies and I was giving people information on how to figure out what the truth was. Like, I never really told anybody to tell a single lie ever. I was just telling them things to see if they could get somebody to be more honest. Do you recognize a distinction there or no? When I'm telling Melina, hey, ask Bob what he did last night. Hey, see if he was alone. Hey, I'm not saying like, oh my God, Melina, you gotta fucking lie, blah, 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 blah. I'm just saying like, oh, just ask him some questions, see what he says. Now, can this both be manipulative? Yeah, sure. But typically when we say manipulation, we're implying like something that's a little bit more mischievous or malevolent than see if you can get this person to tell the truth about something.
I feel like this was a pretty dark thing. I feel like it's pretty clearly, well, because you were using this as a test and the results that you got, I don't think were as clear as like I personally would need. And this gets again to like, we have different personal standards for this stuff, but like the fact that you were looping them into it when you hadn't even confirmed this, like,
how else was I? It's not a movie though. I can't work with perfect information. The only other alternative would have been for me to get a friend to hop on to a whole bunch of like leaked password databases, run all of Bob Seven's accounts through whatever I could, try to gain access to some accounts so that I could slowly begin working his way through all of his accounts, get onto his Discord, and then see if like different things were being said. That was the alternative. So like, what do you think I should have done?
I don't think that's the only alternative.
What is the other alternative?
The only alternative you have?
Yeah, of course. What else am I going to do? I'm not going to ask a liar.
Rack your brain for a single other thing.
Okay, I'm curious. Go ahead and tell me, because I thought about this for a long time. You tell me what an alternative would have been.
I think even doing what you did, you could have done it better, or you could have like arrived at a more clear answer. Like even the questions that you were feeding to Melina, the lines that you were telling her to say, I don't think they got it what you were trying to discover like very well.
I think they were perfect. They worked so well. He completely avoided. For somebody that has like the type of relationship they did, where they are exuberantly telling each other all of the details of their lives, for him to omit that after like two really distinct proddings and then a third kind of vague one, I think was a pretty good indicator of what was going on. That's like when the boyfriend comes home and he smells a little bit different. You're like, what were you doing tonight? And he's like, oh, nothing. It's like, well, wait, hold on. Don't you always do this? Like that kind of departure from ordinary behavior, I think is a massive indicator that something is going on.
But you do realize that what you did was like hella dark triad, and like,
I don't give a fuck about being dark triad as long as I'm not like being evil to people. I don't care if I'm like come off as manipulative or come off as cold or whatever. Like I don't think that I did anything to anybody in this entire ordeal.
You come off, you literally were manipulative, like in doing that. I think it's fair to say.
We have to understand this. Do you understand that when you say manipulative, like the implication there is actually far darker than what actually happened? Do you agree with that or not?
I don't think so, but I don't put a lot on that term. I think that's, like I said at the beginning, I think it's a really vacuous thing you guys toss back and forth at each other.
Okay, hold on. I don't think it's vacuous. I think this is like material to like everything that's being talked about. Do you think that if a wife is trying to get her husband to admit to abusing her or something, like, and she's trying to get him to admit to that, like for a recording, would you say that that's manipulative? So let's say that this guy abuses her every night, and then she goes home and she wants to get a recording of this, and she asks him like, oh, like, you remember what you did to me last night, blah, 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 blah. Like, is she being manipulative in the same way as a husband that might be trying to say like, well, you know, when I come home, like, you wear that shit and it pisses me off and you didn't have dinner ready, where he's trying to make her feel bad, where he's trying to make her feel responsible for why he beat the shit out of her? Do you think that those two types of manipulations are the same? Where one is manipulation in order to get the truth out and the other is manipulation in order to obscure the truth? Do you think those two things are exactly the same?
Nope.
Okay. Then can you tell me how that is disanalogous to what's going on, where I tell Melina, hey, I think your friend is lying. Can you ask him these 3 questions to see if that's what's the case? Or when I call Erica and I say, hey, I think either you or Bob are lying, like you should talk to him and figure this out. I'm curious what you'll say. When I'm being completely upfront with both of those people and then telling them my intentions from start to finish, and I'm not obscuring or hiding any aspect of the truth from them, do you think that's the same level of manipulation as Bob 7 trying to tell 2 different stories to 2 different people to make them feel things that aren't real about each other?
It's not the same level, no.
Okay. But when you use manipulation to describe both, do you see how you kind of provide a cover for his behavior? You make my behavior seem worse and his behavior seem better? Or do you not acknowledge that? Do you think that's not how people hear that?
No, because if we can both identify that there are different levels of manipulation, I think that applies dually for the audience who can make that decision on their own.
Do you really believe what you just said? Do you think that the audience, when you've described me and Bob as manipulating both sides, do you think that the average member of the audience has a very nuanced understanding of what manipulation means? And that all of the audience is thinking like, yeah, true, they've committed this same verb, but we can understand that the nuance, ancillary to these conditions makes one significantly worse than the other?
I try to paint a bit of that picture in comparing the different ways where you guys are being like quote unquote manipulative. So I hope that that was something I was trying to accomplish at the stream.
Gotcha. Okay. Because that's my big issue is that like people like Bob 7 or people like when I was in my early 20s, like we live in the gray zone where like we live in the area where you can't prove anything one way or another. And all you have to go by is your gut, and you can be gaslit over and over and over again until you no longer trust it. And you'll never have like, this is the evidence of this thing. It's always going to be plausible deniability. Like that, like people like this thrive on that. So I think you have to be like very, very, very clear when you're making statements like both of these people are kind of manipulating. Like that's exactly the type of statement that Bob 7 would want to hear somebody say. Yeah, we were both doing the same thing.
It is, but that's not like, if anything, that is working towards like what my purpose in the stream is, which is to like make both of those sides feel comfortable and feel like they're heard and feel like, yeah, I understand where you're coming from on this, but you have to see that like Destiny talking to people behind the scenes about what's going on and trying to like arrive at the truth is, like you said, is different than what he's doing, right? And I think that like it isn't as simple as just saying, no, he's not being manipulative at all, when they've listened to arguments on LSF or on his Discord or on his stream that have argued the opposite. And so I feel like I'm able to keep audience members listening longer if I'm able to just like give on things like this, because the other thing is I'm not an interested party. I'm technically not involved here. So I'm in a position where like I can lend credence to both these sides till one is like overwhelmingly proven over the other, which I think happened by the end of your document.
Sure. I guess it feels like in this conversation, like we've swapped sides completely, in that because when it comes to matters of personal stuff, logic and reason and rationale, that shit means nothing. Like all of it comes down to induction and intuition and rhetoric. Like that's the only thing that matters at this point, because people aren't logic machines. But it feels like here, I'm asking you to understand that like when you use the term manipulation, like if you and me were sitting at like a bar or like at a restaurant and you're like, oh, like you guys are both manipulative, like, yeah, kind of, I guess, sure. But like in terms of how an average person hears the word manipulation, the average person doesn't hear manipulation and think manipulation is when you present an idea to somebody in order to change their mind about things. When somebody hears the word manipulation, they're thinking manipulation is when a malevolent actor feeds half-truths or falsities to somebody in order to change their perception of something. That's what manipulation sounds like to an average person. And I would defend that with my life. No, like manipulation is a morally loaded evil word to most people. Like, yeah. Well, so when you say that both me and Bob have engaged in an evil act, and that act is manipulation, and then you're describing 2 different behaviors with the same word, I think that it draws an equivalence between those 2 actions that I don't think is fair to do.
Yes, and I hope I could get some fairness here in saying that like I prefaced the entire stream with this, and I kept bringing us back to that point when I would point out manipulative behavior, that I would say, this is the term that's being levied at both sides and not in a way that I would normally use it. And because both sides are levying it and it poisons the well for both of them, where we have to look at their actions through this like really critical lens where we're assuming the intention of the other person, like you talked about, right? Once you assume that somebody's a manipulator, you have to go back to their intentions and you have to like use that to map out the behavior that they're engaging in and the things that they're doing. I thought that I did an okay job at every time I'm trying to point that out to give that caveat and to explain that for this situation, that's what's going on. That's what makes it difficult. So I'll use that term, but that's not exactly like giving us a full picture of what's going on here.
Sure, I can understand that. I guess, so to be fair, I'm going by quotes because I was playing another game. But like, so when I see quotes like this, these women came together and just all knew their stories. I mean, kinda, but you also did insert yourself into their discussion. You were privy to their conversation and an active member. It isn't fair to distance yourself from the label of manipulation. You understand that the implication there is that I'm somehow coercing these women into telling stories, or that I'm the cause of them saying the things that they are, at least in that statement, insofar as that statement goes, yeah?
Yes, and you're gonna hate this, but it comes down to it is possible, right? And that other side of things really honestly believes in that possibility. So the only way that I think that I can take them along with me to try to reason them to a point where they can see the difference in both sets of actions is to not lose them immediately by like downplaying any suspicion about you, because many of the same like incentives that we think exist, or not so much incentives, but a lot of like, I think they're labeling manipulative to be like talking behind the scenes almost. And I feel like that's a misuse of the word.
I think when people say manipulative, I think people are saying that you're presenting some form of like control over somebody to elicit like a response that they otherwise wouldn't. You're like lying or presenting half-truths to somebody to make them think of something that's not. So for instance, when Bob Seven talks about manipulation, he implies that Ophelia was giving stories that she otherwise never would have, except for me and Bose, mainly Bose, coercing her in that call to do it. Like, I think that's how manipulation is being used. So when the lexicon, when the cultural understanding, and insofar as this context goes, is that, well, manipulation is an accusation that Bob has levied at Destiny and Bose, and then you come out and you go like, yeah, I guess both of them did manipulate. Well, now it sounds like there are equal wrongs committed on both sides, and now it's just a matter of choosing who we think the good guy or the bad guy is.
Yep. And I thought I did an okay job of pointing out that was a very vacuous term and not being used as it should be. And for that reason, it's not super helpful. And instead, let's just focus on what we have evidence for, what we can prove in terms of intentions, and what we can prove in terms of like malevolence. And a lot of that lined up for him, and it didn't for you. Now, you had the incentives to do this behind the scenes. The timelines could kind of make sense. I don't think it was a good argument to say I was doing DGG canvassing event, I didn't have time for it. Like, I wanted to give pushback on things that I think you could reasonably give pushback on.
Well, what I say is that like, because the reason why I have to give that as an example of what's going on is because the narrative, somewhat convincing before I came out, the narrative that Bob Seven had implied was that me, Erica, and Melina had been working on this project for weeks, and that when we went to Georgia, we orchestrated this entire event. I only listened collectively to maybe like an hour's worth of all of these conversations over like an entire weekend, maybe less. So especially when you're at the event and you're like snidely remarking, well, I don't know if that's fair. Like, you're almost implying that you did see like me in a room with like a whole bunch of cell phones and we were all just like manipulating, coordinating all those things behind the scenes, as opposed to like actually running the event.
Yeah, I think both could happen at the same time, though. And I thought that was more or less my point. Like, yeah, I mean, they definitely were talking about this behind the scenes. You guys definitely were engaging in this.
Yeah, and
your fucking organizers telling me about drama and shit laid out a very like vague idea of what was going on behind the scenes as well. So I mean,
wait, careful. That drama had nothing to do with the Bob Seven stuff, though.
I know it didn't, but it got mixed up because of the way those people were talking and stuff. But that's like a side thing.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Well, just to be careful. So again, because what you're doing right now is you're making it sound like a whole bunch of people at the event were talking about all this drama, bringing down things. Nobody knew about it. It was the only things that some people knew about were the Doug stuff, or a lot of people were talking about the Doug stuff. But I was making fun of a whole bunch of people at that event because they were like, "Oh, we know about all the dramas." Like, you have no fucking idea what drama is prevented. None of you guys have any idea. You just like, and half of them didn't even know about the Doug thing, right? I don't think that conflating these two things is fair here.
I don't think conflating these two things is fair here. Yeah, no, I had a lot more information about the Doug thing, but I don't know if it was you directly, but I was alluded to other dramas that would be happening or that would be going on or that were being planned, who was involved with them, and meetings of you guys that were going on that looked suspicious, but were given other explanations. So that's what I mean by like, I knew vaguely that you guys met in the background. Apparently it was for these calls and things like that. But I think those are already recorded in your document. And I point out that in the stream.
Okay,
like,
sure.
I'm like, well, they seem to be honest about when they met. There probably wasn't more than what we have here because he didn't have a ton of time. But I mean, he's logged when they talked. And even before, in the past, like when you were upfront with Melina about why you're asking her to say these things to him or to ask these questions, or when you were upfront with Bose in that very first call, like I think it's helpful to point those out. And I like to contrast those against what he was saying, which is that you plan this for months and months or weeks and weeks. I thought it was pretty clear on saying that that's not likely the case. But Destiny has admitted to a few times where they have talked about it. So we should just focus on what evidence we have.
Sure.
And until Bob 7 presents like evidence that this was going on way before and that this was an ongoing thing, we can't believe that. What we can believe is that they talked here, and they talked here. And that information is only coming to us because Destiny and other people are being forthcoming about when they spoke.
Yeah, I understand that as well. So here's another concept that exists in like philosophy debate or policy debate or whatever. You acknowledge that people cannot hold a percentage belief about somebody in their head. It's either a binary yes or no, right? So when I'm going to give an example of this. You would never accept if I told you something like, that guy, he's 24% a rapist, I think. Like, that's never how people's minds work. Like, it either they are...
I don't agree.
You really think that people can hold that percentage chance in their head? I don't. I think that people will treat you one way or another. I don't think the average human evaluates people in percentages. They either assume you've done something or they assume you haven't.
No, people can and people do. I do. I know that.
Ooh,
and
okay.
You admitted to as much.
I do, but I don't think I have the average like experience of how I view other people. I don't believe... Yeah, I don't think the average human being, maybe this is just my my perception of things, I don't think the average human being observes other people in percentages. They either think you are or you aren't. Nobody's going to think like, that guy's like 22% murderer, or this guy's like 2% child molester, that guy's like 15%. It's either like, that motherfucker did it, or nah, no way that guy did it. Like, when people interact with people...
Absolute labels to help your example there. I think like, yeah, that guy is pretty manipulative. He'll throw you under a fucking bus if it gives him like $2 versus like, yeah, if you really push that person on something, they're going to wriggle and worm. That's the kind of person they are.
Yeah, I don't think people, that latter thing, I don't think people think that way. I think people either view people wholly as liars or not liars. I don't think that they have like that. That guy's going to be honest most of the time, but if you push him really hard, he's not going to tell the truth. Like, I think people are like, no, that guy, he lies. Or, no, that guy's really truthful. I think it's one or the other. I think people are very binary in how they view people.
I had very different responses from people in the audience, though, because when I was mentioning, like, come on, like, nobody is either like a shit talker or not a shit talker. That's not how it works. You all talk shit. You've talked shit before, whether it's to friends or family. Like, I tried to find areas where that is the case, and I felt like I didn't get a ton of pushback from people on drawing those sorts of spectrums or drawing, like, you know, the gradient.
I agree with you when you pull people, and this is going to sound incredibly arrogant. I would never trust another person to tell me how they do something like this. I would just go by, yeah, it sounds shitty, but people, when you ask people how they describe others or how they view the world, people will wax and wane about all these things about, oh yeah, I'm very nuanced in how I view this, and I'm very blah, blah, blah. And people will say that shit. This is why I don't care what people talk. When people say things, when people apologize, when people do whatever, I don't care. I just like to see how people act, because I think when you look at how people act, I think that with the way that people act towards others is, I think they treat them in binary ways. They might say the whole bunch of shit, like if you poll them, like, oh yeah, like I definitely can hold nuanced view of people, but I don't think that's true. But maybe I'm just really cynical. I feel like people view somebody completely one way or completely the other. But I can't really prove that in one way or another, I guess.
To be super charitable to you here, I think I could agree that like greater than 50% of the population likes to think in binaries or like trends towards that. Yeah. Like I would even say maybe 80% of people like using binaries. Sure. But I think that same 80% of people is capable of and will in other parts of their life, except that like there are spectrums of things or there are spectrums of people. I struggle to imagine that they're not able to do that with at least some things. And I feel like lying is one of those things. Like, unless you see a literal, like, sociopathic compulsive liar, I think that everybody accepts, like, that people lie to some extent or another. But
you want to know an example I have that I feel like pushes my thing as being more true, and I'm being very Bayesian about this. This is a percentage, right? So like you can always say this is bullshit, right? Now we're in conjecture land. Okay, I can't prove any of this, of course. But a really good example of this that I have is that people are unable or unwilling to accept negative parts of either themselves or other people. The only way to get somebody to accept a negative of themselves is to spin it as a positive. A really good example of this is every time, if you can think of any single negative aspect of a person and how people come to accept those things, the majority of the time humans do it, they'll try to spin it as a positive. Like, why don't you go to the gym? Well, I think my time would be better spent studying. I won't waste my time doing that. Or, you know, like, why are you overweight or underweight? You know, it's like, oh, well, you know, you can be healthy at any size. Like, just weight on its own doesn't determine your health. There are a ton of other factors. Anytime you try to ask somebody about a negative characteristic of themselves, you know, like, what's about, you know, that scar on your face? It looks kind of bad. Like, no, actually, it's very unique. I think it's like, and I'm not saying that any of these things you deserve to be demonized for, but people will always have an excuse to spin it. And the reason why they do that is because people can't they can't accept that there can be positive and negative aspects of themselves. I think that as humans, they're very binary in the way they view things. It's either all good or all bad.
That gets back to what I said earlier. We have very different like opinions on people, and I don't think that mine is justified by my own anecdotes. Yours are justified by your own anecdotes. It's interesting to see the systems collide and to see like when you're more right, which is going to be when we're talking about manipulative people, because your system better explains it. It's like general relativity and special relativity. I feel like you're much better suited for the things that like I can't explain, which are these anomalous fucking crazy people that you have to interact with far more than I do. And I think I would struggle to like navigate that crowd. But I would like to say that being more empathic and being more open to like gradients on people or spectrums of people, or even being willing to admit your own faults and when you're wrong, is something I really want to push on the stream, because it's something I feel that I do, and you've said that you do it. Like,
yeah, I agree. It's a really good thing to be able to do that for sure, without constantly justifying or making excuses for it. Yeah.
So like I would agree, probably most people get in the habit of not doing that stuff, but I would hope that like covering things in this way, even if it's not great for you, or even if it's maybe not great even for the people that were like victims here, I think that I could maybe like communicate this to people and try to get them in a better habit of looking at things this way, or at least to give that voice, because I don't see a ton of that on Twitch or even on the internet.
In terms of prescription, in terms of encouraging people to that, I 1,000,000% agree. I think it's a really, really good thing to be able to have a more nuanced view of people. I'm not going to fight with you on that. And going back to how we kind of like circled down into this, what do you think is another way that I could have tried to divine what was going on in the situation between Bob and Erica, where one of those two people was like just doing something just insane?
Yeah. If I was in your shoes and I honestly, you know, I was already going to do the thing with Melina and have her ask things, I think I would have been more explicit, but I feel like that's pedantic at that point.
But the problem is that when you ask her to be very specific, he might tell the truth at that point because he feels like he's being investigated, right? The goal is to try to figure out what they would say if they didn't know somebody was looking.
Building on that a little bit, not to like deflect from this question, because I know I haven't like given an adequate answer yet. He responded like 8 hours later that he did do the stream.
After he deleted the VOD.
Did somebody leak that information to him? Why did he do that, do you think?
I'm not entirely sure, but the way that he waited like 8 to 10, was it 8 hours or was it like 10 or 12? I don't know. I don't remember the exact time.
I'm going off of what you said. I hope you're telling the truth.
It was somewhere between like 8 to 12 hours later. He did admit that he had streamed with her, and it was after he deleted the VOD. I don't know why he did it at that point, but by then there was like enough shadiness there that like there was a plausible other explanation, but I mean, like all of the inductive evidence kind of pointed towards, at the worst, he was trying to manipulate people by deleting and concealing information, and at best, he was playing very weird games by like.
That's an assumption. Yeah.
Well, but every single part of everything we do as communicating from humans to another, I'm circling around this word assumption because I think it's a very toxic word to use because when we're like
communicating.
Well, no. Actually, more than that. Like epistemically, the word assumption is very bad because you're implying that there's some parts of human speech that don't rely on assumptions. Everything that we say when it comes to human language has a ton of assumptions underlying it. And every time we communicate with each other, there are so many different assumptions that go into like the basic sense, right? Like if I ask you, like this is a common example I'll say, right? If I ask you, like, do you want to go out to eat? And you're like, yeah. well, what am I actually asking you, right? I'm asking you if like you want me to take you somewhere so that we can get food like in a reasonable time frame, like right now. Like there's like a whole bunch of like baked-in assumptions, right? So when somebody asks like, oh, were you drinking alone? Like, are they explicitly asking like, did you have another person that you streamed with on Twitch.tv? Bond, when you're kind of like missing those like undercurrents of like human speech, it seems like you're missing something. And for you to come by and say like, oh, well, it sounds like you're making an assumption. Well, yeah, of course. But assumptions are baked into every conversation we have.
You only think that stuff because you were suspicious of him. And like, oh, this is a very difficult thing with you that I want to spend more time on and confront you about. But like, it's very easy to like get stuck in your own reasoning behind things and miss out on like simpler explanations because of that, or to like misread things once you're convinced of that thing, once you're doing this to test it.
And I agree with you, but that's why I have to draw on like prior experience to see what's the most true thing or what's the most reasonable induction. And I thought that I laid out a pretty good pattern, and maybe you disagree, but like in the very first paragraph, I try to establish Melina and Bob's relationship. I've seen hundreds of these guys' conversation. These guys talk about everything they do on stream. Bob talks about every girl he's going to bring on. Bob talks about all of his past streams with Melina. Melina talks about shit, blah, blah. Like when I have that history built up, when Melina asks a question like, what'd you do last night? Were you alone? Blah, 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 blah. And he's like...
She didn't ask, were you alone, just to be clear. Okay. Because that's the second time you said that.
Sorry.
But she was very
when she asked drinking alone, when she said drinking alone is sad, and he avoided even engaging with that sentence, when ordinarily it seems like he would be eager to like, oh no, I wasn't alone, I was with Erica, right? And then when I compare that to Erica's conversation...
I don't think he would be. I don't think
you're
he would
wrong.
Be,
you're just wrong. You're wrong.
Hold on. Can you let me finish my statement?
Yeah, you can. I'm just saying that you're wrong, but go ahead.
Okay, well, if you don't want to be open-minded about it, that's
it's not a matter of being open-minded. It's that if it was any other girl outside of any other situation, Bob would have immediately said, like, I streamed with X last night, unless he has a brain tumor.
But
and
he
was
knows that those two don't get along.
Why not? These guys had never, like, why wouldn't they get along? What's happening?
I don't know. You suspect that something's happening. You've suspected they were manipulating each other and feeding different information. That's your explanation for the thing. But regardless, that is like a fact of the matter at that point, right? That
Sure.
They didn't get along too much.
What were Melina's logs to him prior to that conversation, though? I posted those as well. She's incredibly supportive the entire time. Even after she found out that he avoided the conversation. She's like, oh, it's cool that you guys talked. That's great. Like, that's awesome. There was no indication given from her that she was ever uncomfortable with them talking to each other, ever. Bob claims that, but there's no indication of that whatsoever. And you can go click through those logs if you want. Like, he's like, oh, like, do you want to stay awake or blah, blah, blah. Like, and even I'm talking about the first call. Like, there was no indication to her from her whatsoever that she had a big problem with these two people talking. But I'm just saying that, like, I feel like there are three pretty clear messages to hang on to. Like if I saw that, like, that alone, even without him deleting the VOD, that was almost enough for me right there. Like, you're being hella shady. Like, and I have caught people in the past trying to conceal things by talking around shit like that. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is like, maybe I'm autistic in 99% of ways, but there are some like human behaviors that I like hyper focus on. Like, if I see somebody texting normally the entire fucking time, but for some reason at some point in the night, they rotate their hand like 25 degrees, I'm like, you're definitely hiding something because you've never done that before. Now, that might not be true, but 99% of the time it's right. I don't know how to explain that, but it's just true. Like, if I watch somebody all night in front of their phone and they've just got it out here and literally anybody could look over and see it, and then for some reason at some point they just like rotate it like a little bit. It's a very subtle thing, but when they do that, it's like you're hiding something. Like, you don't want somebody to see what's going on, or you don't want me to see what you're like. I don't know why, but that's just like the way that it is. Do you disagree? That sounds like really crazy to think about, but like it's absolutely true. It just is.
I don't doubt that that's how you handle stuff. It's just not how I handle stuff. And like, I admitted to the audience too, like when I was hitting points where they were disagreeing with me on stuff that I felt was fairly fundamental, like maybe I'm in a similar boat where like I don't really think about people normally, and I've had to like figure shit out in retrospect and like try to logic out why people are acting the way they're acting, come up with my own rules because I don't really understand it. But like my system that I've come up with for evaluating that behavior, I feel like is more flexible because it opens like more possibilities for people to explain their behavior in different ways, or adopting a different narrative, or being accepting of the fact that, oh shit, I totally misread that, right? because I've had a lot more situations where I've been convinced that somebody is manipulating or somebody's lying about something for a particular reason. I think I have it nailed down and I act on that and I pull the strings in the background to get things to happen. And then it ends up being that it was innocuous, that because I was distracted by this assumption I had about their behavior, it clouded my judgment and it made it to where every other thing that otherwise would like be completely innocent was turned into something that it wasn't. And I've had that happen enough times in my life and realized that there's not a ton of consequences, although there may be as a streamer, to like erring on the side of caution. That's generally what I opt for.
Yeah, I think normally I actually, so what we're talking about are like forms of heuristics, right? Like we're building these on like models of probability that we've personally experienced over our lives, right? I guess it like, I feel like I've built up such an insanely reliable heuristic that like there are times when people will challenge me on it, and even if I listen to them and I start to slide into it, I feel like I end up getting proven correct on my prior assumptions. Like you can ask Belina a lot about this. Like even in the beginning, I remember that I rolled my fucking eyes with the way that Bob described his like asexuality. I remember that I rolled my fucking eyes when in the beginning she was like, oh, he just says he wants to be a totally platonic friend. I remember that after the big call with Erica and me or whatever, Melina's like, oh, I think he's an okay person. I remember I rolled my eyes when Peachy was like, actually, I've listened to this from all sides and I actually don't think that he's like up to anything weird. I think it's just all been a big misunderstanding. Like, and I try to be like perceptive and receptive to these things. And you don't see this happening, I guess. And I won't do this publicly because I don't want to give his side any credence. But I really do run like I try to run like 50 different situations in my head. That's an exaggeration, but I try to think of like 2 or 3 other convincing stories for all of the facts. Like what ties things together? You know, Melina and I do have a really common group of friends. Is it really that crazy that like a guy that Melina is friends with would be in like the same call as a lot of other girls I know? Like that's not really that insane. Is it really that crazy that like some rumor or drama would, you know, make its way back to Bob 7 and maybe he would like repeat it in an innocuous way? Like that's not really impossible to think about, right? But at the end of the day, like I don't look at things as like, well, this was a 40%, 30%, 20%. Like at some point the quantum state has to collapse into like a single discrete entity. Like something happened and you have to figure that out and run with it. I feel like at some point you have to just make those calls.
And there's that binary thinking, that at some point I have to make a determination. It's going to be one way or the other. Kind of
well,
thing, right?
I'm not saying, hold careful. When I talked about binary things before, I was talking about whether or not humans are wholly good or wholly bad. Well, now I'm talking, but for sets of events, those are binary. Things either happened or they didn't. That is a binary thing. The existence of a particular thing. Well, insofar as our understanding of physics goes, like it's a binary thing, right?
But when you move intentionality into that, I think that leaves a lot of room for like it could have worked out a bunch of ways. Like
correct.
Once we introduce that dimension.
Exactly. You're absolutely correct. And it's one of the hard, that's why when I talk policy or when I talk about YouTube, I never talk about intention. But in your personal life, you kind of have to, right? If I get really sick one day and it's because of something that I ate from my girlfriend, like I need to figure, did this bitch try to poison me? Or like, did I just eat something that's bad? Like that's really important. I have to be able to make that determination. Like I can't live with the thought that like, well, you know, there's a 15% chance that she tried to kill me. Like, no, that's okay. Like that like I have to know, right? Like there has to be like I'm either treating you like you're trying to kill me or not. And I understand I'm giving you like really absurd or really extreme hypotheticals, right? Very rarely does it come down to that. But like, I'm just saying that like.
But it did for you kind of here. Like you were put in a position where it's like, do I just keep treating this behavior as innocuous or at some point do I have to just suck it up and go, this has to be intentional. There's no way that all this is happening like this.
Well, I guess like the problem, so then I guess circling back to our original question, what would you have done differently to figure it out there? And I'm genuinely asked that because these types of situations are interesting. I love to have a different way to approach them. What's something different you think I could have done?
Honestly, I think to give you an answer you'd be satisfied with, I'd really want to think about it because I feel like you give me a lot of resistance to like my style of handling things. And oh man, if we're operating under the assumption that this dude is manipulating everything, I don't even think it was necessarily to like get with Bose or these other things that you think. Like, and I wouldn't really factor that into my decision making. Like, I want to make it clear to these people.
Why did I say that I thought he was manipulating people? Do you remember the reason that I gave?
That he was giving different stories to different people.
Yeah. Do you remember the reason why I said he probably did that?
Because he wanted to drive a divide between Melina and Bose and make sure they don't talk to each other, I believe.
A little bit towards the end. So something that I've said a million times, and I'll say it again, is it's very rare, even for Bob 7, except for now. I don't think that people are like grand manipulators. I think that people tend to behave in certain ways, and these ways tend to get them the things that they want. And that's it. Like when a girl cries because she knows that it'll get a guy to like break down or give her into whatever she wants, I don't think that the girl is like the prior day, like I'm going to go ahead and cry at 4:27 p.m. tomorrow. And I know I think that it's more just like, I know that when I do this action, I get what I want. And I think for like 80% of Bob's behaviors explain that way. Like he knows that if he throws other people under the bus and he shit talks people, that like generally, I think that he knows that he'll like get people to like him or something. Like I think that type of thing is what explains like 80% of his behavior until he felt pushed into a corner.
Yeah, like I feel like the general relativity and the special relativity thing is like an apt comparison, because when I try to apply my thinking to somebody who's acting like very maliciously, it's difficult, especially when there's other people involved, because you were in a position where you needed to convince these other people and get them on board that this was happening.
No, I
before you
didn't.
could, like, rectify that situation.
No, not at all.
Or you had to get them to give you logs, right?
No, not until way later. Well, I guess maybe for Melina, because I wanted to know. But like, my goal was never to convince any of these people. My goal was to figure out for myself, and then I'll share like my story with them and see if they agree or don't agree. But like, once I had figured out that Bob 7 was playing and doing weird shit behind the scenes, like they all stayed friends for months after that. Like I didn't go and like run around and constantly try to tell them like, oh, like he's evil, blah 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 blah. Like I never did that at all. Like I let them be.
Yeah, but I mean, like what I'm saying is you needed access to like privileged information from these people in order to make that call, right? You needed access to Melina's DMs, you needed her to ask questions that would bring that out, and you needed information from Bose to kind of corroborate this. So you're in a position where you had to kind of like make clear to these people why you were trying to do what you were doing and whatever. And yeah, maybe I'm tired. I'm not making any sense too. I can like definitely feel that you're difficult to talk to.
Well, hold on. Wait. I'm not going to let you weasel around that, okay? It's not that I'm difficult to talk to. It's that I've spent a great deal of time thinking about this. So the resistance that you're feeling right now is because almost everything you said, I've probably considered at least twice before going through with it. So if it feels like I'm being very dismissive, I feel like I've answered every single question or resistance you've given me more than adequately. And I will leave you with the final question. If you think there's a better way that I could have dealt with it, I invite that criticism, because if I ever run into this again, then maybe I'll use that instead. But I don't want you to give the impression that you're hand waving what I'm saying because I'm being difficult. I don't think I'm being difficult. I think I'm being incredibly concise and very clear, and I think I did exactly what I needed to do without violating anybody's boundaries or being evil or being manipulative in a disingenuous way. I was incredibly upfront with everybody from start to finish with this for this particular circumstance. Now, if you want to move past my little mini investigation, which was only personal, by the way, I didn't like convict anybody on this. If you want to move past that, I'm curious if you think there's anything else I did that you thought was like a bad thing or like an evil thing or like a immature thing or whatever.
This is an example of what makes you hard to talk to, because you assume things about like intent, like I was just self-degrading, like, and that's, I don't think something that you like take into account. Like I was just saying, I think I'm tired. Like, I don't think I'm capable of this. You're difficult to talk to, as in like conversation with you, you're paying attention to every word. You're prepared about this.
I totally disagree.
Topic.
Totally disagree. When you use the phrase like I'm getting tired and you're difficult to talk to, it actually almost feels victim blamey. Like you're.
Oh my goodness! Well, that's not my intention, and that's
sure,
what
of
I'm
course.
saying,
But now we're in the rhetoric world, right? It doesn't matter what your intention is, and you can pull. Maybe my brain, maybe my brain is fucked. But if I'm talking to somebody and I say like, oh, like you're difficult to talk to, I don't think the impression there is a positive one where it's like, oh, you've really thought out like your points. I think the impression is normally like, oh, like you're being unreasonable or irrational. I think that's what most people take from that when you say like somebody's difficult to talk to. Sure. Okay.
That's fair. I'll concede that.
Okay.
And maybe that's partially what I'm getting at is like.
Okay, wait. Well, now you're changing.
Yeah, that now Bob 7ing, dude. I'm going to do a hard pivot here. What I meant to say by that actually was that you're difficult to talk to insofar as I need to be very careful about how I talk to you. I do need to pay attention to that rhetoric, and when I don't, you're gonna feel attacked. You're gonna feel like I'm pushing something I don't need to push.
Listen, I love you, okay? I don't feel attacked right now. That's why when I corrected you, that's when I phrased it as, hold on, I want to set the record straight here. I don't want this impression because I'm thinking right now about how the audience is listening to this. And I don't want an audience to come away thinking like, even Booksmart said that Destiny is very difficult to chat with because he's so stubborn and he's so resistant to like any type of outside criticism. So I want to like outwardly like bring out like that perception and then get rid of that perception rather than leave that in the mind mind of a listener. Like, I want to be very clear on that. That's all I'm saying. Personally, and I know it might feel personal. I'm sorry when I talk. I don't think personally you would do this to me. Like, if we were in like a personal setting, I would assume you're being self-deprecating. Of course, yeah, I am difficult to talk to. I know that. Like, yeah, that's fine. And even like I can be obnoxious in some kind of way. But I want to make sure that the public perception is very clear, because there's a good chance that anything that you've said in that VOD prior to this is going to show up in Bob 7's next manifesto. So at the very least, I want to make sure that you and me have had a conversation first, so that we're on the same page in terms of understanding things. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we'll have that private conversation as well, where you'll tell me all the things to say and we'll kind of plan around this again, right?
Maybe, sure. All right. Now, what is it? I'm curious. So for moving on past this, what are other actions you think that I've done that were like immoral or not good or like just, yeah.
Let's think.
Because it seems like a lot of people are telling me you had like a decent amount of criticisms for how I behaved. I'm curious.
It's more so that I constantly had to give pushback on this assumption of his intention, and to say that like, hey, we really have to buy into this is exactly his intention, to continue with like some of the lines of argument that you're presenting, and that if you weren't completely sold on that intention, there are other explanations that exist, and likely those are the explanations Bob 7's community is giving. And so that, I think, was most of where I would give you pushback on. But at the same time, I tried to give a lot of credence to the things for which you provided a lot of evidence that I personally found were like, compelling. Like here we see a very clear pattern, and this pattern is relevant because he's going to do this later, and it's going to obfuscate a lot of what we're trying to talk about here. And so it's important to recognize that him doing this, regardless of what we think his intentions are muddying the waters, and he does constantly dodge these things, and you have to pay attention to that, or you cannot like put your thumb on him and really hold him to account for stuff. Or if you're not, like you said, listening for it, then you can miss admittance, or you can miss where he is like giving credence to some of the things that you're trying to go for, or you can allow him to talk past it by deflecting to another story and continuing. You have to listen like super closely for that. And to be fair to you, it was assuming these negative things about his intentions that caused you to tune in at that level. And the only reason I'm tuning in at that level is because you've broken all this down, and I can do it, second by second. But if I was in a room with him, he could probably convince me of stuff.
Can you give me some other subtext or some other behind the scenes intentionality that could explain everything that's happened?
Yeah, like I think one very basic and broad statement you made at the very beginning of this drama that I think if it was like in a vacuum, just it would apply very well to this, is that these could just be habitual behaviors of his. Like I have plenty of friends that this is how they engage with people. They goad out secret information that they know. They shit talk people. They talk about other people when they're not around. And I know they talk about me when I'm not around. Like I've seen other people that match all these same things, but are different. And those are the same people who tend to squirm around when you try to push them on something, because they know what they did was messed up.
Sure. But so I've literally said this, right? Hold on. So here's something that I had a lot of people DMing me, and so I'm going to chat to this. You can explain to me if you think this is wrong or not. Destiny, he said, Bob's conspiracy about you telling the nudes to Bose was comparable to you guys saying Bob screen shared them. Do you believe that to be the case?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Do you think that my explanation, without evidence, that Bob 7 screen shared nudes to Bose, do you think that that story is just as believable as Bob 7's story, that I went into another room, saw them on a computer, remembered them, and then said them to Erica at a later point so that she could know them for this particular thing?
You're going to hate this, but I more so think that those are both possible, yes.
Hold on. That you have to assign some rough degree of possibility, okay?
Yeah, so if I were to assign probabilities, I think the probability that you... Here's the thing, is like, I don't really believe in these intentions, so I have to handle them like...
Wait, we're not talking about intentions. Right now I'm asking for a description of reality, for a series of events that happened. Yeah, we're not getting into intentions yet.
I promise I'll answer.
Okay.
So like... The difficult thing is, if I take out the intentions, what is the probability that these things could be done if I wanted to do them? So if instead of having an incentive for doing X or Y or Z with these people, if my incentive was just to make this thing happen, like, fuck, if only I could see this nude at the same time I'm streaming, could I do that? 110%. Could I screen share this and get away with it? 110%. Like, but that's, I guess, vacuous. It's not super helpful from your perspective, but that was what I meant when I was talking about that. I'm pretty sure.
So, but So in terms of, okay, let's, I guess, like, because like technically impossibility, you're right. Like, could I technically see somebody's nudes by typing in like random characters on a Discord image and then their nude comes up? Like, that's possible, right? It is possible, right? You know that like the way the Discord images work, if you right click an open link, it shows up in a browser. It is possible that I could type like random character. What?
I didn't answer your question. Yeah, let me answer that because I'll clear this up. Probability-wise, I think it's like 30% probability that you would do the funky ways that you could view Melina's screen, whereas I think it's probably closer to like maybe 70% that he did the screen sharing thing. And if I really take into account the intentions and the other behavior, and I like,
you think that
really, so if I give you my honest answer to this, I think it's like 90%, 95%.
90, 95?
Hold on. That he did that. And for you, I would say it's probably at like 10 to 20.
10 to 20?
Yeah. The only reason I think that is because both of you are manipulative and weird. And after seeing the way you handled this, I have to put a itty bitty bit of an asterisk by this, because you seem to like very much fight on this point, and it makes me suspicious that you fight it instead of like passively dismissing it.
Because the problem is that okay. So this is one of the reasons why I get so irritated how we use language, okay? Because now I'm going to hardcore attack you because you're doing something earlier that I said I wanted to be careful for the audience to avoid doing. I wanted to be very clear how we used a particular word, and you made it sound like you and I were capable of using this word in a different way. But now, based on what you've just told me, I don't know if you have that capability. So here, you just described both me and Bob as being both manipulative and weird, like you're drawing an equivalence between our actions throughout this event. I don't believe...
That doesn't mean they're equivalent. That just means that you both engage in behaviors that I think are manipulative and strange.
Then I'm gonna... How do you use the word... That's my truth.
That's how I mean it. I don't mean it in this way that you're describing it. Though I understand the audience can take it that way. I'm just trying to be honest with you. If you would rather do this in private so they don't have the connotation, I'd be happy to. Because I know that that's damaging, but I'm just trying to be honest with you.
When you say both of you are X behavior, and then you say but when I say X behavior, I meant that one of you are okay or different with it than the other. You are hardcore. I'm not even fuck the public. When you say that on a personal level, what I'm hearing from you is that you find there's a lot of equivalence between the way that me and him act. Do you think that's true?
You treat things.
You're trying to say, but now you don't want to admit it, right? But you do think that me and him approach things in very similar ways.
They're on different levels, but yes.
It's not with different levels, it's with different intentions. I'm not trying to fuck with people or do things to like fuck with people or to lie to people or whatever. Again,
I do think it's on different levels. I don't think you lie as brazenly as he's willing to
how do I lie? This is why I'm asking, like, what do you think I've done wrong in this where I'm like concealing something to fuck with somebody or whatever? Aside, I guess, from Bob 7, who I think is like fucking with all of this.
All of the recording, writing this super big document, like I get you're a streamer and you've gotten good at this stuff, but it is concerning as somebody who's just like a normie at heart. Yeah, like it is worrisome to think about. Like, and I do think about like if I ever got in an argument with you or we ever had like personal beef, that this would be the response if I triggered like a nuclear, reaction from you. That is worrisome to me, and that is like part of what's fueling that, if I'm being like 100% honest. But like, again, I treat these things, and I know you said that, on a spectrum. So like,
I'm sorry, hold on. I'm processing your fuck. I wish that you were a friend of every person I was abusive towards in my early 20s, because you would give me the best cover ever. Like, because I've said so many of these things before. I remember when I used to like do fucky shit with like Rachel, I would ask her like, why are you looking at this? Like, why are you even watching this? Like, why are you recording? That's really fucking weird. Like, this is exactly how you gaslight people, right? Like, this is very strange that you would keep track of this. Like, why are you so concerned about, like, maybe it's not your intention, but you are doing the exact thing that a manipulator needs to cover for their actions, because it's by constantly getting people to doubt. Like, and I'm actually, I can't even believe it, but LSF even came up with the correct answer to this, because people would post like, why the fuck is he recording shit? And people correctly would answer like, holy shit. I mean, like, based on how people act in his personal life, it totally makes sense why he records things. Like, and it does. Like, you can try and concern troll me and say that, like, oh, your behavior is really weird, the way that you record everything. If I didn't have recordings, like, my life would be fucked right now on the internet. Do you acknowledge that? That if I didn't have these recordings, Bob 7 would have come out with his manifesto, and me and Bose would be fucked reputation-wise. It would be done.
I think I'm more on your team than you think. Like, I feel like I'm trying to give these caveats, and I'm saying them to you. Like, yeah, you have an experience that makes you act this way. Yes.
Sure, I understand, but, like,
does this save you? Yes. If from a lot of situations, sure. Isn't it adaptive behavior that's helpful to you? Probably, yeah. Was it triggered by something that's pretty fucking awful? Yeah. Was it probably justified in the circumstance?
The thing that I'm trying to push back on here, though, and this is something that I try way harder in 2021, because I'm 2021 Destiny's different than 2020, is oftentimes, like, I'll eat being the bad guy because I have a different way of viewing things, because I process emotion a little bit differently. Like, I'll eat that. I don't want to eat that reputation anymore. I don't think that I ever did anything throughout the entirety of this that is on the moral equivalence of what the other side did ever. And I'm gonna fight that to the death. So when you use words that seem to draw, even if you don't intend to, but when you use words that give, like, the idea that there's some moral equivalence, and when you say things like both of you are manipulative and weird, when we're talking about who's more likely to have committed an immoral action, you are hardcore drawing a line there saying that, like, well, either of you are likely to have committed an immoral action, because I'm drawing a comparison between how both of you are manipulative and weird. And it feels
pause you there. I disagree, because
okay,
I don't think you guys are equally likely. I gave you different percentages.
You
so
gave me 20 and 80.
Are those not significantly different? Would you not say 10 to 20? I said 10 to 20.
This might be like my poker mind or whatever, but like 20% is really high. That's a big percentage. Like,
I guess not in my monkey brain, but I'm not super great with numbers. To me, 10 to 20 seems like fairly less than 80. I don't know.
20% is like 4 to a flush, and you've got one card to go. Like 20% is like, that's a big number. 1 out of 5 times you would be the immoral actor in this situation. Not to mention that
probably convinced me to lower it, dude. But
well,
I'm spitballing,
sure.
bro. I'm spitballing.
And I'm trying to convince you, right? So like one of the evidences that I have of convincing you is the fact that, like, here are the logs. Me and Melina were fighting this night. How could I, like, would Melina, and even if we weren't fighting, would Melina like let me onto her phone to like look at the nudes of another friend that's like very, very shy about them? Like, would Melina, and if we were fighting, would she let me on? And like Bob 7 calls Erica immediately after, and he references their conversation in text form before he calls her, and Erica has sent me screenshots of him screen sharing before. Like, I understand this is all inductive, none of this is deductive, but like inductively, I feel like I've got to be able to move you lower than 20%. Like, that's crazy.
Well, the evidence against him isn't evidence that like supports you. Like, I think you could get me to be higher on the 80, but I think you'd have to. Well, if you're arguing with her at the same time, given how bad your arguments are, I
and how did Erica
likely.
know that detail?
How did Erica know what detail?
She knew that in one of the pictures I was holding Melina's boob. How would she have known that detail without actually seeing the picture? Because keep in mind, there's a second part to make your story work. It's not just that I saw it. It's that I saw it and either remembered it or screen captured it and then told it to Erica or showed it to Erica at a later date. All of this with no evidence, by the way.
Okay. I'll bring it down to 2% for you, bud. Is 2% a lot?
It's a little better.
A little better? That's significant. I feel like you're fucking with me on numbers, but 2%'s a lot less than
the problem is just that, like, the story that Bob 7 is weaving here is fantastic. Is a fantastic story that I am seeing something as I'm streaming on a device of a person that we're fighting with, and then I'm remembering it, and then I'm sharing that precise thing later on with a person whose relationship has deteriorated with me, who currently doesn't like my girlfriend, and the fact that I would even describe, like, oh, it was so weird, I saw nudes of blah, 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 and that Erica would remember that for months later so that she could bring up that, like, that is a fantastic story. And then on the other hand, I've got Bob, who I know screen shares, who I see had a call with her immediately after the conversation, and who referenced that conversation, and who has multiple times like every incentive and every reason to like brag and show off conversations. Like 2% to 90. This is like a less than 1% to me, like easily. Like,
okay. Well, you have a lot of faith in yourself. You lived through it. I didn't. I have to be on the outside and I have to like make these calls, you know? It's difficult. It's difficult.
Sure. What else? What do you think what else do you think I did that was questionable or immoral?
Questionable or immoral. You know, I don't I don't think I'd give you any more points. Like when you word it that way, it's difficult for me to answer. Like immoral?
It should be. I want it to be difficult because these are cases that I've thought about and built for a long time. If there was a lot of wiggle room here, I would have felt way less confident in the assertions that I made. Like,
sure. It also, the other problem is that wasn't like, maybe I'm like small brain, but for me, when I'm listening to these, I really have to focus on whatever I'm going for. Like this time, it was uber charitability. It was trying to maintain the Bob 7 like fence sitters while I'm trying to go through this, and to only build things off of what evidence clearly shows us the thing, to get away from intentionality, because that seems to be the gray area for a lot of people. And in doing so, I wasn't like analyzing you for what you're doing that's not right or whatever. Like I never really took that perspective, so I don't feel confident like giving you answers to that. They'd all be like half baked.
Sure,
if you asked me 2 questions, I'd fall apart because I hadn't really thought about it.
As like a fun exercise, I totally understand that. Like it's fun to think about, like, could planes have deployed on 9/11 to shoot down, the flights that people said that they, took, or like, was the Pentagon renovated in the right spot to resist that hit? Like, and these can be like fun things to think about. But I think that rhetorically speaking, I think we have to be really careful in the middle of ongoing back and forth salvos to say, well, let's do a brain exercise and see if we could run like massive interference for a guy that's actively fighting allegations against him that seem like pretty accurate. Like maybe it is like, let's see the most creative story that we can spin where Stephen is like a master manipulator behind the scenes. Maybe there's like a 30% chance that they did bully Ophelia to give like a certain confession. Like maybe Stephen knew about all of this happening in advance, and maybe he made Ophelia admit all this stuff on call. Like Stephen's the only person with the recording. Like maybe in the beginning of that recording, maybe they say things like, hey, we're going to use this later to convict Bob 7. Like we need you to be really emotional, Like maybe there's a reason why Casey Tron and Minx weren't invited to that early call, because maybe they knew that he was friends with Bob 7. Maybe they were explicitly brought in afterwards just to give more credibility to them. And then when they denied it later, they knew that they'd forged those recordings. Like I could play like this game. I just finished Metal Gear Solid 2. I could make up a million fun stories with you if you wanted to try to figure out, like how could this have happened another way? I just think that's like a really scary thing to do in the middle of like, that he's preparing another stuff. Like, I'm curious.
Is he? I was unaware of that.
Yes.
I thought
I'm going to say yes to that.
honest.
Okay. Like, because he's nothing else in his life now. Because now that he took it to this level, now he's lost everything. Right. So he has to at this point. The question here is like, and what I would ask you is, how would you feel if his next big manifesto came out and 2 or 3 of his like huge assertions were hanging on your analysis?
I would cover him, and I would try to be fair about balancing that out versus like, okay, Bob 7 said this. He's building on the back of what I said. So let's take a look at it. Let's see where I differ in opinion. And I would hope that my consistency in how I form my opinions and how I view these situations would apply the same here as it would there, and that it would bring forth whatever the truth is.
Sure. What if there was like a rotted hard drive and I lost all the audio logs, and he came out and he built his like massive new manifesto on your probability analysis that even you admit is like highly susceptible to very low percentage chances of happening? And let's say that he ended up getting away with it all. Let's say that he got back on the Austin show and like I didn't have any more evidence to use against him because like, oh shit, I lost everything. Like all the recordings are gone. Like, do you think like, oh yeah, that's okay?
It's fun to think about enforcing the Pentagon and scrambling the jets. I feel like this is one of those situations. If that were to happen,
but it's not, because this is actively ongoing and now you're contributing to it. Right?
I don't think you'd lose all your files and stuff. That's more so what I'm talking about. But if that were to happen, to entertain the hypothetical,
well, because I don't have to lose all his files. There might be. I don't think there is, but there might be some story that he could actually spin to like salvage a lot of his. Maybe there is. Maybe I'm not creative enough to think about it. Maybe that does exist, and maybe he builds that story on the back of your analysis.
If he does that, I would cover it. Like, I don't think there's much more I can do in that situation aside from cover it. And if there's things I disagree with there that he's misusing, then I would point those out, Is that not like a good enough response to that, do you think? I feel like that's the only option that I have, aside from going in the background, manipulating and DMing people and trying to like get a campaign going in that regard.
I guess maybe it's just a difference of experience. I don't know. In terms of like because like you sound like you're a really good person. You sound like you're a really cool dude. I've never had any personal problems with you. I used to be a horrible person. And when I would do like really shitty things to people, or when I would treat people in really horrible ways, I lived in the world of deniability. And these types of arguments, like this is where like I could debate my way out of anything. Like, well, hold on, you think I was talking to her then? What proof do you have? Like, yeah, sure, maybe you think that, or maybe somebody told you that, but I bet that person's lying. Can they prove it? Like, of course not. Like, your story falls apart here. Like, I used to do this shit so much. And so when I hear you like play like the logic games that normally I love doing this type of shit, but when it comes to like personal matters like this, like you're never going to have 100% deductive evidence for how a person is acting socially, and then you thrive in these areas of these gray zones where somebody doesn't 100% know what's happened. And I guess like that's the only worry or concern to me, that I feel like you should be worried about that.
I probably should. And seeing more of how streamers, how their brains work, I probably should. Yeah, I definitely need to. And again, I think this is like where our two sets of experience are really coming up against each other. Like, you know, I really do think that the longer I spend streaming, the more calloused I'll probably become. Like, probably the more toward, and not to say, again, don't like misconstrue this, but like, you know, I would move more towards your positions on things where I don't give as much charitability to people and I'm much more skeptical of them. But that would be because like my personal interest would be involved in it. Like, I feel like once you're at your level and you're in the public and whatever, you have to handle things differently. You have to view people differently, and you're engaging with a really weird segment of the population.
I guess it's just not like, I guess I should just reject that entire statement. I just think this is like a general people thing. Like if a random person came up to me and they said that like they felt like they were being like manipulated or abused, and I was trying to make a plan with this person to figure it out, like we would have to play complicated games to figure it out. Because like if they're dealing with like somebody who's a manipulator or an abuser, I know that person, assuming they're like reasonably competent. Like some people are just stupid, but if they're reasonably competent, that person's never going to leave a clear trail of like, they did it right here. This is where they blatantly lied. Or like it's so rare to catch somebody doing that. And like I guess like my understanding is be like, okay, well, we're gonna have to catch them like super red-handed, and it's gonna have to be like a hardcore trap. Like it's not gonna be like you said you were going there, but I didn't see your car in the driveway. It's gonna have to be way more intense than that, because like a manipulator or an abuser is just never gonna leave that type of trail, I guess.
This one did.
No, they didn't actually. Everything that we got from Bob ended up being inductive in the end, right? Like I don't have like proof. I don't think I have hardcore proof of almost anything. I had to build a pattern of like, he does this to try to get somebody to do this, but he could still plausibly deny discreetly any single one of those events, right? Like it is possible, I'm going to play your game now. It's possible that maybe Erica heard every single name that was on the fucking Raj shows or Austin shows, and maybe one just popped up and she's like, hey, do you think that person has nudes or whatever? Like that's possible. That could have happened, you know? Bob might even have ran with that as a story at one point. But it's only through building up like a pattern of behavior that I can say, inductively speaking, it is highly unlikely that he would have done this particular thing, or this conversation could have played out. But I don't have proof of any of that. I can't show you, like, can't go into the past and like give you videos of everything that happened, right?
Sure. When you say proof, I guess that's what I'm referring to. I think establishing a pattern of behavior through like individual instances of it happening and playing out the same way, I consider that proop. So maybe that's just
sure. I guess when I use, I'm sorry, I'm being very precise with everything. When I say inductive or deductive, do you recognize the distinction between those two things?
Yep, they're different kinds of reasoning.
Yeah.
Right?
So when I say deductive is like if P, then Q. So every time P, there is Q. Like if this thing happens, this thing happens. It is deductively. Like when I say deductive, what I mean is if I give you the premises, the conclusion logically follows every single time. It is deductive. When I say inductive, what I mean is like we're speaking in probabilities and it will never be 100%. Like if I show you, like if I go,
and it is
everything, So what you call proof is like it's all inductive proof. Like none of this is 100% like I have a recording of it. It's more like I've seen this and that, and he usually acts like this and that and that and that and that. It's like most likely this is what happened. I can't. It's not now. I guess you call it proof. So that's important that we just distinguish that. I guess that we understand what we're talking about. Yeah. When I say okay. Okay. Is there any other part of this you wanted to go over before we part ways?
Don't let me don't let me convince you on too much stuff. I think you did a really good job with the document. I think that your smell test here kind of worked out. There ended up being some shit there, and you smelt it. Yeah. So, I'm sorry if this hurts you. That's what I'll say. I'm really sorry if these clips and things like that are used against you. And I don't doubt that they will be if that's, where he wants to go next, if he wants to fight this again. And I think in the future, the more drama that you get into, this is likely to become like a recurring pattern. But I don't mean it to hurt you. I just really think that there needs to be a more like even keel voice, even if that comes at the expense of looking naive at points, or even if that means coming like at the expense of like my own sanity, because I personally think that this motherfucker is guilty and whatever. I'm just trying to do that with this stream, so bear with me. Every time I fuck up though, I like hearing from you, so that's what I'll say.
Sure, okay. Yeah, I'm curious. Like, it's just scary because, like, there were so many different parts of the investigation I did where there were so many different key pieces of evidence that I'm so lucky that I had. But if I would have missed anything, like, the probability of his side being innocent would have gone up more and more and more and more. Like, there were so many different recordings where it was like, if I didn't have this, like, he would have completely gotten off the hook here. Or if I didn't have this, like, he would have completely gone. And there's even like more like behind the scenes, like there's even more stuff that like I haven't like completely said. Like, remember how they keep talking about how like they were dragging in people to get more stories and blah blah, and like Bose was like leading the way. Like here's a little thing that I'll share with you personally. This is why Casey even came into the call, right? I don't know if Bob is even aware that this conversation took place. But like, yeah, this is like an example, and there's so many different pieces of this that I have that I'm still holding on to just in case. But like, there's so much of this that like I have to build up, and there are so many points that like if I didn't have some particular thing or some other thing, like I would be completely fucked. But this is why I know that people like Casey Tron are lying through their fucking teeth, or people like Minx, or people like Bob Simon. But yeah, I'm just saying that like this has all been so incredibly difficult, and like I'm still never going to be 100%, and I'm really lucky that I got what I did have. And if I was missing one or two pieces, then maybe Bob walks on all this and I look like a huge piece of shit, right? That's what I'm, yeah.
Was this meant to... I don't know. Never mind. Okay. Yeah. Can I shout myself out, or is that cringe?
Go for it, buddy. Wait, are you going to keep streaming?
Probably not. I should probably call it quits. I'm like falling asleep.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
I'm book smarts. I cover stuff like this. I try to take like an even keel or empathetic approach, even if it makes me look like a fool at times. I cover rhetoric. I like covering your debates, talking about where you do good, where you do bad, and holding you accountable a little bit, even if I'm not always, wholly correct, or I don't always hit the mark. I think I'll get better and better.
All right. I love you. Be careful and stay safe, okay?
Love you too, dude. I look forward to Omaha. Hope I can make it.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you later. Peace out.
See ya.
Fuck, this took a lot longer than I thought it would. Okay. Reply to my dono. Oh, sorry. Fuck, hold on.
Streamer. Gone.
No.
What do you call a moving Mr. Mouton? A Mr. Moving Ton. You can IP ban me now for telling a size joke.
You gnome fuck!
Good one.
You're okay, I guess.
Channels we think you'll like. Oh, thank you. Throwing a sound up there. Yeah, I see all the Trump pardons. Holy shit. Host Gappy? Oh, one of my fans?
Dragon Spiral Tower?
Oh, wait, this is the guy I met in London. Kyle Kalinske talked about you on stream today. He said he doesn't entertain people who talk about it so disrespectfully. I understand why I pissed you off, but he definitely would have debated you if you hadn't shut up. No. He's been dodging me for fucking over a year. He would have never. He's like he's the same thing as Stefan Molyneux, where he'll like find an excuse not to, or find an excuse not to, or find an excuse not to. Like, he's that kind of person. Yeah. Your sub ate that pity explanation up, by the way. Wait, what pity explanation? Okay, I'm gonna go and just chatting. We're gonna host whoever's at 100 viewers or less. Fuck it. Or who's playing StarCraft? Fuck, I don't know if you guys will watch StarCraft. Road trip with Vanessa. Gary, the producer. Kai was pissed at Politicon because people refused to debate him. Yeah, nice. All right, I'll let you guys have fun. Peace out. Weasel Little Lars still ignoring Dono. Wait, which Dono? Which one? We ever play Metal Gear Rising? Probably not. Hosting CX streamers? Is that a CX streamer? I don't know who the fuck that is. I'm just hosting them. Stay mad. See you guys later. Peace out.